Damn it! Meng Hao's face fell. Everything that had happened moments ago seemed almost like a dream. When Chen Duoduo drew out his devilish will, it influenced Meng Hao on an emotional level, and had also changed his personality. Although he had seemed calm and cool-headed, it was merely an external thing. He had actually lost any sense of what was going on around him. Situational awareness was something incongruous with the devilish will. And now, here he was being ejected from the arena into the outside. Because of the intense power he had just unleashed, the devilish will had been completely set aboil, and because of the force that caused him to shoot out of the arena, it had dissipated by more than half. Because of that, Meng Hao's consciousness was not being interfered with anymore. It was almost as if he had awoken from a dream. There was no time to worry about expelling the rest of the devilish will. Meng Hao was now in the middle of a maelstrom of danger. As soon as he left the arena, the half-headed man closed in and grabbed a hold of him. His hand was ice-cold, and as soon as it latched onto Meng Hao's entire body turned icy. He was just about to try to struggle when, all of a sudden, his face flickered. This was a result of something the half-headed man did. A magical art that he unleashed that Meng Hao was very familiar with. It was the 8th demon sealing hex. In an instant, Meng Hao was completely confined, incapable of even the slightest movement. At the same time, his life force, his cultivation base, everything was instantly sent toward the half-headed man, as if he wanted to voraciously consume it. Meng Hao's mind was reeling as the half-headed man instantly shot off into the distance with Meng Hao in tow, to disappear into the mists. It all happened too quickly. Meng Hao was gone before anyone on the Dao tree could react. Ling Yunzi's face fell, and he flew up into the air. However, when he looked out into the boundless void, despite his anxiety, he knew it was impossible for him to go out into the mists. The other 2 old men also had dark looks on their faces as they stared out at the spot where Meng Hao had disappeared into the mists. Everyone on the Dao tree gaped in shock. Everything had happened too quickly, and it was something nobody could have predicted. As for Zhao Yifan, he now lay crumpled on the ground beneath the Dao tree, unconscious and hovering on the brink of death. Outside in the 9th mountain and sea, the cultivators who had been watching the battle now felt their minds trembling. Expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces as they watched the half-headed man take Meng Hao away. He got first place, but what's going on? How could something like this happen? This is impossible. Damn it. He got first place. He defeated Zhao Yifan. He got first place in the trial by fire, and then first place in the arena matches. He's supposed to become famous in the 9th mountain and sea. How come? How come it had to end up like this? I can't believe the ruins of immortality are this dangerous. Why did they have to hold the arena matches in a place like this? Many people in the crowds outside in the 9th mountain and sea were furious. They had all just witnessed Feng Mu's rise to prominence. Many had even come to view him as a future paragon, and yet all of it disappeared in an instant. There were some people who actually breathed sighs of relief. Feng Mu was far too powerful, to the point where cultivators of his generation felt stifling pressure. For him to simply disappear was the best outcome, as far as they were concerned. Feng Mu is definitely dead. That half-headed man took him away to experience an untimely death. What an unlucky chosen. Well, now there's one less person for me to challenge in the future. While the crowds in the 9th mountain and sea were abuzz, the patriarchs in the Starry Sky Palace looked on in shock. The patriarchs from the 3 great Taoist societies also wore grim expressions as they slowly rose to their feet. First, they looked toward the spot where Meng Hao had disappeared, and then they turned their attention to the white-robed woman who hovered above the Dao tree. The woman glanced down at the unconscious Zhao Yifan, then turned her head to look out into the void. She appeared to be muttering to herself for a moment, and then suddenly she turned and disappeared in the same direction Meng Hao had gone. After seeing this, the patriarchs from the 3 great Taoist societies were extremely excited. Perhaps Feng Mu isn't dead. Perhaps we really will succeed this time. The echelon. In the great 9 mountains and seas, only the 9th mountain and sea have yet to send someone into the echelon. Meanwhile, outside of Planet East Victory, Patriarch Reliance floated among the stars, his eyes wide with astonishment, breathing heavily as he looked at the vortex screen. Is the little bastard going to die just like that? Impossible. If the little bastard was that easy to get rid of, well, wouldn't that be poetic justice? Although, how come that half-headed man looked so familiar? The 10th Wang clan patriarch sat cross-legged on an asteroid shooting through the starry sky, watching silently as the events played out on the vortex screen up ahead. In the Kunlun society, Pill Demon was trembling, and a brilliant light shone from his eyes. Although he didn't believe Meng Hao could be killed so easily, it was the ruins of immortality. Chu Yuyen was also shaking. Her breath came in ragged pants, and her face was pale white. She didn't dare to believe that Meng Hao was really dead. All of the energy seemed to drain out of her, and she staggered back a few steps. Tears began to stream down her face. He won't die. On planet South Heaven, in the vast eastern lands, Meng Hao's parents sat in the Fang clan, their faces pale, holding hands tightly. Fang Xiufeng's expression was calm, but in his heart, a monstrous desire to kill had risen up. After a few deep breaths, he growled, "Hauer is not the type of person to die young. He won't be killed. But if he does perish, then I, Fang Xiufeng, vow that I will continue to guard this planet. However, after the 100,000 years have passed, then I will personally open the gate to release the evil devils, and ensure that the 3 great Taoist societies are buried together with my son. Furthermore, those ruins of immortality will serve as burial objects." When Chun Fan, Fatty, and Li Shiqi saw what had happened, they trembled in disbelief. All of the 9th mountain and sea was in an uproar. Meng Hao had just earned first place, and then had disappeared to who knew where. Naturally, Meng Hao was not dead. The half-headed man grasped him tightly as they shot through the mists. Meng Hao trembled as his life force, cultivation base, and aura were absorbed by the man. Slowly, the flesh and blood of the man's head began to heal. His aura gradually moved away from death, and a bit of life force could be detected. However, he still seemed to be lacking in terms of consciousness, as if he had no mental faculties, and was only acting on instinct. Meng Hao couldn't move, and his thoughts were sluggish. Icy coldness filled him. However, as his life force was sucked away, the remaining devilish will inside of him was also absorbed. As the half-headed man absorbed more and more of the devilish will, he suddenly stopped in place, and black flames flickered on his body. The man had feared the flames of the devilish will before, and now that he was absorbing Meng Hao's cultivation base and life force, he himself began to burn, and an expression of anguish appeared on his face. In that instant, Meng Hao was suddenly able to move again. He also recovered his mental faculties, and was instantly shocked. He can use the 8th demon sealing hex, he thought. Who is he? Don't tell me. He's also from the League of Demon Sealers? That sword contains the 6th demon sealing hex, and it's stuck into his side. If he's from the League of Demon Sealers, then either there was infighting within the League of Demon Sealers, or he stabbed the sword into himself as a sealing. Numerous speculations ran through Meng Hao's head, but in this critical moment of danger, he had no time to think too much about it. Eyes glittering, Meng Hao took advantage of the moment to unleash his cultivation base. His immortal meridian began to emanate immortal qi, which he attempted to use to struggle against the half-headed man. Unfortunately, the man was far too powerful, and Meng Hao's efforts were in vain. However, Meng Hao was not interested in battling the man. Instead, he used the brief moment in which he could move to suddenly reach out and grab the sword that was stabbed into the man's side. As soon as he touched the sword, the ancient demon sealing jade in his bag of holding began to vibrate madly. At the same time, the half-headed man began to let out a miserable shriek. As this happened, Meng Hao used every scrap of power he could muster to yank the sword out from the man's side. As he pulled the sword out of the man, a stream of black blood sprayed out with it. The man trembled, releasing Meng Hao, who then backed up at top speed, face pale and blood spurting out of his mouth. He had lost a lot of life force, and his cultivation base was in chaos. He was in very sore straits, and yet, he didn't pause for even the least bit, but instead, unleashed every bit of speed that he could to escape. The half-headed man trembled, and pushed his hand down onto his wound. However, no matter what he did, blood continued to stream out of the wound. "Who am I? Who am I?" the man murmured, a confused expression on his face. His mind seemed to be in chaos as his words echoed out. My sword, my sword." As his words rang out, the blood flowing from his body suddenly congealed together to form into blood snakes. Their bodies were covered with long feelers, and they looked extremely vicious. More and more of them continued to pour out of the man's wound, until they filled the area, nearly 1,000 of them. Meng Hao's scalp was going numb. It was at this point that a shrill whistling sound could be heard from off in the distance. A black wind was approaching, along with the decomposing rock. The same things Meng Hao had seen outside of the Dao tree. The rock closed in greedily, heading straight toward the half-headed man. As it neared, the man murmured something, and then his eyes glittered, and he performed an incantation with his right hand, then pointed at the rock. 8th Demon Sealing Hex. That one wave of a finger caused the huge rock to stop in place and then fall downward. Meng Hao's mind was trembling. Next, the mists began to churn as more and more figures appeared. One of them was the Naga cultivator, and all of them were staring greedily at the vicious blood snakes that were boring out from within the man's wound. From the look in their eyes, it was as if they were staring at treasures. In the blink of an eye, they charged forward madly. I am the 6th generation demon sealer, the half-headed man said. He looked around blankly at the incoming figures. His hand was pressed onto the wound at this side as he attempted to prevent the blood snakes from emerging. Within his eyes, a gleam of clarity suddenly appeared. 6th Demon Sealing Hex. Life-Death Hexing. With that, he waved his finger. 6th Demon Sealing Hex. Life-Death Hexing. The 6th generation demon sealer pointed out with his right index finger, and instantly 2 streams chi poured out, one black and one white. They swirled around each other to form a vortex. That vortex was gray. The gray vortex expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was over 3,000 meters wide and exerted a gravitational force in all directions. The figures that surrounded the area began to let out miserable shrieks. They trembled as their bodies decomposed, and magical symbols appeared all over them. Those magical symbols were also gray, and they glittered as the figures screamed, then looked blankly toward the 6th generation demon sealer, dropped to their knees and bowed in worship. Even the powerful Naga did so. As Meng Hao watched all this, his scalp tingled, and he continued to back up rapidly. However, it was at this point that the 6th generation demon sealer slowly turned his head to look directly at Meng Hao. In that instant, the man's jaw dropped. Meng Hao felt as if his blood were freezing. An intense sensation of deadly crisis appeared, and he suddenly stopped in place and stared back at the 6th generation demon sealer. He had the sudden feeling that if he continued to back up, the man would attack him. Currently, the 6th generation demon sealer seemed to be hesitating, thinking. Time seemed to slow down. More and more black snakes poured out of the man's wound, and they swirled around him, seemingly on the verge of escaping. However, for some reason they also seemed to be locked in one area, unable to leave. After a long moment, the 6th generation demon sealer began to speak. End the League of Demon Sealers in exchange for keeping the spirit of Paramitha asleep, he murmured. Or allow fate to run its course and give hope to the League. He gazed deeply at Meng Hao for a long moment, and then looked down at the sword Meng Hao held. Take this chance to contemplate the matter thoroughly, he said softly, his expression kindly. Then he turned, keeping his hand pressed down onto his wound, and began to walk off into the distance, surrounded by shrieking black blood snakes. The snakes apparently wished to flee from the area surrounding the 6th demon sealer, but were incapable of doing so, and were dragged along with him as he walked off. As for all of the other figures in the area who had been caught up in the life-death hexing, they seemed to have lost all sense of themselves, and slowly began to follow the 6th generation demon sealer. Senior, Meng Hao suddenly cried out. What happened to you? Where are you going? I was defeated in the third mountain and sea tribulation. The sixth-generation demon sealer's voice was archaic and ancient. I am going to search for my final resting place. As for you, in the future you will also face the mountain and sea tribulation. If you are defeated, then we will be waiting for you on the road to that final resting place. Demon Sealers. The League. We are the most powerful in the 9 mountains and seas. We are also the ones who bear the most grief. It is a rough and bumpy road, so take care of yourself. Meng Hao looked at the 6th-generation demon sealer's back as he floated off into the distance. Defeated? He said, staring in shock. Then he suddenly thought back to the words uttered by the 8th-generation demon sealer, which were recorded in the Jade Slip. He had also spoken of transcending the mountain and sea tribulation. What is the mountain and sea tribulation? Meng Hao asked urgently. As he looked at the 6th-generation demon sealer, Meng Hao suddenly had an intense premonition that one day, he could end up just like this. Ancient Tao. Tenacious desire to seal the heavens, benefaction for all in the mountains. Inevitable Tao tribulation of the 9 mountains and seas. Perennial will. Ancient Tao. Study demons of myriad variations. Tread not the path of immortals. Face the tribulation of the 9 mountains and seas. My Tao is eternal. The masses have erred, but my Tao is true. Perennial will. Those same 2 verses. Meng Hao's mind trembled. They were the same words that had been uttered by the 8th-generation demon sealer. What happens in the case of success? Meng Hao asked. The 6th-generation demon sealer was already far off in the distance. But after a long moment, his ancient voice echoed weakly into Meng Hao's ears. With a thought, the 9 mountains came into existence. With a thought, the 9 seas appeared. The 9 mountains and seas returned to the essence. Meng Hao's face was pale. Everything he had seen since leaving the arena was like a dream. It turned out that the half-headed man was actually the 6th-generation demon sealer. If all that happened was that he failed to transcend some tribulation, then what horrifying thing happened to his body? And what were those blood snakes? With a thought, the 9 mountains exist. With a thought, the 9 seas appear. 9 mountains and seas return to the essence. Just what does that mean? 9 mountains and seas. The essence. The League of Demon Sealers. Meng Hao was now panting. Also, how could the 6th-generation demon sealer use the 8th hex? After a long moment, he grew silent and then looked around. Then, doing his best to remember the path the 6th-generation demon sealer had taken to get to this place, he began carefully making his way back. There were far too many dangers lurking in this place, many of which would be fatal to him. All he could do was remain as cautious as possible. The slightest misstep could lead to him perishing. Time passed. The arena matches were over. A pained expression could be seen on Ling Yunzi's face. He really had attached a lot of importance to Meng Hao. He couldn't forget the steadfast expression on his face when he'd retrieved the feng shui compass. He left, along with the other 2 men from the other great Taoist societies. They took the cultivators away from the arenas, the Tao tree, the God corpse, and the ruins of immortality. They returned to the starry sky. Some people went home, others were taken in by the sects as disciples. The 3 great Taoist societies' trial by fire and accompanying arena matches were officially concluded. Zhao Yifan was taken back to the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. When he regained consciousness and heard about what had happened, he balled his hand into a fist and slammed it into the ground. Blood spattered out of his fist, and intense regret could be seen in his eyes, along with determination. In the end, Chun Fan was taken in as a disciple of the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. Fatty went to the Palea Immortal Mausoleum. When his master accompanied him back to planet South Heaven and found out that he had over 100 beloved concubines, he stared in shock and was speechless for a very long moment. Li Shiqi joined the Church of the Blood Orchid. Considering her experience fusing with the Blood Orchid, she was immediately put into the running to become Holy Daughter. Wang Youcai's unsurpassed brutal experience, a madness in which he had destroyed his own eyes, leaving him in a world of darkness, was actually in perfect concordance with the Tao of the moonset lake. After moonset, there is no light whatsoever in heaven and earth. Before light arrives, when there is no moon, everything is covered by darkness. In addition to these four, there were quite a few others from planet South Heaven who participated in the trial by fire and were accepted as disciples into other minor sections. Others returned home in disappointment. Time passed an entire month. During that month, the name Fangmu became well known throughout the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Even cultivators who hadn't been watching the vortex screens heard of the stories. He was not immortal, and yet was as powerful as a stage for Immortal. He took first place in the trial by fire and first place in the arena matches. Because of everything that had happened, Fangmu became a legend. That was especially true when it all ended with him disappearing into the ruins of immortality. Because of that, the legend spread even more widely. Meanwhile, Meng Hao plodded along through the ruins of immortality, his face pale. He sent his divine sense out, but didn't dare to send it too far. During the past month, he had already faced several dangerous situations. On 3 of those occasions, he had almost ended up dead. On more than one occasion, he saw a group of huge floating heads. Each of the heads seemed to be as big as a planet, causing Meng Hao to pant and his mind to spin. He saw an ancient battlefield, filled with countless corpses. Roving amongst the corpses were people who feasted on the rotting flesh around them. He had no idea when the battle had actually taken place, but the corpses still had flesh on them, as if they would never rot away. He saw a huge medicinal plant garden, choked with weeds. However, within the weeds, Meng Hao caught sight of some legendary medicinal plants, the sight of which left him panting. They were plants that Pill Demon had spoken of back when he cultivated the Tao of Alchemy in the Violet Fate sect, plants that were supposed to be extinct. However, within that medicinal plant garden, he saw at least 100 different varieties of such legendary plants. There was something else he saw there that was especially noteworthy. An immortality illumination vine. The only problem was that there were innumerable black beetles in the area, seemingly without end. If he got too close, they would fly up in great clouds, forcing him to flee off into the distance. If he had been even the slightest bit slower, it would surely lead to his death. He saw something the size of a planet, but covered with tentacles. Even the mere sight of it in the distance caused Meng Hao's scalp to grow numb, and he immediately fled. At one point, he saw a right hand that was so huge it looked as big as a galaxy. In addition to these things, he saw innumerable corpses floating about in the ruins of immortality. There were shattered remnants of buildings, vast stretches of land, and even wild beasts whistling through the air. Compared to these vast and mysterious ruins of immortality, Meng Hao himself was tiny and weak. Compared to all of the amazing things he saw, he was nothing. During the month, some of his life force actually vanished. However, his cultivation base was slowly recovering, which gave him some more confidence. Most importantly, the 6th generation Demon Sealer's sword contained some strange power. Anytime he faced some danger, the sword would emanate a bright light, which was one of the main reasons Meng Hao was still alive. When he touched the surface of the sword, he was able to feel the 6th demon sealing hex. However, this hex was a difficult one, and during the month, Meng Hao was unable to gain enlightenment. After walking around for a month, he was unable to find the corpse of the Permitha god. Nor did he ever see the Tao tree. The only way for him to find his path back home was if he found that corpse and that tree. One day, he saw an immortal's cave, floating there in the air. It appeared to be in the midst of a phasing teleportation cycle, occasionally there, occasionally not there. It was covered with cracks, as if countless battles had been fought outside of it. When Meng Hao looked at the cracks, his mind spun, as if there were shocking divine abilities and magical techniques inside of them. In the instant that he caught sight of the immortal's cave, its door opened soundlessly, and a white-robed woman could be seen sitting there. In that moment, it seemed as if everything else disappeared except for the woman, sitting there all alone. Her gaze was tranquil as she looked off into the distance, and also seemed to be filled with an unending loneliness. She seemed to be the type of person who could elicit the worship of all living things, who could cause the ruins of immortality to tremble. She seemed to have lost something that she could never get back, something that only the sad song that had echoed out by the Tao tree could possibly clearly explain. She slowly looked up, and her gaze fell onto Meng Hao. Meng Hao trembled as he realized that this woman was none other than the one who had appeared by the ancient Tao tree, the one who had caused all the other figures to bow in worship. "Henceforth you are 13th in the echelon," she said slowly. Her echoing voice sounded as if it was resonating out from ancient times. 13th in the echelon? Said Meng Hao, gaping at the woman. He had no idea what she was talking about. The woman didn't respond at first. She simply looked at Meng Hao, her expression one of seeming reminiscence, as if she were thinking of something she had once experienced. After a long moment, her cold voice echoed out once again. "In the great 9 mountains and seas, there are only room for 9. There are 1,000 years until the plan can be carried out. The 9 people who break into the ancient realm first can set off on the journey. There are already 7 people ahead of you who have succeeded. The 9th mountain and sea has already fallen behind by quite a bit." With that, she extended her right hand and pointed at Meng Hao. He was incapable of resisting as a sealing mark flew out and settled onto his forehead. The sealing mark glittered with dim light, flashing 13 times before it faded away. The sealing mark caused Meng Hao to tremble, and suddenly, he felt as if an additional stream of qi had appeared inside of him. The qi circulated throughout his entire body, then concealed itself, fading away. "This sealing mark can protect your soul from being destroyed, but only twice," the woman said, her ice-cold voice echoing about. "After that, if your soul is exterminated, then naturally your qualifications will vanish. However, if you eventually enter into the top 9 rankings, then your future potential is limitless. Seize this opportunity." Having finished speaking, the door of the Immortal's cave began to close, and the Immortal cave itself began to fade, as if it were about to vanish. "Senior," he replied, "the opportunity you speak of and this setting off on a journey, what's the destination?" The woman's voice echoed out from within the Immortal's cave. "Outside the great 9 mountains and seas, to the outside world, to find out the true reason that ancient war was fought. There are some who wish to awaken a certain person," the woman murmured. "There are some who wish to bring a certain person back to life. The fault does not lie with us." She seemed to be on the verge of fading away. "Senior, wait a moment," said Meng Hao. He still had the feeling that the sealing mark wasn't a good thing, and that the so-called good fortune was good fortune in word only. Currently, he was left with a sense of extreme danger. "I still don't understand," he continued. "If my soul is exterminated, and my qualifications vanish, then what about the person who kills me? Whoever kills you will acquire the sealing mark. If they can come to me here, then they will be the successor of your qualifications." The Immortal's cave was now approximately 70% vanished, and the woman's voice was faint. Meng Hao's eyes widened, and he anxiously said, "Senior, my father and mother are getting old, and I also have an older sister. I'm waiting for my beloved to return to me. Can I decline to go? I don't really want this sealing mark. You were enlightened regarding Paragon magic, took first place in the arena matches of the 9th mountain and sea, and have the qualifications of a Taoist society. Therefore, you cannot decline to receive my sealing mark. If you do not wish to make the journey, then go out and find someone to exterminate your soul twice." The Immortal's cave was fading away rapidly, and now only 10% remained. "You!" Meng Hao was getting really anxious now. "Senior, I'm stuck here, and can't get out. If I'm 13th in the echelon, is there any way you can get me out of here? If I can't get out, then I might perish. Then you putting me in the echelon would have been completely in vain. Furthermore, this place is simply too dangerous for someone like me." Meng Hao was pretty sure that most of the sects would have no idea what this woman was talking about when she mentioned the echelon. However, the 3 great Taoist societies definitely knew, and while they might not bear him any ill intentions, he didn't like his own life or death to be determined by a mere thought on the part of someone other party. The vanishing of the Immortal's cave paused momentarily, and after a moment of silence that lasted for the space of a few breaths, a crystalline beam of light shot out from inside to land in Meng Hao's hand in the form of a jade slip. That jade slip will teleport you out of here. You can only use it once, and it will take you anywhere that you can mentally recall. After she finished speaking, the Immortal's cave vanished completely. Meng Hao held the jade slip in his hand, and his eyes widened. Then he frowned and touched his forehead. After a moment passed, his eyes began to glitter. Forget about this echelon business for now. Just finally being able to get out of here is good thing. Meng Hao knew that if he only relied on the power of his cultivation base to get out, it would be far too difficult. After taking a deep breath, he hefted the jade slip and was about to use it to teleport out, when suddenly he gave a start. Now that I can leave any time I want. Well, if I left now, it would be a bit of a waste. After thinking about it for a moment, his eyes filled with determination, and he gritted his teeth. I'm gonna give it a shot, he thought. That was Meng Hao's personality. To go out and return empty-handed was a waste. Therefore, he turned and retraced his tracks back to the medicinal plant garden. Rewards come only with risk. After Meng Hao left, the Immortal's cave that had just vanished suddenly reappeared. The white-robed woman also returned, and she watched Meng Hao walking off into the distance, a look of reminiscence on her face. The League of Demon Sealers, she murmured. In that moment, a rare tenderness appeared on her face. Meng Hao proceeded cautiously through the ruins of immortality. In almost any location in this place, it was possible that there were terrifying things lurking about that could destroy him in body and spirit. There were many places that he couldn't avoid no matter how cautious he was. It was fortunate, therefore, that Meng Hao had already traveled this path before and thus didn't attempt to explore any of those locations. Instead, he proceeded slowly and carefully for about half a month until he once again found himself outside the medicinal plant garden, where he stood there and salivated at what he saw. From a distance, the medicinal plant garden seemed like a vast stretch of land overrun with countless weeds. However, amidst the weeds were random medicinal plants, many of which were virtually extinct in the outside world, and which would be called celestial medicinal plants. There were even some locations that had legendary holy medicinal plants. The problem lay in the innumerable, frightening black beetles with razor-sharp mandibles that had occupied the entire garden and posed a threat to everything nearby. That's Reincarnation leaf. And there's a sun blossom. That's arhat grass. Meng Hao was trembling with anticipation. Even from a distance, he was able to recognize these three holy medicinal plants. Any one of them was enough to cause people in the outside world to go crazy. Further in, there were greater quantities of even better holy medicinal plants, but Meng Hao knew how to restrain himself. It would clearly be impossible to get that far in. Not to mention, even though everything in the area of the much closer Reincarnation leaf seemed harmless at the moment, Meng Hao remembered that when he had come here earlier, a step too close had given rise to clouds of black beetles. Reincarnation leaf came from a small violet-colored tree. 9 leaves grew on the tree, and they bore the shape of crescent moons. A unique magical symbol glittered brightly on each of them. Just looking at the tree gave a person the sensation that they were looking at the cycle of reincarnation itself. As for the sun blossoms, they creeped along the ground, tiny orange flowers that looked exactly like suns, glowing with brilliant light. Then there was the arhat grass, which was an ordinary-looking plant that resembled a dandelion. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then narrowed his eyes. Holding the jade slip in his left hand, he gritted his teeth and then slowly caused his aura to weaken. When I came here before, he thought, tens of thousands of beetles appeared when I got within 3,000 meters of the medicinal plant garden. It seems the beetles are sensitive to auras. His aura continued to grow weaker and weaker, until he had suppressed himself to the point that he bore the appearance of a core formation cultivator. A bit more, he thought, still not quite convinced that it was enough. After pushing his aura down even further, it was at the foundation establishment stage. This was the limit of what he could accomplish at the moment. Next, his body flickered as the shape-shifting meat jelly was tossed out. It was just about to begin jabbering when it suddenly looked around and started shaking. Damn it! Damn it! I was only asleep for a bit and why you brought me to a place like this? Heavens! Heavens! This place is way too dangerous. Quiet! Snapped Meng Hao. He quickly retrieved the black feather, gave it to the meat jelly, and then provided a few instructions. After hearing his plan, the meat jelly was shocked and shook its head vigorously. However, after Meng Hao uttered enough threats, the meat jelly put on a long face and agreed to the plan. Meng Hao crept slowly toward the medicinal plant garden. He'd already made the decision that if he couldn't acquire the holy medicinal plants, then he would swallow his regret and teleport out. However, by this point, he had reached the 3,000-meter position that had caught the attention of the countless beetles before. His heart pounded madly as his foot stepped past that point. He stared up ahead, vigilantly preparing for the beetles to appear, yet none did. This method works. Licking his lips, he continued forward until he was at the 1,500-meter mark. Suddenly, dozens of black beetles flew up from within the weeds. Meng Hao's face fell, and he gripped the jade slip tightly. However, he held his ground, gritting his teeth and remaining stock still. The dozens of black beetles all emanated ferocious auras as they flew about. However, after finding nothing, they slowly flew back down to the ground. Beads of sweat rolled down Meng Hao's face. He knew that at this distance, if the black beetles suddenly attacked, he would be in great danger. After a long moment passed, he gritted his teeth and crept forward again. He was now at the 1,000-meter mark, and 1,000 beetles flew up buzzing into the air. Meng Hao was even more nervous than before. The only way I can get close is by suppressing my aura to the point where they think I'm too weak to be a threat. A moment later, the black beetles all flew back down to the ground, and Meng Hao crept forward once again. 600 meters, 300 meters, 150 meters. As soon as he passed the 150-meter mark, his eyes widened, and his throat tightened as everything turned black. Tens of thousands of beetles instantly shot up into the air. In that moment, Meng Hao urgently sent out divine will. Further out, the meat jelly was trembling and cursing inwardly. Gritting its teeth, it used the black feather to suddenly cast out a shocking aura. Immediately, the beetles up ahead of Meng Hao were sent astir. A black sheet of light rose up that was composed of tens of thousands of black beetles, all of whom shot directly up into the sky. The auras cast out by the beetles brushed against Meng Hao, and blood sprayed from his mouth. However, his expression was one of complete determination and utter excitement. His body flickered as he shot down toward the Reincarnation leaf. Without the slightest hesitation, he didn't collect the leaves, but actually tried to wrench the entire tree out of the ground, along with the immortality illumination vine that was at its root. The little violet tree was actually very tough. Unexpectedly, it resisted Meng Hao's efforts to pull it out of the ground. A brutal gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes, and he used all the force he could muster. The power of a stage for Immortal exploded out as he tugged violently on the tree until a boom could be heard, and the tree was pulled up out of the ground. Rich! I've struck it rich! Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement, and his heart pounded with happiness. He turned and sped toward the sun blossoms. Eyes burning with madness, he waved his sleeve to pull them up by the root as well. All of this happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. In the meantime, the meat jelly was hollering and blubbering as it speedily retreated through the sky above, its entire body numb as it looked at the endless black beetles flying toward it. As it shot backward, the illusion created by the black feather fell away. With its aura suddenly weakened, Meng Hao's actions down below were instantly noticed by the black beetles. Such provocation was something they hadn't experienced in years. No one had ever had the gall to try place themselves within the mouth of the tiger. Rumbling could be heard as the beetles performed an about-face and shot toward Meng Hao. They moved with incredible speed, blanketing the area as they closed in. The meat jelly gritted its teeth. It didn't want to follow the plan that Meng Hao had laid out, but it thought about how dangerous the place was and changed its mind. Wailing piteously, it used the black feather to make itself look like a black beetle, which then joined the army of other black beetles in their charge. Such a transformation would be very difficult to pull off without the black beetles noticing, and sure enough, some of the beetles detected the anomalous presence of the meat jelly. Some of them charged toward it madly and began to voraciously bite it. The meat jelly howled, but continued to shoot toward Meng Hao as fast as possible. Meng Hao's face flickered as he looked at the cloud of black beetles closing in on him. Scalp tingling, he used his left hand to press down on the jade slip. Rumbling could be heard, and a bright light began to shine as the power of teleportation exploded out. In that instant, Meng Hao used the star-plucking magic to grab another holy medicinal plant off in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the plant flew through the air to land in his hand. At the same time, the black beetles roared down toward him. The quickest of them all was the meat jelly. When it saw the light of teleportation growing stronger around Meng Hao, it nearly went crazy. It had no desire to be left behind in this place, so it burst forward with all the speed it could muster, latching onto Meng Hao's robe with its mouth and holding on for dear life. The countless black beetles pounced onto Meng Hao, but in that instant, the power of teleportation peaked, and he vanished. Suddenly, the land began to tremble in response to the provocation of the teleportation. In all directions, everything turned black as millions of black beetles flew up into the air, covering the sky. At the same time, the land continued to change violently. Even though the beetles had flown up into the air, the land didn't change color. It was as black as ever. A muffled roar could be heard from the ground, and everything was shaking. Suddenly, it became clear that the land was not land at all, but actually an enormous black beetle. In a scene reminiscent of Patriarch Reliance that year, the land in the area turned out to be resting on the back of an enormous black beetle, snatching food from the tiger's mouth. If Meng Hao did not possess the teleportation jade slip, then even if he had a cultivation base in the ancient realm, it wouldn't have mattered. He would have been killed in body and spirit. In the vast eastern lands on planet South Heaven, snowflakes drifted through the air, and the land was the color of silver. It was winter. In the mountains where the immortal ancient Taoist Rite Temple had once stood, a bright light rose up into the air as an enormous teleportation portal appeared. Rumbling could be heard, and the bright light faded to reveal Meng Hao. As soon as he appeared, he shot forward at top speed. The meat jelly was still latched onto his robe, and there were 7 black beetles following him that had been caught up in the teleportation. The black beetles were streaks of black light that shot murderously toward Meng Hao. He took a deep breath, and, sensing that he was back on planet South Heaven, lifted his head up and laughed. The feeling of narrowly escaping a catastrophe was exhilarating. He turned and faced the 7 black beetles, his eyes flickering coldly. 7? That's nothing. He extended his right hand and unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, the power of a stage 4 immortal. His Dharma idol appeared, throwing a punch that gave rise to a tempest, which then bore down onto the 7 black beetles. Of the 7 black beetles, 5 were similar to false immortals, and 2 were even more powerful, emanating the aura of stage 2 immortals. Back in the ruins of immortality, when the beetles were all grouped together, their collective power was like that of the peak of the immortal realm. It was something completely hair-raising. But now, there were only these 7, and under the power of Meng Hao's punch they were all flung backwards. Their carapaces were crushed, and they were flung violently against the side of a nearby mountain. Despite being injured, they were as vicious as ever. Radiating ferocity, they once again shot toward Meng Hao in a deadly attack. Meng Hao's eyes glittered brightly. My attack just now could have killed a stage 2 immortal with 20 open meridians. But these 7 beetles are as ferocious as ever. No wonder, considering they're from the ruins of immortality. It would be a real waste to kill them. He flickered forward, and as the 7 black beetles closed in, he reached out, grabbed them, and threw them into his bag of holding, where he forcibly sealed them. The 7 black beetles struggled in vain as the sealing marks were laid onto their bodies. Even afterward, they still viewed Meng Hao as an enemy, and although they couldn't escape, they would be difficult for him to control. When I have the time, I'll refine them a bit, Or maybe when I fully understand the sixth demon sealing hex, I can use that to control them. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then headed off into the mountains. The trial by fire ended with an unforeseen occurrence. I really need to get home to see Dad and Mom. They're going to be worried. Meng Hao turned into a beam of light that shot out of the mountains and headed toward the Fong clan. On the way home, Meng Hao saw snowflakes filling the sky and colorful lanterns and streamers decorating the homes he passed. Children played happily, and a feeling of warmth and joy filled the air. Lights burned brightly in all the windows. Is it New Year already? Meng Hao suddenly stopped in midair. He suddenly realized that he missed his family. During the New Year festival, such feelings tend to grow stronger. He was just about to continue onward when he suddenly thought of something. Hey! I got first place in the final arena match, but I never got my prizes. My immortal jades. My immortality illumination vine. My paragon's blood. When he remembered these things, his jaw dropped. When he thought of the value of the immortal jades, how precious the immortality illumination vine was, and how many immortal jades the paragon's blood was worth, his eyes were instantly shot with blood. After a long moment, he clenched his jaw. This won't do. Those things belong to me. I'm definitely going to be heading to the 9th Sea God world. The 3 great Taoist societies had better pay me what they owe. There was nothing he could do about it now, though, so he had no choice but to sigh in frustration and fly back to the Fong clan. It didn't take long before the Fong clan fortress appeared up ahead, decked out with lanterns and colorful banners. The feeling of New Year was heavy in the air. All of a sudden, Meng Hao sensed an aura, not of a true immortal, but perhaps 20 to 30% of that of a true immortal. At the same time, a young woman appeared. She flew out from the Fong clan and hovered in midair, looking at Meng Hao. It was none other than Fong Yu. She had emerged from secluded meditation while Meng Hao was in the trial by fire. Her cultivation base had risen all the way to the peak of Tao seeking. With some guidance from Fong Shufeng, she was now more powerful than a false immortal. She also would travel the path of true immortality, although she would use an immortality illumination vine to do so. When Fong Yu saw Meng Hao, her face lit with happiness. Moments later, Meng Hao's father and mother appeared from behind her, smiles on their faces. Actually, Fong Shufeng had sensed Meng Hao as soon as he had appeared on planet South Heaven. He gazed at Meng Hao with a loving, although somewhat reserved, smile. As for Meng Hao's mother, tears were streaming down her face. The past few months in which they hadn't been certain whether Meng Hao was even alive had left her haggard from grief. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Meng Hao said, smiling. Then he looked at Fong Yu and couldn't help but recall memories from Planet East Victory. This was his big sister who had protected him when he was small. She had a violent personality, which as a youngster had left him awestruck, but there was a warmth between them that came from being family, and Meng Hao could never forget that. Sis, he said cautiously. He actually felt a bit guilty. Before, when they had met for the first time, he had been unaware of who she was, and they had actually battled each other. When you say it like that, it sounds a bit forced, she said with an enigmatic smile. After emerging from secluded meditation and learning that Meng Hao had transcended his tribulation, she was very happy. When the two of them were young, and she was forced to watch as he never grew older, it had filled her heart with pain. It was a feeling she would always remember. Seeing her own little brother in misery was a misery for her as well. His frustration left her feeling unhappy. She would never forget how she had watched him lying in their mother's arms, reverting from 7 years of age back to infancy. Fong Yu had stood there, hands clenched into fists, tears streaming down her face as she watched. She was willing to do anything for her little brother, as long as it would let him be happy and actually grow up. Back when they were both young, she had stood in front of him on countless occasions, unleashing her violent personality onto any clan members who bullied him. Back on that occasion when they first met, outside the Rebirth Cave in the Southern Domain, she had immediately sensed something familiar about him. Then she saw the mark on his hand, and despite her violent personality, had been shaken inwardly, and had barely been able to hold back from crying. In that instant, She recalled all the hardships her parents had endured, and then suddenly feared that Meng Hao might notice something about her. So she had deliberately spoken some confusing and meaningless words to throw him off the trail. From that day forward, she had been looking forward to the day when their whole family would finally be reunited. Of course, there was also the time she ran into him in the ancient demon Immortal sect. At that time, she had an even stronger sense of family. After all, he was her little brother. She couldn't refrain from forcing him to call her Big Sis. Later, some of the other Fang clan members had scorned Meng Hao, which had caused her rage to flare. She had even been worried that Meng Hao wouldn't be able to find a host body, and had given one of the Fang clan's host bodies to him. There had been one moment in the Demon Immortal sect when she had been fighting Ji Xiaoxiao and the other Ji clan chosen. Meng Hao had turned to leave, and in that moment, she was assured that he didn't know who she really was. And yet, seeing him leave like that broke her heart. Then he had stopped and turned back to look at her fighting the Ji clan, and she had smiled. "It's not forced," Meng Hao replied quickly. He smiled. "Sis, you look prettier than ever." "Oh, really?" Fang Yu smiled and began to walk toward him. She lifted her hands up and cracked her knuckles. At the same time, explosive energy surged up, and a brutal aura began to emanate out from her. Meng Hao's face fell, and he began to fall back. Even as he took his first step back, Fang Yu pounced on him like an explosive dragon. "Back then you dared to say I was violent? Well, today I'll show you what violence really is." Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li looked at each other and smiled. Then they turned to watch Meng Hao getting chased and beaten up by Fang Yu. He didn't even dare to fight back against her. Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li sighed emotionally. "It's been so long since our whole family has been together like this." Off in the distance, magical fireworks exploded in the sky. A beautiful new year had arrived. Meng Hao spent an entire wonderful year with his family. The laughter and happiness they shared would exist forever in his heart. Some days after that year ended, Fang Yu left. She did not return to the Fang clan on planet East Victory. Fang Xiufeng made different arrangements. An elder from the Church of the Emperor Immortal came to planet South Heaven to personally take Fang Yu away. Fang Xiufeng had decided long ago that Fang Yu should join the Church of the Emperor Immortal. Her latent talent conformed with their cultivation requirements. Furthermore, in the past, Fang Xiufeng and the current pontifex of the Church of the Emperor Immortal had experienced harrowing adventures together. With the pontifex watching out for Fang Yu, and the threat of Fang Xiufeng himself, it was assured that no one would cause problems for her, despite the fact that Fang Xiufeng couldn't leave South Heaven. Fang Xiufeng was very protective of his daughter, but when it came to his son, his line of thinking was different. Before leaving, Fang Yu hugged Meng Hao tightly, and then gave him a long look. The affection in her eyes caused Meng Hao's heart to fill with a deep reluctance to part ways with her. "Little brother, we'll meet again out in the stars," said Fang Yu, tousling his hair. In this moment, there was nothing violent about her at all. She was just a gentle older sister. Fang Yu bade farewell to her parents, then took a deep breath and followed the respectful elder from the Church of the Emperor Immortal as he stepped into the teleportation portal. Bright light flashed and they vanished. Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li were also reluctant to part with their daughter, especially Meng Li, whose eyes were filled with tears. Being unable to leave planet South Heaven, she was very worried about Fang Yu, and currently clutched Fang Xiufeng's hand tightly. Fang Xiufeng patted his wife gently on the shoulder and watched as his daughter left. His eyes were filled with both sadness and hope. Then he turned to look at Meng Hao. He knew that it wouldn't be long before Meng Hao also left planet South Heaven. "However, your path doesn't lie in becoming a true part of the Fang clan," he said. "I've already arranged for you to join the Immortal Ancient Taoist Rite, although, if you're not happy with that, you don't have to go there. Whatever choice you make, there is one thing that you absolutely must do before anything else. You must first go back to the Fang clan on planet East Victory. I left an immortality illumination vine there for you, so that you can achieve true immortal ascension. Even more importantly, your 2 nirvana fruits are also waiting for you there. Those 2 nirvana fruits belong to you. Now that you've transcended your tribulation, you can assimilate them, and they will help you reach the peak of the immortal realm in a very short period of time. In the future, you must not fall behind the other chosen, but instead, must surpass them. Leave them behind you for all eternity. Next to speak was Mengli. If you have the chance, she said softly, you can go to the 8th mountain and see. That is Mother's home. Meng Hao nodded his head solemnly. He understood the deeper meaning in his father's words, the meaning that was left unspoken. His father wanted him to return to the Fang clan and rise to prominence there. He wanted to make sure everyone knew that Fang Xiufeng's son was no cripple, but rather a blazing sun. Therefore, Meng Hao vowed to himself that not only would he rise to prominence in the Fang clan of Planet East Victory, in the future, he would definitely go to search for his Grandpa Fang and Grandpa Meng. You can leave the lands of South Heaven any time you want, Fang Xiufeng continued. When you're ready, just let me know. I'll arrange for someone from Planet East Victory to come and escort you there. Remember, your path is that of true immortality. On Planet East Victory, you can become a true immortal. Force all the people in the Fang clan to tilt their heads back to look up at you. Make them acknowledge that you are my son. Fang Xiufeng looked deeply at Meng Hao, his son, and his pride in life. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then nodded deeply. A few days later, Meng Hao left the eastern lands. There were a few more matters he needed to attend to, after which he planned to leave planet South Heaven. My path to true immortality is different from that of others, he murmured to himself as he flew through the air. When the immortal meridian inside of me is completely solidified, then I will become a true immortal. I actually gained a lot from the trial by fire in the ruins of immortality, both in terms of the creation of divine abilities and in progress with my immortal meridian. Meng Hao was able to sense when he cultivated via breathing techniques that his immortal meridian was continuing to naturally solidify. However, the process was very slow, and unfortunately, things like the stone steels from the ruins of immortality were things that could only be encountered serendipitously. Back when Master opened the door of immortality, the power that emerged from within the door was probably similar to the power in those stone steels. Both of them can be used to become a true immortal. The fastest way to achieve true immortal ascension is via the door of immortality. Could it really be true that it's now impossible to achieve true immortal ascension here in the lands of South Heaven? Meng Hao sped through the air, lost in thought. He passed over the Milky Way Sea and then reached the southern domain. He flew down into the Violet Fate sect, although nobody noticed him. He stood on a tall mountain, looking out over the sect. The statue of Reverend Violet East was no longer there, but this particular mountain that he stood on was one that Pill Demon had frequented. As he stood there, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He rotated his cultivation base, and the immortal meridian inside of him at full power. The immortal meridian was 80% solid, and shone with glittering light. Dense immortal chi emanated out from Meng Hao, and 80% of the power of a true immortal merged into the surrounding lands. In the blink of an eye, winds began to sweep about, and the lands rumbled and quaked. All of the cultivators in the southern domain trembled inwardly. Soon, it wasn't just the southern domain that was affected. The western desert, the northern reaches, and even the eastern lands were all experiencing bizarre transformations. Gradually, a vortex formed above the mountain peak where Meng Hao sat. However, almost as soon as the vortex appeared, some sort of incredible restraining power exploded out from heaven and earth, destroying the vortex. It faded away, and everything returned to normal. The lands were quiet, and the cultivators of planet South Heaven were left wondering what astonishing event had just occurred. Meng Hao opened his eyes and sat there quietly for a long moment before shaking his head. Sure enough, it didn't work. I can sense the path of true immortality, but am not able to summon the door of immortality. In each of the mountains and seas, immortal destiny will appear on one of the planets every 10,000 years. The rule cannot be broken. What if I used the immortality illumination vine? Eyes glittering, he produced an immortality illumination vine from within his bag of holding, the one he had acquired in the medicinal plant garden in the ruins of immortality. After a bit of muttering, he shook his head. The immortality illumination vine can definitely lead to true immortal ascension. However, it also cuts off the spirit realm and all the advancement made therein. It's a forced breakthrough. The chosen of the other sects build themselves up for years, restrict their cultivation bases until the critical moment, and then use immortality illumination vines to instantly break through. As for me, I'm currently at 80% of the power of a true immortal. If I used the immortality illumination vine to break through, I would become a true immortal, but I would be stuck at 80%. That 80% would then become my 100%. Apparently, my path of true immortality really can't be tread here on planet South Heaven. Perhaps going to planet East Victory, like my father said, is really the best choice. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he gave up on the thought of using a vine to make his breakthrough. And then he took a deep breath and turned to leave. No one detected his arrival or his departure from the Violet Fate sect. He next went to the Blood Demon sect, where he stood outside of Patriarch Blood Demon's Immortal's cave. The only thing he could sense was an aura of death. There didn't seem to be even the slightest bit of life force inside. Patriarch Blood Demon did not emerge. After standing there quietly for a long time, Meng Hao went to Blood Prince Gorge. It was maintained by Blood Demon sect disciples on a daily basis, who kept the entire valley neat and clean. Meng Hao looked at the log cabin and all the other familiar sights in the valley, and suddenly he seemed to go into a bit of a trance. He saw the outline of a woman, smiling sweetly at him. Su Qing, he murmured. He would never forget the agreement that he and Su Qing had made. Wait for me. I will find you. A warm look could be seen on his face as he recalled the times he had spent with Su Qing in Blood Prince Gorge. After a while, he left the valley and walked over to the place where he and Su Qing had held their wedding. A few days later, Meng Hao left. This would be the final time he visited these places, where memories of Su Qing abounded, before leaving planet South Heaven. After visiting the Blood Demon sect, he traveled about in the southern domain. He stopped outside the Song clan and swept it with divine sense. He could see Patriarch Song, who was incapable of detecting Meng Hao's presence. Meng Hao also saw a familiar woman, Xianxia. She sat there cross-legged, meditating. Although she was beautiful, it was possible to see the signs of aging on her. She didn't go to the trial by fire to join a sect among the stars. Does she really want to stay behind on planet South Heaven? Images from the past flitted through Meng Hao's mind. After a long moment, he turned and left, leaving Xianxia undisturbed. He went to the Rebirth Cave, walking through the pressure that had been so difficult to deal with all those years ago. Back then, it had been difficult to take each step, but now it was as easy as walking down a paved road. The surrounding cultivators in the region of the Rebirth Cave looked at Meng Hao casually walking toward the Rebirth Cave itself, and their faces flickered with astonishment. Who is that? He's actually walking right into the depths of the Rebirth Cave region. The pressure here is difficult even for spirit-severing experts. Why does he look so familiar? As he neared the Rebirth Cave itself, more people saw him, and all of them were astonished. He calmly proceeded deeper into the region, and was soon near the cave mouth itself. About 1,500 meters from the cave, he saw two old men with spirit-severing cultivation bases. They sat there cross-legged, resisting the pressure and staring at each other as if they had some enmity between the two of them. Their life forces burned low, and they clearly hoped to find some good fortune within the Rebirth Cave. As soon as Meng Hao approached, the two stared at him in shock. "Who are you?" one of them growled. Then Meng Hao simply walked past them. This left them in complete shock, and they watched wide-eyed as Meng Hao casually walked past the 1,500-meter mark and then entered the cave itself. Panting, they exchanged glances, and could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. He looks familiar. Hey, that was Meng Hao. Heavens, he's the Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect. He sealed the Tao-seeking experts from the Northern Reaches and turned 100,000 Northern Reaches cultivators into felon citizens. That was Meng Hao. When the two old men realized it was Meng Hao, their minds filled with a roaring like that of thunder. Meng Hao calmly walked into the rugged interior of the Rebirth Cave. He saw bones lying about, which grew fewer the further he went into the cave. He stood in the spot where he had died, and as he looked down, his heart twinged in pain. He thought of Su Qing. She had used her own life force to keep him going, and then, in order to resurrect him, had ended up being imprisoned in a restricted area in her own sect. Everything that had happened after that flitted through Meng Hao's mind. After a long moment, he sighed. He then walked further into the depths of the rebirth cave, but saw nothing there. There was no immortal's corpse like the one that had fallen from the sky all those years ago, nor were there any other bizarre beings. There was a strange power that he could sense, but other than that, there was nothing. Rebirth Cave. Rebirth Cave. Yes, it was here that I actually experienced a rebirth. Meng Hao shook his head and was about to leave, when all of a sudden he stopped in place and turned his head to look toward the very end of the rebirth cave. The cave wall there appeared to be normal, but moments ago, he had sensed a strange aura emanating out from that very spot. He walked over and examined the area carefully, after which his eyes suddenly went wide, and an expression of astonishment and disbelief filled his face. He had just seen a door in the cave wall. A closed door. He took a deep breath and looked closer, but saw nothing. However, he was very certain that moments ago he had not been mistaken in what he saw. Now this is the kind of mystery that makes the rebirth cave worthy of its name, he thought. He stood there looking at the cave wall for a long time, before finally turning and leaving. He was very curious, but after his experiences in the ruins of immortality, he well knew that there were many great secrets in the world. Secrets that the level of his cultivation base did not allow him to understand. When he walked out of the rebirth cave, the two old men were still sitting there cross-legged. When they saw Meng Hao, they began to pant, and immediately got to their knees to kowtow. Greetings, Blood Prince Meng. Greetings, Your Excellency Meng Hao. Meng Hao stopped, nodded to the two men, and then prepared to leave. One of the old men, whose life force was very dim, hesitated for a moment and then asked, Your Excellency Meng Hao, what exactly is inside the rebirth cave? Meng Hao didn't respond at first. After a moment passed, he said, Hope. Then he left. The two old men's spirits lifted. Sighing, they settled back down cross-legged, hope surging in their hearts. According to the legends, the exalted Meng Hao actually experienced rebirth inside of the rebirth cave. He said hope exists in there, so maybe we do have hope. They glanced at each other, and their eyes shone brightly. After leaving the region of the rebirth cave, Meng Hao flew up into the air and looked around emotionally. Finally, his gaze came to rest on the ancient Temple of Doom. After a moment of silence, he shot in that direction. It only took a moment for him to appear in midair above the ancient Temple of Doom. He looked at the Grand Temple and thought about Chu Yuyan, and the gorge they had spent time in, and the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. Now that I think about it, this temple protected me from the heavenly tribulation that year. He floated down from midair to stand directly in front of the archaic and dilapidated ancient Temple of Doom. Stone steps led up to the temple itself, and numerous deity statues could be seen within, statues that bore the appearance of immortal divinities, solemn and grand. There were quite a few cultivators congregated outside of the temple. This was one of the three most mysterious locations in all of the southern domain, and was the least dangerous of all, which attracted cultivators who wanted to try to acquire some of the good fortune inside. Meng Hao's arrival was noticed by a few of the cultivators, but no one paid very close attention to him. Meng Hao looked at the temple for a moment, then walked forward. Not too far behind him was a cultivator who was observing the temple, but didn't dare to get very close. When he saw Meng Hao walking closer to the temple, he called out in a sincere voice, Fellow Taoist, you can't get too close to the ancient Temple of Doom. It's very dangerous. It wasn't just this man who noticed Meng Hao now. Many of the surrounding southern domain cultivators saw him approaching the temple. Quite a few looked on with cold sneers, or even open ridicule as they waited for something exciting to unfold. This temple is something that the average person can't get close to. Our location here outside of the perimeter is the closest one can get. With the exception of some of the patriarchs, Anyone who gets any closer is dead for sure. That guy doesn't look very familiar. What sect is he from? As the crowd discussed what was happening, Meng Hao reached the staircase and then began to climb up one step at a time. The other cultivators looked on with wide eyes, panting. Expressions of disbelief and astonishment could be seen. He's actually going up the stairs. What cultivation base does he have? This is impossible. How come? He looks somewhat familiar? As the cultivators looked on in shock, Meng Hao finished climbing the stairs and now stood directly in front of the towering temple. The doors had long since been broken completely open, and as Meng Hao stood there, he could clearly see all of the deity statues inside. Each and every one depicted a powerful expert from the ancient Doom clan. They fought with Jitian, murmured Meng Hao, and were defeated. Before their clan was exterminated, they built this temple, the will of which shall eternally resist the heavens of Ji. As he stood there, he felt as if he were looking at a former mighty clan, displaying all the brilliance of their long history. After a long moment passed, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to the temple. The entire ancient temple of Doom trembled in response to his show of respect. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and all of the cultivators further out felt their minds trembling and backed up in astonishment. That astonishment came from the fact that they were witnessing Meng Hao bowing to the temple, and in response, more than half of the statues inside the temple bowed in return, as if they had come to life. Furthermore, a brilliant light rose up from the temple, which spread out in all directions to cover everything. Heavens! What's going on? How can this be happening? The statues in the ancient temple of Doom, they're actually alive. Who is that cultivator? Can it really be that the temple cannot bear to accept his show of respect without returning the salute? Even as the crowds were in an uproar, Meng Hao looked up and saw that roughly 60% of the statues were bowing to him. The other 40% were looking at him with faint smiles. At the very back of the temple stood 3 majestic statues who remained completely unmoving. However, they looked at Meng Hao without any ill will whatsoever. That's His Excellency Meng Hao. It's Meng Hao. That's Blood Prince Meng Hao. As more and more people recognized him, a buzz of conversation instantly rose up. As Meng Hao looked into the temple, he gradually became aware of numerous ancient voices murmuring in his ears. The voices were obscure, but they seemed to contain anticipation, hope that one day they would be able to leave the temple and carry out a slaughter in the heavens. After a long moment, Meng Hao bowed again, then turned to leave. As he flew into the air, the light shining up from the ancient temple of Doom slowly faded, and the temple returned to its original condition. After leaving the ancient temple of Doom, Meng Hao did not depart from the lands of the southern domain, but instead headed toward the ancient Dao lakes. I wonder if Lu Bai and those others are still trapped under there, he thought. He proceeded onward, passing the various locations where he had experienced such dangerous situations that year, and eventually came to a stop above the enormous Dao lake in the middle of the region. As he hovered there in midair, looking at the lake, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Were he to pick one place in the southern domain that was the most dangerous place of all, the ancient Dao lakes would definitely be his choice. That was especially true due to the third level of the trial by fire therein. When Meng Hao thought back to that incident, he was still unsure as to whether or not he could succeed if he went back. But then his eyes glittered, and he patted his bag of holding to produce a white crystal that emanated pulsing coldness. The coldness seemed faint, but according to Meng Hao's speculations, there was something about this object that was completely extraordinary. This item was the crystal he had acquired from the feng shui compass in the warrior pavilion in the ruins of immortality. The essence of divine flame. A gleam of curiosity appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. He still remembered the enormous flame seed inside the third level. The incredible intensity of that fire had been beyond his imagination. Because of the level of his cultivation base that year, Meng Hao didn't understand what the term essence meant. Even now, he still didn't fully understand, he only had a vague idea. Even with this white crystal, it will be difficult to pass the test in that level. I only want a little bit of that flame, but what can I take it away in? After a moment of silent thought, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a bronze oil lamp whose flame had long since been extinguished. As he gazed at the lamp, his eyes glittered. Once I leave planet South Heaven, it's impossible to say when I'll return. I'll definitely be facing all sorts of peril. If I can take some of that flame essence with me, it can serve as a trump card for me in dangerous situations. I'm not sure if I can succeed, but I have to try. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then flew down to the surface of the Dao Lake, which he then sank down into. In the blink of an eye, he was at the bottom of the lake. There was no entrance visible. Everything looked completely ordinary. However, considering that he had 80% of the power of a true immortal, when Meng Hao looked at the lake bottom, he saw a huge teleportation portal. His body flickered as he moved to stand within the portal, and yet nothing happened. As he stood there, he transmitted a message with divine will. "O senior member of the people who guard the world beneath the lake, I have returned to once again challenge the third level." In response to his divine will, the lake began to churn. After a moment, the teleportation portal rotated into operation, and brilliant light swallowed Meng Hao up. A moment later, Meng Hao could see again, and he was underground. He was surrounded by numerous mountains formed from magical items and countless beasts of different colors. There was an enormous door, before which lay a golden beast. All of a sudden, the beast turned to look at Meng Hao. "You wish to challenge the third level?" The echoing voice had been very intimidating the first time Meng Hao had come here, but now he simply looked out calmly over the first level. At the moment, he couldn't see any of the other people he had come here with that year. "There's no need to look for those people," the voice continued. "With the exception of Lu Bai, all of them have long since perished. Are you certain that you wish to challenge the third level?" asked the golden beast, its voice rumbling out like thunder. All of the other beasts in the area looked at Meng Hao, their eyes radiating ferocity. Meng Hao took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, I wish to make the challenge." The last time Meng Hao attempted the third level, and also the last time he saw Lu Bai, was in chapter 731. The golden beast looked deeply at Meng Hao, then threw its head back and roared. Instantly, all of the other beasts in the first level parted, creating a path for Meng Hao to follow to the huge door. Meng Hao proceeded forward, passing through the animals, his gaze fixed on the door. Suddenly, an enormous beast off to the right who possessed a spirit-severing aura roared and pounced toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was normal, and he didn't even look at the beast. He simply raised his right hand and made a grasping motion toward its forehead. When compared in size to the enormous beast, Meng Hao's hand was minuscule. However, he viciously grabbed onto the beast's head, instantly causing it to begin to howl miserably. In response, the surrounding beasts leapt angrily to their feet. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he continued to walk forward. He did not loosen his right hand, but instead dragged the enormous beast along with him as he walked. The golden beast lying beneath the huge door looked on with wide eyes. However, it did nothing to interfere. It allowed Meng Hao to approach the door, where he finally released the beast from his hand, then looked at the golden-colored beast and nodded. Then he stepped through the door. When he reappeared, he was on the second level, where he saw the same ancient, white-colored overseer beast that he had seen the last time. He also saw Lu Bai, sitting cross-legged in meditation, just a single pace away from the final level. The stubble of a beard could be seen on Lu Bai's face, and his clothing was in tatters. However, his face shone with a brilliant light, and as soon as Meng Hao appeared, he glanced over. A look of shock appeared on his face. Meng Hao stood down below and looked up at the ancient beast. "Senior, I would like to attempt the third level." The beast looked down at Meng Hao and, after a long moment passed, nodded its head. Meng Hao immediately flew up to the peak of the level. The beast's pupils constricted, and a look of concentration appeared on its face. "You've changed," said the beast. "You're far more powerful than the last time we met. However, I would like to give you a bit of advice. Considering the level of your cultivation base, you will not be able to pass this third level. Considering how you passed the second level last time, You were given a chance to experience the third level for a moment, which is how you escape death. This time, if you fail, you will likely have no chance to leave the level and will perish inside. The test of the third level is to completely absorb the essence of divine flame into your body. Meng Hao looked back silently at the overseer, but his eyes gleamed with determination. He nodded. The beast thought for a moment, but did nothing more to block Meng Hao's way. It waved its hand, and an enormous vortex appeared, within which could be seen the flicker of flames. This sea of flames was none other than the entrance to the third level. Meng Hao was just about to step in when Lu Bai couldn't hold back from calling out, "Meng Hao, how are things outside?" He had been privy to the Northern Reaches invasion plans, and as such, he knew that the southern domain should have been occupied. However, now he saw Meng Hao with a cultivation base even more terrifying than before. He himself had performed his third severing, and had successfully stepped into Dao-seeking. However, with his early Dao-seeking cultivation base, he was unable to clearly see Meng Hao's cultivation base. He had a very bad feeling, a feeling that caused his face to go pale. Meng Hao stopped in place and looked back at Lu Bai silently for a moment before replying. The Northern Reaches invasion failed. Most of your Dao-seeking experts were killed. Impossible, replied Lu Bai, his voice hoarse. The Grand Elder, the High Priest, and all the others aren't just at peak Dao-seeking. Some of them are comparable to false immortals. Plus, they have powerful magical items. Even a false immortal who went up against the Northern Reaches would perish. How could they all be dead? The Northern Reaches has vast resources. How could an army of 1,000,000 cultivators suffer a defeat like that? Meng Hao's voice was calm as he responded. The Grand Elder you speak of, as well as the High Priest, and a few of the other strongest Dao-seeking experts are all suppressed under a mountain called Sin of the North. Their cultivation bases are being used to replenish the spiritual energy in the lands of the southern domain. As for the army you speak of, most of those 1,000,000 cultivators died. The surviving 100,000 or so had their cultivation bases severed and were turned into felon citizens. For generations to come, the bloodlines of the Northern Reaches cultivators will never produce nascent soul cultivators. And then there's you. If you get out of this place, you can go to Sin of the North to bear witness yourself. If, from this day forward, you agree to practice cultivation peacefully, then I won't kill you where you stand. However, if you cause any problems, there are people in the outside world who will slaughter you. With that, he ignored Lu Bai and stepped into the vortex. Lu Bai's face was pale white, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. From the way Meng Hao spoke, he could tell that his words were not false. Everything he had said was true. He was silent for a moment, and then began to chuckle bitterly. He thought of his friends from home, his master, his patriarch. He had never imagined that while he was stuck in this place, the entire world outside would be turned upside down. In the moment that Meng Hao stepped into the vortex, he felt as if he were passing through a boundless sea of flames. At the same time, a terrifying roaring could be heard. The roaring became very clear as soon as Meng Hao stepped fully into the world of the third level. In front of him was no sea of flames, but rather a blood-colored field. The lands were also filled with white grass. A total of 990,000 pagodas could be seen circling out in all directions, in the middle of which was a black city. The city was overgrown with the white grass, and a flame spark hovered in midair above it. The flame seemed as if it would burn for all eternity, and cast brilliant, flickering light throughout the entire world. Then, the same voice Meng Hao had heard the previous time he had been here echoed out. "Dao Feng, you must die. You killed me, Dao Feng, and if I'm reincarnated, I'll definitely kill you. The immortal world is doomed to experience tribulation. The immortal lands will grow old, and the immortals will perish. But I refuse to give in. I know the truth. No matter how long you suppress me, I won't admit defeat. Damned monkey. If I can get free, I'll have your hide. If I'm transmigrated, I will slaughter myself out of this place. If my transmigration fails, I will fall into oblivion like all other living things, with virtually no hope of reawakening even after countless cycles of reincarnation. Therefore I will leave a dermic decree for this place. My decree contains the essence of my Tao flame, the last vestige of me, Huiyanzi. I hope that countless years later, that vestige will still exist. The voice was like a sharp sword, stabbing into his mind. His head spun, and he felt as if his body were about to collapse into pieces. However, this time not only had Meng Hao come prepared, but also his cultivation base was far different than before. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, the only thing that happened was that he bled from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His body did not begin to fall apart like last time. As the sound echoed out, Meng Hao looked at the enormous essence of divine flame up ahead. The essence suddenly burst with power that rumbled out through the entire world. Originally, there had been no flames here, but now, everything burst out with fire. The land, the sky, everything turned into flames. In the blink of an eye, the whole world was aflame. The flames were shocking, and Meng Hao felt a sense of deadly crisis as soon as they spread out. These flames were definitely powerful enough to kill him. In the moment of crisis, Meng Hao unhesitatingly produced the white crystal from his bag of holding. As soon as he grabbed a hold of it, icy coldness spread out to cover his body, blocking the flames. When that happened, Meng Hao sighed in relief. The whole reason he had dared to come to this place was because of the crystal. However, he had only been 80% sure that it would be successful, and had thus hesitated. However, now that he saw that the crystal was indeed effective, Meng Hao's eyes glittered brightly. He looked up at the essence of divine flame and smiled in anticipation. The huge flame spark hovered in midair, spewing out a sea of flames, as if it were the source of all flames. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Then, hefting the crystal, he began to slowly move forward. The flames around him raged ferociously, battering against him in waves. The power of the fire was shockingly intense, and he knew that if even the tiniest ember from those flames touched him, even his eternal stratum would only keep him alive for a short time before he was completely destroyed. Time passed, and Meng Hao continued to get closer and closer to the enormous essence of divine flame. After a while, he came to a stop a few thousand meters away from the flame. He found it very difficult to progress further, not because the crystal was incapable of absorbing any more of the flame's power, but because he was physically unable to approach any further even by employing his cultivation base at its maximum power. The pressure in the area was just too intense. If he didn't have the crystal, at most, he could reach a point around 10,000 meters away from the flame. Meng Hao took a deep breath and looked around at the sea of flames. By this point, he could see images within the flames, including beasts, magical items, and types of vegetation. Each image was intensely powerful, something that would shock even someone at the peak of the immortal realm. The closer he got to the essence of divine flame, the more terrifying the flame spirits became. I don't want to take away the entire essence of divine flame, he thought. I just want a bit of fire to use as a trump card in the future. He cautiously sent his divine sense out, opened a gap in the protective shield created by the crystal, and pulled in a flame spirit that looked like a butterfly. Once it was inside, he backed up at top speed, and used all the power of his cultivation base to use the power of the crystal to envelop the flame butterfly. After backing up some distance, the power of the flame seed decreased a bit, and Meng Hao stopped. Panting, he looked at the butterfly fluttering around within the power of the crystal. Then, he carefully sent a stream of divine sense toward the flame butterfly. As soon as it made contact, his divine sense ignited into flame, and he instantly severed the connection. Determination appeared in his eyes as he produced the ancient bronze lamp from his bag of holding. Exercising the utmost caution, he extended it toward the flame butterfly. If this works, then I'll have an excellent trump card to use in the future. If I fail, well, I won't have lost out on anything. Gritting his teeth, he touched the bronze lamp to the flame butterfly. In that instant, the bronze lamp suddenly flickered. The flame butterfly landed on the lamp's wick, and a puffing sound could be heard as the flame blazed to life. It only burned for a moment, and then went dark. However, there was now a glimmering spark inside the lamp. Meng Hao excitedly attempted to put the lamp back into his bag of holding, and was successful. Then he pulled it back out and blew on it. Instantly, a sea of flames erupted out, and Meng Hao held his breath. A moment later, the flames died out, and only a spark remained in the lamp. "Success," he said, laughing loudly. Licking his lips, he thought about trying to collect some more flame. But then he looked at the essence of divine flame floating there in midair and considered the bizarre nature of the place. In the end, he decided that it wasn't wise to act rashly. Reining in his greed, he backed up a bit and then put the crystal away. He allowed the flames to burn him a bit, then, eyes glittering, stepped into the exit and vanished. In the moment that he vanished, a vertical eye suddenly appeared within the essence of divine flame. It stared coldly at Meng Hao as he faded away, and then, after a moment, a long sigh could be heard. After all these years, he is the first person to succeed. He will definitely be back. As soon as the old white-colored beast saw Meng Hao appear back in the second level, he looked a bit surprised. "Considering your cultivation base, you were doomed to fail," he said, his voice echoing about. "And yet, you didn't perish in there." He looked deeply at Meng Hao, and when he noticed his tattered, charred clothing, his suspicions mostly vanished. Meng Hao smiled wryly and shook his head, then took a deep breath. "Senior, I was crude and rash. I thought that my cultivation base was different, and that I could give it a try. I never thought that, as you mentioned, I would fail. Thankfully, I didn't get too close. Otherwise I would have ended up dead and buried in there." The old beast nodded, and Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed. The old beast did nothing to prevent Meng Hao from vanishing into the exit portal. As for Lu Bai, he silently watched Meng Hao leave. In a certain region outside the ancient Dao lakes, glittering light rose up as Meng Hao was teleported out of the underground world. His expression was one of excitement as he patted his bag of holding and took a deep breath. "That fire spirit from the 3,000-meter region is a trump card I can use if I ever run into a dangerous situation involving someone at the peak of the immortal realm. Unfortunately, the fire isn't eternal. I wonder how many times I'll be able to use it. Not many, I'm sure." With that, Meng Hao vanished. Meng Hao appeared in many places throughout the southern domain over the following days. He went to many familiar places, including the Blacklands, where he visited many old friends. The western desert was still, for the most part, covered by the Violet Sea, and was lifeless. After bidding farewell to his friends in the Blacklands, he went to the place where he'd once encountered the being who had fought with the heavens of Ji. When he got there was no trace of anyone present at all. After that, he went to the Milky Way Sea, where everything was still and silent, a sharp contrast to how it had once been. It was in the inner ring was where he had seen the ancient ship to which he felt so much gratitude, the same ancient ship he had also seen in the ruins of immortality. After circling about the Milky Way Sea, he went back to the eastern lands. Finally, he let out a long sigh as he realized that it really was time to depart. Fatty is now in the Paleo-Immortal Mausoleum. Elder brother Chen Fan went to the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, and Wang Yukai joined Moonset Lake. Even all those chosen I know from the Ji clan have left to go to the 9th mountain. These were all things Meng Hao had recently been told by his father. All of the chosen that he had known from the southern domain were either dead, gone, or far beneath him in terms of power. Most did not even qualify to meet his gaze. "It's really time to leave," Meng Hao thought with a sigh. He was now walking through the eastern lands, past mountains and through plains, making sure that his memories of the lands of South Heaven were firmly implanted in his mind. One day, he found himself on the shore of a mighty river in the eastern lands, where he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had sensed a familiar aura, although it was incredibly faint. If he hadn't been walking through this area, he would never have noticed it. This aura. He looked at the river in front of him, which was considered the main river in the eastern lands. It divided the subcontinent in half and actually flowed out from the Milky Way Sea. The strangest thing was that this aura was not just familiar, it was incredibly familiar. It was his own aura. Muttering to himself, Meng Hao followed the traces of the aura until he found himself on a remote shore of the river. There were no people anywhere nearby, and evidence of wild animals could be seen. At a certain point, he suddenly caught sight of an object on a shallow bank nearby that instantly caused him to stop in place and stare with wide eyes. Time seemed to suddenly come to a standstill, and the world seemed to cease its rotation. Everything else in front of Meng Hao vanished, except for that one item, floating there in the water. It seemed as if it were something eternal, and quickly became the only thing he could see. It was a bottle gourd. It was stuck between two rocks, battered by the elements, having soaked in the river water for countless years. It was thoroughly dilapidated and apparently on the verge of rotting to pieces completely. It floated there quietly, as if it were waiting for someone to come along and pick it up. Perhaps, were it not for the two rocks that kept it stuck in place, the bottle gourd would have floated away long ago. Perhaps, it would have made it to the Great Tang. Meng Hao began to tremble. The bottle gourd looked ordinary, but it was something he would never be able to forget. Back when he was a young scholar, he had yet again failed in the imperial examinations, then stood atop Mount Daqing, where he wrote something on a slip of paper, stuck it in a bottle gourd, and threw it into the river at the bottom of the mountain. That river had been said to flow all the way to the eastern lands, but Meng Hao had long since learned that it connected not to the eastern lands, but to the Milky Way Sea. It was as if, over the years, there were some power that had guided the bottle gourd across the Milky Way Sea and all the way to the eastern lands, where it got stuck in this river. Meng Hao stared at the bottle gourd with its familiar aura. He had never imagined that one day he would once again see this bottle gourd. He had assumed that it had long since sunk to the bottom of the river or the sea, or had been picked up by someone. I threw this bottle into the river before I began to practice cultivation. Now, just when I'm about to leave, I've run into it again. He walked quietly over to the bottle gourd, then bent down to pick it up. It was rotting, and as he held it in his hand, he felt as if he didn't even need to expend any effort to break it open. But how? Could it possibly still be around after hundreds of years? It's just an ordinary bottle gourd. It should have vanished long ago. After looking at it for a long moment, he uncorked the gourd. Inside it was slightly damp, but there was no water. Meng Hao turned it upside down, and a rolled-up strip of paper fell out. When he saw the paper, an emotional expression of reminiscence appeared on his face. He thought back to the youthful version of himself, standing there on Mount Daqing, and the bellowing rage he had flown into after each time he failed the imperial examinations. He also thought about his life in Xianxia County and all the things that had happened there. He gingerly uncurled the strip of paper. Although the words were somewhat blurry, he was able to vaguely make out the grand aspiration that he had written down that year. He looked at the piece of paper, and as he smiled, it seemed as if the bottle gourd no longer bore the weight of his desire, and it transformed into ash. The strip of paper also gradually disintegrated into tiny pieces that drifted through his fingers and vanished with the wind. Meng Hao then felt that familiar aura fade away. He stood there quietly for a moment, saying nothing. Finally, he closed his eyes. Time passed. One day after another went by, until an entire week passed. The river water flowed. The sun and moon rose and set. Birds and beasts scampered to and fro along the river bank. 7 days later, Meng Hao opened his eyes, and they shone with enlightenment. "There is a mysterious power in the world," he murmured, "and that power is desire. That ordinary bottle gourd was able to survive down to this day because it was sustained from within by my desire. As a cultivator, the desire that I had back then has grown stronger even as I have grown stronger, however far away the realization of it was. It was my own familiar aura which helped that bottle gourd to survive all these years. After picking it up, the desire that had coalesced in the bottle gourd and the piece of paper vanished and returned into my hand. That is why it disappeared into heaven and earth." It's similar to what Xianxia from the Burning Incense Stick Society said during our arena match. Burning incense coalesces the desires of all living things, and the cultivation of that desire is burning incense. I never imagined that I would be enlightened here regarding the power of burning incense. After a moment he looked down at his hand, which he then waved. Time seemed to move in reverse, as the drifting pieces of ash from 7 days before suddenly reappeared. They transformed into a piece of paper, as well as the bottle gourd which had vanished. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he once again placed the strip of paper into the bottle gourd and tossed it into the river. As the water flowed, the bottle gourd bobbed up and down, drifting off into the distance. I still haven't achieved what I desire, so how could I let that bottle gourd disappear? Perhaps years from now, someone will find my bottle gourd and open it up to reveal my desire and my aura. As he watched the bottle gourd disappear into the distance, a faint smile broke out on his face. It's time to leave, he said. Taking a deep breath, he turned and, his expression one of determination, strode off into the distance. Eventually, he appeared up in the sky, where he became a beam of light that disappeared off into the distance. 1 day later, in the Fang clan of the Eastern Lands, a huge teleportation portal had been set up in a rear courtyard. Glittering light rose up from the portal, next to which stood Meng Hao, his parents, and another middle-aged man. The middle-aged man acted extremely respectfully toward Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li, and when he looked at Meng Hao, an emotional and loving expression could be seen. "Hao," said Fang Xiufeng, "this is your 19th uncle. He's my younger cousin and a member of our bloodline." Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed deeply. 19th uncle laughed heartily and quickly straightened Meng Hao up from his bow. His expression of fondness only continued to grow deeper. "You're a good kid," he said. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. When we get back to the clan, I hope that you can help me take care of my own son. He loafs around all day and is always a big headache." The Fang clan is on planet East Victory, which is far away from planet South Heaven, said Fang Xiufeng, looking at Meng Hao with a serious expression. "With your cultivation base, you can't travel directly through the stars. You will need 2 teleportation portals to get there. Your 19th uncle has come here personally to escort you along the way." Meng Li stood next to Fang Xiufeng, clearly reluctant to part from Meng Hao. However, she knew that Meng Hao's path lay among the stars, not on planet South Heaven. All she could do was start straightening up his luggage. Although he had a bag of holding, she had personally sewn some luggage for him. She straightened up his clothing, then looked over her son, tears welling up in her eyes. "Mom," he said softly, "don't worry, I'll be fine." "I can't leave planet South Heaven," said Fang Xiufeng. "If you face any dangers out there, I can't protect you. This crocodile can temporarily act as your Tao protector, but in the end, you must watch out for yourself." He waved his hand, causing the crocodile to emerge and obediently shrink down and descend onto Meng Hao's palm, then scurry up into his sleeve. Fang Xiufeng continued quietly, "If you perish, Father will get revenge for you." Meng Hao and 19th uncle stood in the teleportation portal. Soft light glittered out as Meng Hao looked at his parents standing outside of the portal. Suddenly, his eyes felt moist, and he dropped to his knees to kowtow 3 times to his parents. "Dad, Mom, I'm leaving now. You don't need to miss me or worry about me. I'll come back to visit often." Rumble. The light from the teleportation portal rose up into the air. In the moment before he vanished completely, Meng Hao waved at his parents. Meng Li couldn't hold the tears back any longer as she watched Meng Hao disappear. Her heart filled with worry, and in that brief moment she grew older. Fang Xiufeng seemed strong on the outside, but even his eyes grew blurry. "The kids have grown up. We have to let them fly on their own." The scintillating lights on planet South Heaven lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn before fading completely away. Out in the starry sky was an asteroid field that seemed to be eternally drifting among the stars. The largest of the asteroids were tens of thousands of meters wide, the smallest were dozens. From a distance, the asteroid field almost looked like a river of stars floating through space. This portion of space was actually not completely black. Occasional dots of sparkling light glittered to and fro. At first glance, the starry sky seemed without end. But in fact, it was not so. It also seemed to pulse with life. The asteroid field was filled with many large asteroids that were apparently surrounded by shocking power, almost like shields. One of those asteroids was tens of thousands of meters wide and emanated glittering light. It was possible to see numerous teleportation portals carved into its surface, over 1,000 of them packed tightly together. One of those teleportation portals was currently emanating dazzling light, and the figures of Meng Hao and 19th Uncle slowly became visible. "Hower," 19th Uncle said with a smile. "There is a vast distance between Planet South Heaven and Planet East Victory. It would be difficult to teleport there directly. That's why we need to transfer teleportation portals here." When he looked at Meng Hao, the emotion and love in his gaze was apparent. He was very pleased that his older cousin's son had successfully transcended his tribulation and was finally able to return to the clan. When he thought of the steep price Fang Xiufeng had paid over the years, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "You can take a look around," 19th Uncle continued. "This asteroid belongs to the Fang clan, so we're in no danger. I need some time to make some adjustments to the teleportation portal. The way it is now, your body probably couldn't handle it. I need about enough time for an incense stick to burn." With that, he began to make adjustments to the teleportation portal. Meng Hao nodded in response, then stepped out of the teleportation portal to look around. There was no sun and no sky. The only things he could see were sparkling stars amidst pitch-black darkness. Although this was not Meng Hao's first time stepping out into the starry sky, it was different than those other times. "I've really left Planet South Heaven." He looked off into the distance but actually had no sense of direction and no way to determine where Planet South Heaven might be. His heart felt a bit empty, and he was also nervous about arriving as a stranger on Planet East Victory. Of course, that was where he had been born and was also a planet that belonged to his own Fang clan. He patted his bag of holding, within which was a jade slip given to him by his father. It contained a map of the 9th mountain and sea, along with various paths among the stars. "Once I've finished making these adjustments, we can be on our way," 19th Uncle called out, smiling as he continued to adjust the teleportation portal to suit Meng Hao. "The patriarchs are all in secluded meditation and have left the Grand Elder in charge. He was very happy to hear that you're returning, and has arranged for large numbers of clan members to gather together and receive you. It's going to be very lively. Ha ha ha. Once we're back, you really have to help me get my son in line." Meng Hao nodded, and for some reason, he wasn't able to keep a bit of warmth from rising up in his heart. That was the warmth of family, a warmth that had begun to grow cold almost as soon as he left Planet South Heaven and stepped out into space. 19th Uncle, does all of Planet East Victory belong to the Fang clan?" he asked. "Your father didn't tell you? Well, that makes sense. Cousin is a bit resentful of the clan. AI. However, you probably already know that all the lands and stars are actually part of 9 mountains and seas. Another way of putting it is that 9 mountains exist in the starry sky, and each mountain has a sea, thus 9 seas. The 9 mountains and seas are divided into groups of mountains and seas, and thus 9 worlds. In each of those, there are 4 planets which rotate eternally around their respective mountains. Outside of the 9 mountains are 2 enormous heavenly bodies, the sun and a moon. Because of the reflections cast by the sea of stars, the sun and moon look different on each of the planets, but in fact, there is only a single sun and a single moon for all the 9 mountains and seas. In the 9th mountain and sea, one of those 4 planets is Planet East Victory, which belongs completely to the Fang clan. Although there are other sects and power structures on the planet, if the Fang clan wanted to, we could unify the other powers. Instead, we permit them to exist. Actually, the largest planet in the 9th mountain and sea is not Planet East Victory, but rather Planet North Reed. It is several times larger than Planet East Victory, and is where the Wang clan, Song clan, and Li clan, the 3 great clans, all call home. Then there is Planet West Felicity, where you can find the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, one of the 3 great Taoist societies, as well as other illustrious sections. To further analyze matters, you have to look at the 9th mountain and the 9th sea as a whole. Compared to everything else, Planet South Heaven is special. Since your father didn't tell you the details about that, then I won't presume to talk about them. After providing his explanation, 19th uncle smiled and continued with his adjustments to the spell formation. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with an intense light. 19th uncle's description overlapped with his own understanding of matters to provide a much larger picture in Meng Hao's mind. 19th uncle, what other sects are on planet East Victory? He suddenly asked. The most famous are the Church of the Blood Orchid and the Church of the Puppet God, which are listed among the 3 churches and 6 sects. In addition to them is the Medicine Immortal sect. They might not be listed among the 3 churches and 6 sects, but when it comes to the Tao of Alchemy, in all the 9th Mountain and Sea, they are second only to the Kunlun Society. Most accurately speaking, the Medicine Immortal sect has a deep connection with the Fang clan. AI. It was actually founded by a patriarch of the Fang clan who got angry and left to start his own sect. After we get back to the clan, my son, your cousin, can tell you more about all that. 19th uncle extended his right hand and pushed down onto the surface of the teleportation portal, causing bright light to glitter up. All right, that's it. Let's get going, Howard. After enough time passes for an incense stick to burn, you'll be able to lay eyes on planet East Victory. Laughing loudly, 19th uncle stepped into the teleportation portal, followed closely by Meng Hao. As the light of teleportation surrounded them, a glow of anticipation could be seen in Meng Hao's eyes. Meng Hao and 19th uncle soon vanished with the light. However, in the moment that they faded away, a black-robed cultivator appeared above the teleportation portal. He wore no expression at all on his face, which was as cold as ice. He almost seemed completely devoid of emotion. He appeared without making a single noise, and when he saw that Meng Hao and 19th uncle had disappeared into the portal, he stamped down viciously with his right foot, instantly shattering the teleportation portal. The teleportation portal was fundamentally very difficult to shatter. Otherwise, Meng Hao and 19th uncle would not have been so confident in using it. After all, this asteroid belonged to the Fang clan and was protected by a shield, making it very difficult for outsiders to get into the place. The black-robed man pulled out a jade slip and sent some divine will into it. Target acquired. Teleportation portal's foundation destroyed. With that, he vanished. Almost in the same moment that he vanished, brilliant lights could suddenly be seen at a point somewhere between the asteroid and planet East Victory, accompanied by massive rumbling. In the middle of the light was a hole that had been ripped in the void, from which a multicolored glow surged out, as well as deadly ripples. A roar could be heard, which was 19th uncle, who shot out from within the hole, his hair in disarray, his expression that of rage, and his cultivation base rotating at full power. Next, Meng Hao stepped out from within the hole, surrounded by thunderous roaring. 19th uncle's face was grim, while Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with an intense light. Moments ago, they had been in the midst of teleportation, when suddenly the teleportation tunnel collapsed. If 19th uncle hadn't protected Meng Hao with his powerful cultivation base, then Meng Hao would definitely have been killed. Almost as soon as 19th uncle and Meng Hao appeared, ripples began to spread out all around them. In the blink of an eye, 9 completely emotionless black-robed figures appeared. From the look of things, they had already calculated any avenues of escape that would be open to 19th uncle and Meng Hao, and had sealed them off. This was a deadly ambush. Rumbling echoed out as the 9 people attacked in unison, all with peak immortal realm power. "Damn it!" roared 19th uncle. "You people really have gall. Didn't you know that was a teleportation portal of the Fang clan?" He immediately performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing an explosively destructive aura to surge out in all directions. However, it was at this point that a faint aura suddenly materialized in the void, and then roared out explosively. This aura was not that of the immortal realm, but a step beyond that, the early ancient realm. The appearance of this new aura caused 19th uncle's face to flicker. He gritted his teeth, and a look of determination appeared on his face. He quickly grabbed Meng Hao and threw him off into the distance, as well as some other object, which turned into a beam of light that followed Meng Hao. "Howard, they're probably after me. You get out of here, and I'll come after you later." 19th uncle then began to perform a double-handed incantation. "Great heavenly void!" cried out 19th uncle. His entire body suddenly transformed into an enormous vortex that instantly sucked in the hidden ancient realm aura, as well as the 9-peak immortal realm cultivators. Then they all vanished. Everything happened extremely quickly. From the collapse of the teleportation to 19th Uncle unleashing his divine ability and swallowing up his opponents, barely enough time passed to blink an eye. Meng Hao was panting as he tumbled through the void. The beam of light that had been following him materialized into a flying shuttle, which surrounded Meng Hao and sped off into the distance. The shuttle would provide Meng Hao protection from the starry sky for quite some time. Meng Hao's face flickered, and he turned to look back at the spot where 19th Uncle had fought the mysterious assailants. There was nothing to be seen. Apparently, Meng Hao was now the only person out here among the stars. Were those people after 19th Uncle, or were they coming after me? Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He was not a novice in the cultivation world. Contrariwise, he was extremely discerning. After all, he had traveled the road of cultivation all the way to the peak of Dao, seeking completely on his own power and ability, all without even knowing his father and mother. The tempering he had gone through had left him with shocking willpower and intuition. Without pausing for a moment, he sent some divine sense into the flying shuttle. After a moment of thought, he realized that while he didn't distrust 19th Uncle, he also knew that if those people weren't targeting him, then he could do whatever he wished right now. However, if they were targeting him, then that meant they had the ability to determine not just 19th Uncle's location but his own. Therefore, he was not safe in this shuttle. He decided not to use the shuttle after all. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and then flew out of the shuttle into the starry sky. As soon as he left the shuttle, a suffocating pressure bore down on him. His body was immediately sent out of balance, and he began to sweat profusely. Fundamentally speaking, anyone who was not immortal could not tread among the stars. I have 80% of the power of a true immortal. I can kill false immortals as easily as turning over my hand, and I'm actually comparable to a 40 meridian immortal. Plus, my fleshly body is incredibly powerful. Therefore, I can rely on myself to fly through the stars. Although my speed might not be that great, I can still do it safely. He lightly tapped the shuttle, sending it flying off in another direction, and splattered some blood onto it at the same time, which instantly transformed into a crude blood clone that could not wield divine abilities. The flying shuttle speedily drifted off into the distance carrying his blood clone. With that, Meng Hao turned into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Traveling through this endless void was different than traveling through the ruins of immortality. Here, Meng Hao had experienced an intense sensation of weightlessness. Here, things were different. However, with his cultivation base, Meng Hao was able to quickly adjust and find his center of gravity, then was able to right himself and proceed along stably. So, I really can travel among the stars with this cultivation base, he thought, his eyes glittering. He could not breathe, but to cultivators, merely rotating their cultivation base was enough. He did not need anything from outside his own body to sustain himself. He tapped his bag of holding to produce the jade slip his father had given him. After scanning it with divine sense, he quickly pulled up the map and found Planet East Victory. When he found his own location and compared the distance between the two, he realized that although it didn't look too far away, his current location was actually incredibly remote. He muttered to himself for a moment, then put the jade slip away and continued speeding along. As he traveled, he would frequently unleash magical techniques and divine abilities, all to get more used to magical combat among the stars. Several days later, as he proceeded along, his face suddenly flickered. He had just sensed that the blood clone he had left in the flying shuttle had disappeared. So, they were targeting me after all, he thought. His eyes flickered with the desire to kill. At the same time, in another location in the starry sky, two black-robed men hovered there, frowning. They wore the same type of clothing as that which had been worn by the black-robed men from earlier, although they were clearly not among the 10 who had already shown their faces. In front of them was the wreckage of the flying shuttle. Moments ago, a body could be seen inside the shuttle, but it had vanished. leaving behind only a spatter of blood, which then turned into a mist and faded away. "What a cunning little son of a bitch," said one of the men. "I never thought someone so young could be such a profound schemer. He's really playing it careful." "He's just a spirit realm cultivator," replied the other. "Even if he's comparable to a false immortal with 40 or 50% of the power of a true immortal, he won't be able to get very far. It will be very difficult for him to travel through the starry sky. Let's split up and look for him. There's still time to track him down." After exchanging a glance, the two men split up and began to search in two different directions with their divine sense. Each of these men was at the peak of the immortal realm. However, they were incapable of opening 80 meridians, and in fact only had 70 or so. That made them stage 7 immortals, which was their apex. Meng Hao's face was grim as he sped along. As he grew more familiar with the starry sky, his speed increased. Soon, there was little difference between this type of travel and moving about on a planet. Anyone else would be incapable of achieving something like that. However, based on all the experiences Meng Hao had had, he was naturally able to quickly adapt. "I'm not sure how they managed to interrupt the teleportation process in the first place," thought Meng Hao. "But it shows that they're clearly very powerful. If 19th Uncle hadn't unleashed his divine ability, they might have just tried to pin him down, then go after their true target, me. Who is it exactly that wants to kill me?" Meng Hao frowned, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Could it be those chosen that I crushed back then on South Heaven? Or was my identity as Feng Mu revealed? There's also another possibility, that the enemy tracked down and destroyed the flying shuttle to simply get rid of witnesses. Maybe they weren't targeting me. There was really no way for Meng Hao to be sure, but there was also one other guess as to the enemy's motives that he had contemplated in silence. But it was an answer that he didn't dare to lightly consider, and instead focused on continuing forward at top speed. 7 days passed, during which time the black-robed men continued to thoroughly search the area. Another black-robed cultivator arrived, making a total of 3. Despite their combined efforts, there were no results. Finally, they met back together to confer. "Damn it! Did the kid grow wings and fly away? There's no sign of him anywhere. Maybe he has a magical item that allows him to survive for long periods out in the stars. Let's widen the area of our search. We absolutely must track him down and kill him. Once we find the son of a bitch, he's dead for sure." The 3 headed off in different directions to carry out a wider search. One of them ended up searching the area where Meng Hao actually was. A few days later, Meng Hao was speeding along when suddenly, his face fell. An intense killing intent exploded out from behind him, and he turned to find a black-robed cultivator closing in on him through the void. The black-robed man was expressionless, and a flicker of ridicule could be seen within his cold eyes. Before he even got close, his voice echoed out. "We underestimated you," he said. "Never thought you could get this far." As he closed in, the power of a stage 7 immortal exploded out, and a huge statue appeared behind him. The statue was 21,000 meters tall and pitch black. It was fearsome in appearance, and looked absolutely nothing like the black-robed man. He wasn't a true immortal, but a false immortal. However, even a false immortal who had reached the 7th stage, and opened 70 meridians, possessed shocking energy that would pose quite a bit of difficulty for Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and his expression was one of alarm and terror as he edged backward. What do you want?" he cried out loudly, his voice quavering. "I'm from the Fang clan. My father is Fang Xiufeng. How dare you try to kill me?" It was almost impossible to see in his eyes that he was actually gauging the distance between him and his opponent. The black-robed man grinned viciously. He didn't respond, but instead got closer, raising his right hand into the air. The eyes of the statue behind him glittered, and it sent its massive hand out toward Meng Hao, clearly intending to crush him to death in a single blow. Meng Hao stood in place as if he were scared stiff, allowing the huge palm to fall down toward him. At the same time, the black-robed man continued to get closer. He was now less than 300 meters away. In that instant, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. 300 meters was close enough for him to unleash some of his divine abilities. He stretched out his right hand and pointed toward his opponent. Instantly, the 8th demon sealing hex was unleashed. The starry sky distorted, and the black-robed man was suddenly locked in place. Blood began to ooze out of Meng Hao's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, a result of the backlash caused by using this hex on someone whose cultivation base vastly exceeded his own. However, no look of pain could be seen in his expression, only the desire to kill. His expression grew more and more fierce. In the same moment that his opponent was locked in place, Meng Hao waved his sleeve. A black beam flew out, along with astonishing energy, as the crocodile appeared. Shockingly, the crocodile was also comparable to a Stage 7 Immortal, and as soon as it appeared, it swished its tail. A boom could be heard as the black-robed man's eyes went wide and blood sprayed from his mouth. Because he was so close to Meng Hao, there was no way for him to dodge. He had no choice but to take the blow straight on and then shoot backward in retreat. The enraged crocodile pounced on him, and they began to fight back and forth. "Damn it!" said the black-robed man, his face pale. He now realized that he had underestimated his opponent, and had been fooled. The battle hadn't even started, and he was injured, causing his killing intent to boil. He was just about to make an attack, when Meng Hao waved his hand out in a claw-like gesture. Immediately a long spear appeared that had a haft made from the world tree, and a bone spearhead. Even as he hefted it, his Dharma idol appeared behind him, and his cultivation base exploded out. Now was not the time to hold back, so in the blink of an eye, his Dharma idol grew to 12,000 meters. As soon as the Dharma idol appeared, the black-robed man's face flickered with disbelief. According to the report he had received, his opponent only had power equivalent to 30 or perhaps 50% of that of a true immortal. However, he was now obviously facing a stage for immortal, which was especially shocking considering his target was clearly not in the immortal realm. No wonder His Majesty ordered this kid dead. He's incredibly discerning and cunning, and has a heaven-defying cultivation base. He can't be left alive. Astonishment filled the black-robed man's heart as Meng Hao closed in, killing intent glittering in his eyes. Behind him, his Dharma idol barreled forward, and at the same time, the mountain-consuming incantation was unleashed, causing countless mountains to appear, which then linked together to form a mountain range that crushed down onto the black-robed man. The black-robed man's face fell, and even as he prepared to fight back, the crocodile roared and lunged forward again. The already injured black-robed man was once again forced into retreat. Rumbling could be heard, and blood poured out of his mouth. However, it was at this moment that a second black-robed man suddenly appeared, moving toward them at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them. A boom rang out from the shocked Meng Hao's chest as it instantly caved in. He was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut, blood spewing from his mouth. It didn't matter that Meng Hao's cultivation base was so much lower than the second black-robed man. He attacked him with full power anyway. However, when the man caught sight of Meng Hao again, a look of surprise could be seen on his face. Not dead. His body flickered into motion as he attacked Meng Hao once again. Meng Hao's chest was racked with intense pain, and blood flowed from his mouth continuously. His chest was a mangled mess, but his eyes overflowed with killing intent. His eternal stratum was currently healing him, but even as it did, Meng Hao realized that a third black-robed man had appeared off in the distance. There are actually 3 of them, he thought, an imperceptible flicker running through his eyes, temporarily suppressing the restorative power of the eternal stratum. He transformed into a golden rock to evade the second black-robed man. A boom rang out, and Meng Hao transformed back into human form, blood spraying from his mouth. The second black-robed man frowned and then shot toward Meng Hao once more, utilizing bizarre speed. However, just when the man was almost upon him, he suddenly extended his right hand, within which appeared the lightning cauldron. Electricity danced, and rumbling echoed out as he vanished to switch places with the third black-robed man. The sudden switch in position aggravated Meng Hao's wound, and blood sprayed from his mouth. As he back up anxiously, the third black-robed man's eyes lit with a bright light. Precious treasure. A gleam of greed could be seen in the second black-robed man's eyes as well. He and the third black-robed man employed the full explosive power of a Stage 7 Immortal at almost the same time. To them, Meng Hao was something that could easily be killed, and yet, even still, they employed all the power they could possibly muster, transforming into beams of light that shot toward Meng Hao in quick succession. They looked like strings of light flashing through the air, like arrows that, in the blink of an eye, were only 30 meters away from Meng Hao. Die! The second cultivator said coldly. The killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and suddenly, his body split in two as his second true self appeared. His second true self stepped forward and spread his hands wide to block, while Meng Hao's true self backed up. Then, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a bronze lamp. As soon as the bronze lamp appeared, a weak flame flickered inside, and a terrifying aura exploded out. The two black-robed men's faces fell completely. The faces of the two men instantly fell, and they immediately wanted to flee. They were in a dangerous situation, but considering the level of their cultivation base, it wasn't impossible to dodge aside. However, it was at this moment that Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a vicious gleam. He immediately sent out a message with divine will. Second true self, detonate. His second true self's eyes flickered, and his arms locked in place. In the blink of an eye, he self-detonated. This was the self-detonation of a true immortal soul and Meng Hao's fleshly body, as well as the devilish will inside. A massive explosion shook the stars, and brilliant light spread out in all directions, almost like a sun. Boom! The sudden detonation of Meng Hao's true self was a decisive move that few other people could pull off. However, Meng Hao had practiced cultivation for many years and had experienced many deadly situations. Because of his decisive personality, he didn't hesitate for a moment to detonate his second true self. The two black-robed cultivators had been on the verge of fleeing, but the self-detonation was something that shook even them. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they lost their chance to retreat. At the same time, raging killing intent could be seen in Meng Hao's eyes. He held out the ancient bronze lamp and then blew. A tiny bit of his breath brushed against the lamp, causing the flame inside to suddenly expand. Instantly, a flame sea sprang into being in front of Meng Hao. The stars trembled as the flame sea raged. It didn't spread out very far, only a few dozen meters. However, within that space, the shocking flames caused everything to ripple and distort. From a distance, the sea of flames resembled an enormous fiery butterfly, spreading destruction as it fluttered its wings. The two black-robed men let out miserable screams. They tried to use magical items to defend themselves, but even the third black-robed man's treasures were instantly destroyed. Flames engulfed their bodies, and their skin cracked and burned. The potency of the flame went beyond even Meng Hao's expectations. In the end, it only took a few breaths of time for the fire to completely incinerate the two black-robed men, who had actually excelled in terms of speed. One of them, in the moment before his death, glared at Meng Hao viciously, then used some unique divine ability to rapidly wither his own body and send a burst of energy out. "We die together," he howled. The energy surged toward Meng Hao, enveloping him. Meng Hao's entire body began to tremble. Massive power began to shred his skin. In the exact same moment that his body exploded, his eternal stratum surged into action. The only thing left behind was the bronze lamp. By that time, the second black-robed man finally transformed into ash, and his soul dispersed. In the last instant before he died, no regret could be seen in his eyes. He had accomplished his mission. The two men were incinerated. Even their bags of holding and very bones transformed into nothing but ash. Any presence of their existence was completely blotted out. Off in the distance, the first black-robed man was still tangling with the crocodile. When he saw what had just happened, his jaw dropped in disbelief and terror. What fire is that? He could never have imagined that the person he was going up against would be so terrifying. In order to kill him, two of his compatriots, both Stage 7 Immortals, had been killed, and had even been forced to attempt to end their own lives to accomplish the mission. Those flames left the black-robed man's face completely ashen, and his heart pounding. He was now even more frightened than before, and was actually rejoicing that he hadn't been so hasty in his attack earlier. If he had been, he would most likely be dead now. This Meng Hao was vicious. He actually detonated his own clone to kill his opponents. Were it not for his decisiveness, the two of them would have been able to flee. With their cultivation bases, they shouldn't have been destroyed in body and spirit. If this kid hadn't met such an early end, then he would definitely have become famous throughout the 9th mountain and sea. Well, it's too bad that he did die. A look of greed appeared in the man's eyes. Even as he fought with the crocodile, he looked over at the bronze lamp, which had a slice of bloody flesh laying across it. Next to it was Meng Hao's bag of holding. That precious treasure belongs to me now. Also that lightning cauldron with the transposition powers. Plus, now I will get all the credit for killing Meng Hao. However, it was in this moment of excitement that his face suddenly filled with disbelief. Voice hoarse, he said, "Impossible." In that moment, the shredded, bloody pieces of Meng Hao's body formed back together. An ancient aura spread out that carried the feeling of eternity. In only a moment, Meng Hao was completely formed anew. His face was pale, but his eyes flickered with the desire to kill. He looked up at the black-robed man, his expression icy, as if he were looking at a dead man. The black-robed man's face fell and, despite the level of his cultivation, he was filled with terror and wanted to flee. Unfortunately for him, the crocodile went crazy to block his way. Meng Hao coldly patted his bag of holding to produce a set of clothing, which he quickly donned. Then he put the bronze lamp back into his bag of holding. The spark inside was clearly much dimmer. It would probably only be usable once or twice more. After putting everything in order, Meng Hao looked at the spot where his second true self had detonated. He waved his hand, causing all of the bits of blood and flesh to fly toward him. The soul of the true immortal had not completely dissipated, although it had been reduced to only 10% of its former power. All that was left of his body was a lump of gore, within which was the fully coalesced devilish will. The whole thing resembled a black heart. After sealing it and putting it away, Meng Hao headed toward the crocodile and the black-robed man. He had sustained heavy losses in this fight, but thanks to his eternal stratum, he was anything but dead. The black-robed man looked at him, his heart filled with fear. Meng Hao looked like some ancient fiend as he slowly approached. The black-robed man was filled with shock, and had already sustained injuries. His heart was in chaos as the crocodile suddenly bit down on his right leg, causing cracking sounds to emanate out as the leg was shattered. It was in that moment that Meng Hao arrived, a red vortex beneath his feet. The vortex grew larger and larger until it resembled a sea of blood. "Come no closer," howled the black-robed man. He tried to retreat, but the crocodile had him pinned down, and he was injured again. By this point, he couldn't even unleash the full power of his cultivation base. He was now at the level of a stage 5 immortal. Meng Hao moved forward with incredible speed, the blood sea beneath his feet growing larger and larger. In the end, the sea of blood churned in a massive vortex that surrounded Meng Hao, until he wasn't even visible anymore. Boom! The black-robed man performed an incantation, unleashing a divine ability that slammed into the sea of blood. It began to fall apart, but then reformed. The black-robed man's face was pale white, as he performed constant incantation gestures and constant attacks. He continued to try to retreat, and was continually harassed and injured by the crocodile. His will to fight had long since vanished. Seeing his two companions die had struck quite a blow, and then Meng Hao had returned to life, which was an even more intense shock. Furthermore, no matter how he attacked, Meng Hao's blood sea vortex couldn't be destroyed. Every time the vortex began to fall apart, it would quickly recover. In the space of a few breaths of time, the blood sea vortex reached the black-robed man and then began to envelop him. Booms rang out, accompanied by the black-robed man's muffled, blood-curdling shrieks. The vortex collapsed, but then exploded back out. Every time it collapsed, it reformed until gradually the screams grew weaker. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, the cries faded away. After a moment, the blood sea began to shrink back down, transforming into Meng Hao once again. In front of him was the desiccated corpse of the black-robed man, who stared up with wide, vacant eyes. His flesh and blood, cultivation base, and even soul had been sucked dry. Meng Hao's face was a bit flushed as he hovered there among the stars, eyes closed. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, and he looked exhausted. Yet, within that exhaustion could be seen the desire to kill. So, they're actually from the Fang clan. In the end, Meng Hao had used one of the abilities of the ultimate form of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, a terrifying divine ability with potentially fatal side effects that required only a bit of time to perform. It was an ability that left him completely vulnerable to outside attack, which was why he had never used it before, a divine ability that allowed him to completely absorb the victim's memories. How cute, he thought, and what a lovely clan. I haven't even arrived yet, and they've already sent people to kill me. Clearly, someone doesn't want me to get back to the Fang clan alive. It's too bad that someone used a memory-wiping technique on this black-robed cultivator, making it impossible to determine who gave the orders to kill me. Clearly that person truly fears me. Meng Hao smiled, although it was a somewhat sinister smile. As of now, he was no longer the Meng Hao who, after reuniting with his father and mother, could rely on their help. He was back to his old self, running wild, with only himself to depend on. The more somebody wants to prevent me from getting back alive, the more I want to get to the Fang clan, he thought, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Gradually, the killing intent faded into the recesses of his mind. He opened the black-robed man's bag of holding, but there was nothing inside other than a flying shuttle. The flying shuttle operated on spirit stones and would enable him to make his way through the stars. As long as he had spirit stones, it would work. Unfortunately, because of the quality with which it was constructed and the spell formations that it operated, its effectiveness was limited. However, higher quality spirit stones would enable it to move much faster. After he saw the flying shuttle, Meng Hao examined it closely and realized he had no other options. He quickly branded it with divine sense, then waved his hand, causing the shuttle to grow larger. When it reached 30 meters in length, he sat down inside of it. Then, suppressing the pain he felt, placed a high-grade spirit stone down onto its surface. Rumbling could be heard as the shuttle then began to move forward. Meanwhile, in another location in the starry sky, another black-robed man whose cultivation base exceeded the immortal realm suddenly stopped in his tracks. He lifted his right hand, and 3 shattered jade slips appeared within it. Dead? I sent those 3 to kill a spirit realm cultivator and they ended up getting killed? Did someone else interfere? After a moment of silence, the black-robed man continued onward at top speed, intending to search for Meng Hao personally. In order to have Meng Hao killed, His Excellency even sent people to keep Prince 19 from interfering. All just for this chance. Failure is not an option. Meng Hao must die. He must not get to Planet East Victory alive. The flying shuttle was a beam of bright light that shot through the starry sky at a speed far, far greater than that Meng Hao was capable of achieving. At the same time, the rate with which it consumed spirit stones was terrifying. Meng Hao's heart hurt, but he had no other options at his disposal. He could only continue to feed the high-grade spirit stones into the slot. This type of flight method was something most people only used over short distances. To use it over a long period of time in the way Meng Hao was using it right now was quite rare. Just to be safe. Meng Hao patted his bag of holding and the meat jelly appeared. It immediately began to jabber on, but this time, no matter what Meng Hao said in response, it wouldn't agree to help him. Having no other choice, he finally produced the copper mirror and brought out the parrot. As soon as it emerged, it began to wail and shout. "Damn it, Howie! Damn it!" it cried, seemingly on the verge of tears. "Damn it! Lord Fifth is finally out." It had been sealed in the mirror for a long time. From its perspective, it seemed almost like 10,000 years. Now that it was free, it flew out squawking. Meng Hao looked at the meat jelly and the parrot, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. "Have the meat jelly change my appearance again," he said. "Otherwise I'll seal you back inside." The parrot was enraged and refused to cooperate. But then it thought of the pain of being sealed away, and recalled being unable to have furred and feathered lovers, and was suddenly extremely frightened. Finally, they reached an agreement. As long as the parrot agreed not to do anything out of line, it wouldn't be sealed away again. It immediately flew up to the meat jelly and began to arrogantly use some unknown method to get the meat jelly to suddenly look very anxious. Finally, with a dour expression on its face, it helped Meng Hao change his appearance, as well as the appearance of the flying shuttle. The flying shuttle then whooshed away, taking a circuitous route toward planet East Victory, instead of heading directly toward it. Several days later, the black-robed man with a cultivation base exceeding the immortal realm appeared in the location where Meng Hao had fought the other black-robed men. After looking around for a moment, he was visibly moved. What flame was it that burned them up? Don't tell me he has a Tao protector who cultivates a flame power of the ancient realm. An unsightly expression appeared on the man's face. After a moment, he sent his divine sense out, but couldn't find any traces of Meng Hao. Most importantly, he couldn't detect Meng Hao's aura, and thus couldn't lock down a specific area in which to search for him. Finding someone in the middle of space is like looking for a needle in the middle of an ocean. "If I say you can't escape, then escape you shall not," said the man with a cold harumph. He lifted his right hand, within which could be seen an archaic turtle shell which was obviously very, very old. "His Excellency even gave me this precious treasure to use, all for the purpose of seeing you dead. With this item, I can definitely track you down." Eyes glittering, he slowly raised up the turtle shell and began to chant a complicated, awkward-sounding incantation. Finally, he spit out some blood onto it. "Fong Hao," he growled. The turtle shell sucked in the blood and then began to quiver. Slowly, bubbles began to rise up from it, and images floated within each of them. The black-robed man stared intently at the bubbles, chuckling coldly. He was very confident that this strange treasure would be able to find Meng Hao because of the clan blood that ran in his veins. A moment later, the treasure began to shine with flickering light, and Meng Hao's image appeared. However, in the exact moment that he appeared, the strange treasure began to shake, as if during the process of searching for Meng Hao, it had encountered some indescribable force of interference. Then a boom could be heard as the treasure exploded into countless fragments. As it exploded, a shocking aura surged out from the treasure that caused the black-robed man to tremble, and a roaring sound to fill his mind. It happened so quickly that he didn't have time to react. The force of the explosion sent him flying 30,000 meters away, where he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. A look of shock filled his face. "His fate is untraceable?" he said, his face ashen. Then he thought of the aura just now, and his scalp went numb. Time passed. 3 months. The atmosphere in the Fong clan on planet East Victory was a strange one during that time. 3 months before, a clan member had been set to return, and yet no one showed up. The welcoming ceremony was cancelled. Eventually, they realized they had lost contact with Prince 19, who had been sent to escort the direct bloodline grandson back. His disappearance made the atmosphere even stranger than before. All of the members of the direct bloodline were furious. Many of them even left planet East Victory to conduct searches of their own, but it was all in vain. It wasn't just the direct bloodline clan members who went out searching. Ordinary clan members also went out to search for Meng Hao. Of course, the black-robed men were out searching as well, to find either Meng Hao or his corpse. No one dared to deliver the news to Fang Shufeng on planet South Heaven. When Prince 19 finally returned and made his report to the Grand Elder, his face was extremely dark. The Grand Elder appeared to be enraged, and even personally went out to where the teleportation tunnel had collapsed. Eventually, he determined that it had been an ambush set up by a sect who had harbored enmity with Prince 19. The fact that Meng Hao had been dragged into the situation caused quite an uproar, and the Fong clan eventually sent some experts to destroy the offending sect completely. which was quite a shock. After 3 months with no news from Meng Hao, his 19th uncle wallowed in guilt on a daily basis. He would constantly go out to search for Meng Hao, but never found anything. 19th uncle felt especially guilty towards Fang Xiufeng, but didn't dare tell him about the matter. Of course, he had been scared of his older cousin from the time he was small, and knew exactly what type of personality he had. If Fang Xiufeng found out what had happened, who knew what could happen as a result? One thing was for sure, a catastrophic storm would definitely occur. Slowly, things calmed down in the Fang clan. Fewer people went out to search for Meng Hao until eventually, only the direct bloodline members were interested in the matter. The Fang clan was huge, and the direct bloodline had once been at the peak of glory. Meng Hao's grandfather had a monstrous cultivation base. There were other direct bloodline patriarchs, and of course Meng Hao's father was a chosen who struck awe into the hearts of everyone in his generation. Now, however, Meng Hao's grandfather was missing, the other direct bloodline patriarchs were reaching the point of nirvanic rebirth, and were in secluded meditation, and Fang Xiufeng had gone to planet South Heaven. In addition to all that, Meng Hao, the eldest grandson, had been born crippled. Gradually, the direct bloodline was now losing its power and influence. Before, it had been at the height of power, but now only about 10% of the other clan members were still loyal to the direct bloodline. As the direct bloodline declined, auxiliary bloodlines rose. There was one bloodline in particular from which the chosen Fang Wei descended. His father and other patriarchs of the bloodline were shining radiantly, and in the past few hundred years had worked hard in service of the clan. Their reputations had even spread outside the clan, and therefore, their power only continued to grow. Soon, they commanded the loyalty of roughly 30% of the clan. The remaining 60% remained in a position of neutrality, maintaining their own power structures and assisting each other as needed. An entire half-year passed. It was now almost a year since Meng Hao had gone missing. By now, even the direct bloodline had little hope that he would return, and ceased virtually all searching. Even the cultivators in the black robes gave up, having assumed that Meng Hao died out in space. Not even the black-robed expert whose cultivation base exceeded the immortal realm was able to find traces of Meng Hao. Space is an enormous place, and it was impossible to completely lock down the starry sky which surrounded Planet East Victory. There was simply too much activity there. Planet East Victory gradually returned to normal, and people stopped thinking about Meng Hao. On one particular day, 2 30-meter flying shuttles limped and tottered into the starry sky outside Planet East Victory. As they gradually approached the planet, Meng Hao could be seen sitting cross-legged in one of the shuttles. His clothes were in tatters, and his face was withered and yellow. However, his eyes shone brightly. At first glance, he seemed to cut a sorry figure, but deep in his eyes, he seemed even more powerful than when he had left planet South Heaven. He had been traveling for nearly a year to get to the planet up ahead. At long last, he was almost there. The number of spirit stones he had wasted had reached a shocking level. Whenever he thought about it, he gnashed his teeth, and his heart hurt painfully. Throughout the year of travel, he had been forced to be extremely cautious in order to avoid being tracked down and killed. Even so, he had faced many dangers and run into many evil cultivators. Magical battles had ensued on multiple occasions. It could even be said that he had experienced tough training throughout that year. He quickly forgot about the protection he had enjoyed from his father and mother. Once again, he experienced what it was like to be on his own. Finally, I can see Planet East Victory with my own eyes, he thought, looking at the planet up ahead. It was huge, composed of about 30% blue ocean water and 70% land. One of the continents spread out over nearly half the planet, was red in color, and emanated a bizarre aura. The planet also had a glowing ring surrounding it, composed of countless drifting asteroids. The sight was spectacular. As he looked over the scene, Meng Hao was shocked to find that there were cultivators sitting cross-legged in meditation on many of the asteroids. There were even some asteroids that had Immortal's caves cut into them. The planet seemed to teem with powerful experts, and their shocking auras combined together to emanate dazzlingly out into the starry sky. Without even setting foot onto the planet, Meng Hao was able to tell that it was a flourishing place. Countless cultivators entered and exited the planet. Colorful beams of light flashed to and fro, and the whole scene looked very different than planet South Heaven, causing a cold light to shine in Meng Hao's eyes. A young man sat cross-legged in the flying shuttle next to Meng Hao's. Smiling, he used divine will to transmit a message to Meng Hao. Elder brother Meng, this is planet East Victory. Once you take care of your affairs, don't forget to come visit me in the Medicine Immortal sect. I can introduce you to some nice friends. The young man's name was Feng Sun. Meng Hao had rescued him from the clutches of a gang of rogue cultivators, for which Feng Sun had been eternally grateful. After they had begun chatting, Meng Hao found out that he was a disciple of the Medicine Immortal sect. Upon hearing that Meng Hao was traveling to planet East Victory, he had immediately volunteered to personally escort Meng Hao there. Many thanks, elder brother Feng. Meng Hao replied with a smile. I definitely will. As he looked at planet East Victory, the bright light in his eyes suddenly turned cold. According to my analysis, he thought, the people in the Feng clan who tried to kill me are definitely also afraid of my father. There seemed to be some other reasons as well. Perhaps because of certain clan affairs, they feared anyone finding that they were the ones who killed me if they succeeded. That's why they lured 19th uncle away, and then sent those black-robed men to kill me. Plus, those men had their memories erased, which lends proof to my speculation. Well then, although the Feng clan might seem to be a dangerous place for me, I should actually be pretty safe there. They won't dare to kill me right in the middle of the clan. I have a high position in the Feng clan, so they definitely wouldn't be so bold as to do something in the open. Chuckling coldly, Meng Hao sent the flying shuttle closer to planet East Victory. As soon as he neared, a powerful divine sense shot out from the planet. It swept over him, then vanished and transformed into a vortex. Simultaneously, a cold voice transmitted into his ear. Foreign cultivator. Enter the vortex up ahead of you, and it will take you to the planet. Prepare your travel permits and jade identification plaque. An imperceptible gleam flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. A vortex had appeared in front of Feng Sun as well. Looking around, Meng Hao saw similar scenes playing out with other arriving cultivators. Apparently, this was how things worked on planet East Victory. Elder brother Meng, there are a lot of rules on planet East Victory. Everyone who arrives here is treated like this. If you have no travel permits and no identification plaque, then you'll have to pay dozens of times as many spirit stones, but will still be able to enter. Of course, the amount of spirit stones you pay will depend on how long you plan to stay on the planet. If you try to force your way in, you'll be killed. There's really nothing you can do about it. The entire planet is under the power of the Feng clan. Years ago, Lord Ji actually gave the entire place to them. Smiling wryly, Feng Sun collected his flying shuttle, clasped hands to Meng Hao, and stepped into the vortex. After a moment of thought, Meng Hao also put his flying shuttle away and stepped into the vortex. Glittering light filled his eyes, and when everything became clear, he was no longer out in space. A sparkling shield of light stretched out beneath his feet, allowing him to see the lands below. Directly in front of him was an enormous gate. The gate was 30,000 meters tall, forged from bronze, and was completely ancient in appearance. Carved with designs that appeared to have come from ancient times, it was completely shocking. However, if you looked at it closely, the images on the gate would be too blurry to make out. There were 3 characters inscribed on top of the gate that were visible to all. East Heaven Gate. It was just a gate, but when Meng Hao looked at it, his pupils constricted. This gate actually resembled the door of immortality. Arranged in formation in front of the gate were over 100 cultivators, looking around coldly at the over 1,000 other people who were lined up, waiting to enter. On either side of East Heaven Gate were 3 other gates, much smaller. One of those gates was inscribed with the characters Puppet God, and on the other was a carving of a blood orchid. The last gate was special. It looked archaic and bizarre, but it pulsed with a power that stimulated the bloodline power within Meng Hao. Feng Sun appeared next to Meng Hao and began to explain. Elder brother Meng, this is East Heaven Gate. Those other 2 gates are for the Church of the Puppet God and the Church of the Blood Orchid. The last one is only for children of the Fang clan. East Heaven Gate was the only gate that had large numbers of cultivators lined up outside of it. The gates for the Church of the Puppet Immortal and the Church of the Blood Orchid had no lines whatsoever, nor did the Fang clan's gate. Elder Brother Meng, the only way to get on to Planet East Victory is by going through this gate. I'm actually from Planet East Victory, and even though the Medicine Immortal sect has no gate, I have special privileges. However, since this is your first time here, I'll wait in line with you. Feng Sun ended his words by clasping hands and bowing. Meng Hao clasped hands in thanks, and the two of them took their place at the end of the line. He looked around at everything that was happening and mused about how completely different this was from Planet South Heaven. Planet East Victory was huge, and in terms of how it was guarded, as well as how orderly everything was, there was a sense of sternness to everything. There also seemed to be an excess of rules. Any cultivator who entered the planet was carefully inspected. Only members of the sects from Planet East Victory enjoyed any sort of special treatment, and the most special treatment of all went to the Fang clan. As Meng Hao stood at the end of the line, he noticed that virtually all of the cultivators around him were in the immortal realm, although the majority were only stage 2 or 3. There were few who were stage 5 or higher. Furthermore, although there seemed to be large numbers of them, they were all false immortals. After all, only cultivators in the immortal realm could step out into the starry sky. Cultivators in the spirit realm could only go there temporarily. As time passed, the cultivators in line slowly passed through East Heaven Gate. Meng Hao remained in place, his expression calm, as he watched the cultivators handing over spirit stones in exchange for jade medallions. Occasionally, miscellaneous cultivators from the Church of the Puppet God or the Church of the Blood Orchid would return from the stars, and would disappear into the gates specially set up for their sections. Every so often, people would leave from those gates as well. For hours passed rather quickly. Soon, Meng Hao was toward the front of the line, with only about 7 people ahead of him. It didn't take long until their turn arrived. It was in this moment that ripples suddenly spread out up above in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, 8 streaks of light shot down. They were 8 cultivators, dressed in luxurious clothing, laughing and chatting as they proceeded along, as comfortable as if they were walking through the garden of their own house. The 2 cultivators in the lead position seemed to be in high spirits, full of energy and with extraordinary cultivation bases. They emanated an air of elitism. "Look, people from the Fang clan," Feng Sun whispered to Meng Hao. "I recognized the 2 in the front. They're from a collateral bloodline of the Fang clan that is second only to the direct branch of the clan." The cultivators in the area immediately began to whisper to each other. Meng Hao's expression didn't change, though a barely detectable flicker could be seen in his eyes. When the 100 or so cultivators gathered in front of the East Heaven Gate saw the 8 newcomers, their expressions turned solemn. They immediately stepped forward, clasped hands, and bowed deeply. "Greetings, princes." The 2 cultivators in the lead position among the 8 smiled and turned back to a young woman among their number. "Junior Sister Hong," one of them said, smiling. "Ninth uncle has been waiting for some time for you to return from your outside training." The pretty young woman smiled in response. Then she and the rest of the group walked past the bowing cultivators, nodding to them as they headed toward the Fang clan gate. One by one, they passed through the gate, and as they did, glowing beams of light rose up into the air. The height of each beam was different, and when the young woman who had been addressed as Junior Sister Hong stepped through the gate, the light shot up roughly 300 meters into the air. Expressions of envy could be seen on the faces of the cultivators around Meng Hao as they discussed what was happening in low tones. A 300-meter bloodline gate beam. That young woman. She definitely has a high position in the Fang clan. Could she really be the Fang Hong? One, it probably is. The Fang clan gate only opens for members of the Fang clan, and the thicker their bloodline is, the higher that beam of light. Last year I was fortunate enough to catch sight of Prince Wei. When he walked through the Fang clan gate, the gate beam was 24,000 meters high. It was spectacular. Of course, despite their envy, there was nothing they could do to alter their own bloodline backgrounds. Even if they became outer clan disciples, Having Feng clan blood was still an honor they wouldn't have. Feng Sun was a disciple from the medicine Immortal sect, but even he was sighing in envy. Then he proceeded to explain all the advantages of being a member of the Feng clan on planet East Victory to Meng Hao. Of course, despite everything he said, it was still possible to hear how proud he was of his own identity. The Feng clan might be powerful, but I'll never leave the medicine Immortal sect, he concluded. Meng Hao listened silently during Feng Sun's explanation. Eventually, the bowing cultivators straightened up. Their ingratiating expressions became once again solemn, and they resumed collecting spirit stones from the line of cultivators in exchange for allowing them to enter one by one. Finally, Meng Hao was standing directly in front of the gate. The cultivator responsible for collecting spirit stones had a black birthmark on his forehead, making him look quite ferocious as he stared coldly at Meng Hao. "How long do you plan to stay?" he asked. "If you have no identity medallion, then you'll have to pay 100 spirit stones per day. If you exceed a month, the price increases to 1,000 per day. After 2 months, the price is 10,000 per day." Meng Hao frowned. He had heard the prices mentioned earlier when he was further back in line, and they seemed extremely expensive. In contrast, if you did possess an identity medallion, then the price was only 10 spirit stones per day. "I have no identity plaque," Meng Hao muttered, holding out 100 spirit stones. One day, the cultivator with the black birthmark grinned slightly. Over the years, he had encountered many cultivators who had claimed to only plan to stay one day, but who actually intended to stay longer, and just wanted to avoid paying the spirit stones. People like that were eventually arrested by the Feng clan, and then ended up paying even more spirit stones. The man looked Meng Hao up and down, then tossed him a white command medallion and looked at Feng Sun, who stood further back. Feng Sun's demeanor was different now than the one he used with Meng Hao. He looked a bit proud and arrogant as he threw his medallion over to the man. As soon as the cultivator saw the command medallion, his face broke into a smile, and, although he didn't clasp hands the way he had for the members of the Feng clan, obviously treated him differently than Meng Hao. Meng Hao held the white command medallion in his hand and walked toward East Heaven Gate. Just as he stepped into the gate, a powerful repelling force surged out, enveloping him and ejecting him from within the gate. This scene immediately caused expressions of sympathy to appear on the faces of the cultivators in line. Feng Sun gaped in shock, then suddenly seemed to realize something, and involuntarily frowned. As for the cultivators standing guard outside the gate, their cultivation bases exploded with power and they immediately surrounded Meng Hao. "Ejected by East Heaven Gate. Huh? Seems you must have some evil intentions. Come with us. If the investigation proves that you're innocent, then you'll obviously be set free. East Heaven Gate only rejects people who harbor malicious thoughts. Your cultivation base isn't very high, so if you resist us, we'll just kill you." The guard cultivators all stared at him with cold eyes. Meng Hao frowned and looked down at the identity plaque he held. A moment ago, he had clearly sensed that the reason he had been obstructed by East Heaven Gate was because of the jade medallion, not he himself. Feng Sun immediately approached, not hesitating to mention his status as he smoothed the matter over. After he finished speaking, the cultivator with the black birthmark, the one who had given Meng Hao the jade plaque, spoke up. "Since fellow Taoist Feng here is willing to vouch for you, we can forego the investigation. Just hand over 10,000 spirit stones as bail, and we'll forget the matter." His eyes overflowed with scorn as he looked at Meng Hao. He was convinced that a person like Meng Hao, with no identity medallion and a low cultivation base, had obviously run into trouble outside, and was now attempting to seek refuge on planet East Victory. Had Meng Hao been generous to begin with and just handed over 10,000 spirit stones to purchase the right to stay there, then he wouldn't have caused any problems for him. However, he was obviously seeking a favor from planet East Victory, and yet at the same time was being stingy. Whenever the cultivators who guarded the gate ran into people like this, they would make sure to teach them a lesson. Of course, if Meng Hao had an incredible cultivation base, then they wouldn't dare to do something like that. But with his current cultivation base, he was definitely the type they would give a hard time to. If it weren't for the fact that they wouldn't do anything to offend Feng Sun personally, they would definitely do everything they could to take advantage of Meng Hao. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. He had never imagined that just being a little stingy and handing over too few spirit stones for the toll would cause such a fuss. Especially since this was his home, the Fang clan of Planet East Victory. Especially since he had experienced numerous twists and turns on his journey here, and had even had people trying to track him down and kill him. All of those things which had been brewing in Meng Hao's heart were now on the verge of causing him to explode. Originally, his plan had been to get on to Planet East Victory, look around a bit, and then go to the Fang clan. But as of this moment, he changed his mind. Now that he had finally arrived at Planet East Victory, he actually needn't keep a low profile anymore. It was time for him to see who it was that actually dared to try to kill him. He chuckled coldly, slapped his bag of holding, and caused 10,000 spirit stones to trickle out and form a small mountain. The surrounding cultivators who guarded East Heaven Gate looked on with snide smiles. The man with the black birthmark made a grasping motion to collect the spirit stones. Then he looked scornfully at Meng Hao and threw him a jade plaque. If you'd done this to begin with, you could have saved yourself a lot of trouble. Now you may enter Planet East Victory. Feng Sun quickly walked over to Meng Hao and murmured, "I forgot to mention this earlier, elder brother Meng. These aren't ordinary guards. They're outer clan members of the Fang clan. If you had just spent a bit more money, then they wouldn't have given you a hard time. But you only bought 1 day on the planet, and you didn't even have an identity medallion." Inwardly, Feng Sun was shaking his head. Were it not for the fact that Meng Hao had saved his life before, he would never have intervened and vouched for him. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he looked at Feng Sun and coolly said, "Many thanks for your assistance in this matter, elder brother Feng. However, on Planet East Victory, if somebody takes my spirit stones, they will pay me back 100-fold. His words caused Feng Sun to gape. Meng Hao turned and headed, not toward East Heaven Gate, but rather in the direction of the Fang clan's gate. This immediately caused all of the cultivators in the area to stare him shock. The more than 100 gate guards were also looking on in astonishment. Is this guy crazy? He's actually heading toward the Fang clan's gate. The man with the black birthmark sneered and said, "How reckless! Well, if he tries to force his way through the Fang clan gate, then he'll be crushed to death. We don't have to do anything." Feng Sun's face fell and he immediately hurried forward. "Elder brother Meng, it's impossible for you to enter this gate. If you don't have the blood of the Fang clan in you, then you'll be killed." Meng Hao paid him no heed, and in the blink of an eye, was in front of the gate. While all the other cultivators looked on in astonishment, he lifted his foot and stepped into the gate. Discussions immediately broke out among the onlookers outside of East Heaven Gate. "This guy is nuts. If he doesn't have Fang clan blood, then he's dead for sure. But if he does possess a Fang clan bloodline, then why would he wait in line and even pay a spirit stone tax? Maybe he has some other way to get through the Fang clan's gate. But wait, that's not possible. No matter what you do, even if you're from the Fang clan itself, you can't hide your bloodline. Anyone who isn't from the Fang clan will definitely be killed by that gate." The over 100 Fang outer clan members standing guard outside the gate looked on with cold smiles, especially the cultivator with the black birthmark, whose eyes especially shone with scorn. "You went looking to die, so you can't blame anyone else," he sneered. "Fellow Taoist Feng, it's not that I didn't give you face, sir. I already gave him permission to enter East Heaven Gate, and yet he's choosing to kill himself." Feng Sun stamped his foot, and then an anxious expression appeared on his face. However, there was nothing he could do. It was in this moment that Meng Hao began to step into the Fang clan's gate. Only half of his foot had actually entered the gate when it began to rumble. "It's going to crush him to death," said the cultivator with the black birthmark. A coldly sinister smile plastered across his face. A moment later, that smile suddenly froze, then turned into an expression of disbelief. Everyone else who was discussing the matter also stopped, and their eyes went wide. The more than 100 outer clan disciples who were guarding East Heaven Gate stared with open mouths. Feng Sun's eyes flickered with shock, and his brain filled with roaring as he gasped in astonishment. Everyone could clearly see that as Meng Hao stood there, the gate trembled and began to shine with light. It took only a moment for a 300-meter beam of light to rise up, completely filling the pupils of all onlookers with glittering reflected light. "Impossible," said the cultivator with the black birthmark, his voice hoarse. He suddenly began to quiver. The more than 100 cultivators guarding East Heaven Gate gasped, and their minds reeled. The crowds immediately went into an uproar. A 300-meter gate beam. Heavens! He's a member of the Fong clan, and not an ordinary one at that. The fact that he has a 300-meter gate beam shows that his bloodline exceeds that of an ordinary clan member. If he's a member of the Fong clan, then why did he try to go through East Heaven Gate? It was then that the crowds fell silent. As soon as Meng Hao's foot touched onto the ground, and half of his body entered the gate, the beam of light shot up from 300 meters to 3,000 meters, accompanied by deafening rumbling sounds. The 3,000-meter gate beam was spectacular to behold, and all of the cultivators outside of East Heaven Gate felt as if they couldn't breathe. They stared in shock and disbelief, their minds reeling. A 3,000-meter gate beam. Heavens! He's a chosen of the Fong clan. Who is he? A cultivator with 3,000-meter bloodline gate beam can't be a nobody. He must have a high status in the Fong clan. The cultivator with the black birthmark staggered backward a few steps, his face deathly pale, and a feeling of intense regret rose up in his heart. He even felt resentful. Why you're actually a member of the Fong clan, he thought, panting continuously. With a bloodline like that, why would you go through East Heaven Gate? Why did you have to make trouble for me? Well, even if you do have a 3,000-meter bloodline gate beam, I was just enforcing the law as I should have, so my actions were justifiable. Even still, his heart was filled with intense apprehension. Feng Sun stood there gaping at Meng Hao, unable to even speak. If that were all there were to the matter, it wouldn't be a big deal. But then, Meng Hao finished stepping into the gate, which caused the rumbling sounds to increase, and the beam of light to shoot higher into the air. 3,000 meters, 4,500 meters, 6,000 meters, 7,500 meters. In the space of only a few breaths of time, the beam of light reached a height of 9,000 meters. A plopping sound could be heard as the cultivator with the black birthmark suddenly seemed to lose all of his cultivation base and strength. He sat down onto the ground, his face as pale as a corpse's, without the slightest sign of color. 9,000 meters, he thought. Finished. I'm finished. If it were only 3,000 meters, I could still say I was just enforcing the law, but he has a 9,000-meter bloodline gate beam. A clan member like that, He wasn't the only one who was acting like that. The Fong outer clan members who had surrounded him earlier and mocked him coldly were now looking on with fallen faces. Their scalps were numb and they were terrified. The rest of the people standing outside of the gate were watching with wide eyes and slack jaws, their minds trembling. 9,000 meters. What bloodline is that? That's second only to the number 1 chosen in the Fong clan, Prince Wei. When Prince Wei entered the door, his gate beam reached 24,000 meters. Who is this guy? It wasn't just the people outside the gate who were shocked. In the Fong clan's ancestral mansion in Planet East Victory, there was a huge bell. Moments ago, that bell had begun to toll. The sound of it rang out through all of the clan's various branches. No outsider could hear it. It rang out only in the minds of the members of the Fong clan. In the main hall of the ancestral mansion, an old man with a full head of white hair sat cross-legged in meditation. His expression was solemn, and when he opened his eyes, his gaze was profound, and his eyes flickered like lightning. Sitting in front of him were 8 other people, all of whom were engaged in a discussion. When the bell tolled, the faces of all of the men in the main hall flickered, and they looked up. Someone with a strong bloodline just entered the Fong gate and has invoked the toll of the bell. The Dao bell only tolls when a clan member enters the gate for the first time, and a bloodline gate beam of 3,000 meters or higher appears. What member of the junior generation has gone to test out their bloodline? Everyone was shocked, and the old man sitting up front looked up, suspicion flickering in his eyes. When members of the Fong clan came of age, they would enter the Fong gate to test their bloodline. The Dao bell would only ring the first time they did so. As of this moment, there were many locations within the Fong clan in which expressions of surprise could be heard. Meng Hao's 19th uncle was currently sitting cross-legged next to a lake, clutching a flagon of alcohol, his face glum and anguished. When the bell tolled, he almost didn't seem to hear it, and just kept drinking. Off to the side, a young man with a bitter expression on his face hung upside down in midair. In another location was a stretch of pitch-black land from which a volcano rose up. Sitting cross-legged deep inside the volcano was a middle-aged man, whose eyes suddenly snapped open and began to shine with brilliant light. In another area, there was a blood-red desert, where a young man could be seen sitting. He suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. In a variety of locations, clan members began to take notice of the tolling of the bell. When it tolled a second time, even more people were visibly moved. When it tolled a third time, even more people were shocked. However, after the third tolling of the bell, it didn't stop. Meng Hao stood there in the Fong clan's gate, unmoving, surrounded by a gentle aura that swirled around his body, stimulating his bloodline. His face was calm. Since he had chosen this route, then he would continue to shock heaven and earth. He took a deep breath and fully released the power of his bloodline, allowing the gentle power of the gate to thoroughly assess its strength. In the blink of an eye, the gate beam exploded up. It broke through from 9,000 meters to 12,000, causing the bell to toll a fourth time. That fourth bell toll could be heard by all the Fong clan members over the entirety of Planet East Victory, and caused even more people to feel astonishment. Next, however, the Fong gate's gate beam shot higher, reaching 15,000 meters. A fifth bell toll echoed out, shaking the entire Fong clan. 5 bell tolls. Who is testing out their bloodline? It's so strong. In the younger generation of the Fong clan, there are less than 50 people who can achieve a 15,000-meter gate beam. When it comes to a 18,000-meter beam, there are less than 10, and as for a 21,000-meter beam, there are only 3. And then there's Prince Wei, with his 24,000-meter beam. The Fong clan was in an uproar. Meng Hao stood bathed in light in the Fong clan's gate. The gate beamed so bright that no one could see him inside of it. Meng Hao took another breath, and his eyes glittered as the gate beam shot up once again. It went from 15,000 meters up to 18,000 meters, the scintillating light seemingly limitless. All of the people outside of East Heaven Gate were struck speechless. When the 6th bell tolled, the entire Fong clan was sent into a stir. Multiple figures shot up from various locations in the clan and headed toward East Heaven Gate. Even the elders in the main hall of the ancestral mansion flew outside and then began to teleport toward the gate. Tens of thousands of people all flew out at the same time, including countless powerful experts. In the blink of an eye, numerous people emerged from East Heaven Gate and looked over toward the Fong clan's gate. The other cultivators outside of East Heaven Gate began to edge backward, their bodies trembling, their expressions that of excitement. They looked at the people walking out of East Heaven Gate and realized that all of them were cultivators from the Fong clan, powerful experts. These people peered at the Fong clan's gate, but were unable to clearly see who was inside. I wonder which branch's child has achieved such a level. Ha ha ha! The Immortals are blessing the Fong clan. Another chosen has appeared. Who is it? Is it Tower? Or Young Hai? Perhaps Honger? The Fong clan members who had just arrived were all waiting in anticipation. It was at this point that a group of 8 figures appeared, led by the white-haired old man who had been sitting in the lead position in the main hall of the ancestral mansion. As soon as he appeared, the other Fong clan members looked over in shock, and then clasped hands. Greetings, Grand Elder. This old man was none other than the person who had been left to preside over the Fong clan's affairs after the patriarchs had gone into secluded meditation. He was the Grand Elder, Fong Tongtian. Just as his name suggested, Fong Tongtian had an exceedingly high cultivation base that was virtually beyond comprehension. As he walked out of East Heaven Gate, he looked over at the Fong clan's gate, but even he could not see who was inside. All he could see was a vague shadow. Fong Tongtian laughed loudly and said, "An 18,000-meter gate beam is an incredibly important matter for the Fong clan. Very well, very well. A clan member with a bloodline like this means that the Fong clan will definitely have a new chosen." At the same time, more and more Fong clan members were emerging from East Heaven Gate. Meanwhile, the outer clan cultivators who had been guarding the gate were so scared that their limbs had become like jelly. They seemed on the verge of dropping dead from fright. As for the cultivator with the black birthmark, he was laying on the ground shivering uncontrollably. Feng Sun was also shaking. He looked around at the powerful figures around him, and then back at the Fong clan's gate, his face covered with a look of disbelief. It was at this point that more rumbling sounds could be heard as the light exploded up once again. It went from 18,000 meters to 21,000 meters, completely shocking the Fong clan and everyone else outside the gate. Grand Elder Fong Tongtian's eyes were shining with unprecedented brightness. 21,000 meters! In the current generation of the Fong clan, there aren't even 10 people who can cause a 21,000-meter gate beam to appear. Today, there's one more. Who is this person? It's definitely someone from an auxiliary bloodline. I'm 80% certain that it's Tower. The Fong clan members outside East Heaven Gate were completely astonished. Meanwhile, back on planet East Victory, 7 bell tolls had rung out into the ears of all Fong clan members. It was at this point that Meng Hao's 19th uncle, who sat by the lake drinking alcohol, suddenly quivered. He slowly put the flagon of alcohol down and looked up into the sky. 7 bell tolls, he thought. Who exactly is stepping into the Fong clan's gate for the first time? Could it be that it's Howard? 19th uncle suddenly stood up and waved his hand. The young man who had been hanging there upside down let out a shriek as 19th uncle grabbed him and flew up into the air. "Dad! Dad! It was my fault. I really made a mistake." 19th uncle completely ignored the young man's shrieks, simply carrying him along as he shot toward East Heaven Gate. He had to see if this newcomer really was Meng Hao. Meanwhile, in the Fong clan ancestral mansion, there was another temple hall in which 2 people sat. One was an old man, the other slightly younger. They sat there cross-legged, listening to the tolling of the bell. The old man's eyes opened, and he coolly said, "Go see which bloodline this person comes from. If it's ours, then it doesn't matter. If not, ask that person to come here. I can always adopt another grandchild." The middle-aged man's expression was dignified, and he actually somewhat resembled Fong Shufeng. He nodded, then strode away and vanished. When he reappeared, he was up in the sky. His eyes glittered brightly. Latent talent with a 21,000-meter gate beam. That's only a little bit less than my boy, and makes this person worthy of becoming his little brother. At the same time, deep down in the earth beneath the Fong clan ancestral mansion, there was an Immortal's cave. It was filled with dense immortal chi, the reason being that the entire Immortal's cave was made of immortal jade. A young, bare-chested man sat cross-legged in that Immortal's cave, surrounded by 9 wizened old men. The old men were bound with iron chains that were in turn connected to spell formations. The men howled shrilly as immortal chi flowed out from them into the spell formations, and was then absorbed by the young man. There were an additional 3 old men who stood in the cave, observing the process with slight smiles. "Prince, your cultivation base is continuing to progress. Considering your latent talent, Prince, you can definitely be reckoned one of the very best in all the 9th mountain and sea. Soon, even the chosen from the 3 great Taoist societies will have no choice but to bow their heads in your presence. Prince, you have incredible ambitions. It won't be long before you reach true immortal ascension. Then, you will be able to sweep across all the chosen in the 9th mountain and sea." It was at this point that the tolling of the bells reached their ears, and the faces of the 3 men flickered. The young man, however, continued to meditate. None of the non-Fong clan members on planet East Victory could hear the bells. However, More and more Fong clan members were flying out and heading toward East Heaven Gate, gathering there to look at the boundless gate beam. Just who exactly is it? There's no need to get excited. We'll be able to see who it is soon enough. Pretty soon. This person's rank in the clan is going to be very different from everyone else. Within the crowd, Meng Hao's 19th uncle peered toward the shadow in the Fong clan's gate, trembling. Nobody else had ever seen Meng Hao before, and thus wouldn't recognize him. However, 19th uncle could sense something familiar about the shadow. Who is it? Asked the young man next to 19th uncle, staring with wide eyes. Who has a 21,000-meter gate beam? In response, his father smacked him hard. Dad? Grumbled the young man, scowling. He was just about to say something else when, all of a sudden, more rumbling could be heard, and the beam of light coming from the Fong clan's gate shot higher once again. Rumble. It went from 21,000 meters all the way to 24,000 meters. The grand sight caused all the Fong clan members outside East Heaven Gate to stare blankly. Heavens! What's going on? 24,000 meters. I can't believe that it actually reached 24,000 meters. Prince Wei's gate beam is also 24,000 meters. This person's bloodline is actually as strong as Prince Wei's. Who is there in the clan that could pull this off? It's impossible. If I remember correctly, there is no clan member at all who has a bloodline like this. Amidst all the uproar, there were a few old men in the crowd from the Fong clan whose expressions were grim and bitter, and who said nothing. There weren't many people like that in the crowd, but they were all direct bloodline descendants of the Fong clan. Their glory was now a thing of the past. First, Meng Hao's grandfather had gone missing. Then his father went to planet South Heaven. After that, the direct bloodline patriarchs all went into secluded meditation and wouldn't emerge. The direct bloodline was in decline, and the situation was only continuing to grow worse. When they saw the boundless light in front of them, they could only sigh. Our bloodline used to have someone who could considered a true chosen. It's too bad. He was supposed to return last year, but now we don't even know if he's alive or dead. There was another person in the crowd, a person who had just arrived. He was the middle-aged man who intended to try to acquire Meng Hao for his own bloodline. Originally, he stood there in the middle of all the other clan members, smiling broadly. However, now that the gate beam had reached 24,000 meters, his eyes widened, and deep therein could be seen a flicker of killing intent. It didn't matter who this person in the gate was. The fact that they had caused a 24,000-meter gate beam to appear meant that they were a threat to his son. Grand Elder Fong Tongtian's pupils constricted imperceptibly. However, his expression was one of kindness, and even more so, excitement. Wonderful! It appears that the Fong clan will soon have another almighty chosen like Fong Wei. The Fong clan was in an uproar. On planet East Victory, the bell had tolled 8 times, and the clan members who had not already flown up into the air were astonished. Whether it was the young man in the blood-colored desert, or the middle-aged man practicing cultivation in the volcano, or anyone else, they all flew up. Back in the ancestral mansion, the old man who had sent his son to East Heaven Gate suddenly opened his eyes, and they shone with terrifying light. 24,000 meters. Other than my grandson, there is no one in the current generation of the Fong clan who has such a strong bloodline. This person must not be from planet East Victory. It's him. It must be that damned son of a bitch. He's not dead after all. At first, killing intent flickered in his eyes, but then he frowned and felt fear welling up in his heart. This was planet East Victory, and because of the Fong clan Dao reserves, it didn't matter how high up he was in the clan, he didn't dare to publicly break clan rules. Damn it. He's making such a big scene. You can tell he's a profound schemer. By now, everyone in the Fong clan was shaken. Meng Hao's gate beam put him on par with the number 1 chosen in the clan, Fong Wei. The strength of such a bloodline was completely terrifying. The ordinary clan members were all excited, but those clan members with deep cultivation bases or otherwise held significant influence watched with various expressions. They were happy to see a chosen appear. However, if that chosen's power reached a terrifying level, then it wouldn't actually be a joyous occasion. If this person threatened Feng Wei's status, a fight would surely break out like that between a dragon and a tiger. The result would be a clan member dying, and would affect the struggle for supremacy by the various sub-branches in the family. In clan fighting was a very complicated thing. Meng Hao stood there in the Feng clan's gate. His eyes closed but his blood surging. As it flowed through his body, he could sense that there was still more power locked in his blood. He took a deep breath and then suddenly opened his eyes. If I'm going to make a big scene, then I might as well go all out. His cultivation base exploded with power. His blood flowed, and the entire gate began to shake. The gate beam outside once again shot up higher into the sky. 25,000 meters. 26,000 meters. 27,000 meters. A buzz of conversation rose up, but was quickly silenced as the beam continued to climb higher. 28,000 meters. 28,500 meters. 29,000. All the way to 29,900 meters. 30,000 meters. All of the Feng clan members were completely shaken to the maximum. Although Grand Elder Feng Tongtian's pupils dilated with shock, his face was plastered with a huge smile. The older members of the clan were frowning, but the ordinary clan members were shouting out in happiness. 30,000 meters. That's even more than Prince Wei. This person's bloodline purity is unprecedented. A 30,000-meter gate beam. In the tens of thousands of years of recorded clan history, there has never been something like this before. According to the legends, only the early ancestors of the clan had a 30,000-meter gate beam. That means this person's bloodline evoked an ancestral awakening. Meng Hao's 19th uncle was incredibly excited, and his eyes shone brightly. It's definitely Hauer. Only a grandson of the direct bloodline could have blood like that. On planet East Victory, the 9th bell tolled, and then a 10th. As they echoed out, the old man in the ancestral mansion suddenly shot to his feet, an expression of disbelief on his face. Deep beneath the surface of the ground, the young man in the Immortal's cave who was absorbing the immortal chi from the 9 old men suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were violet and shone with a strange glow. "So, has he returned?" the young man murmured. On this day, the Feng clan members were sent into unprecedented astonishment. On this day, the crowds were packed tight outside East Heaven Gate. On this day, all of the powerful experts of the Feng clan flew out to East Heaven Gate. On this day, the cultivators who had lined up outside East Heaven Gate experienced something they would never forget. On this day, Feng soon saw something that he would remember for his whole life, something like a dream. A cultivator he knew as Meng Hao stepped into the Feng clan's gate, and a 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam shot up. It was the stuff of legends and perhaps the foundation of a myth. Rumbling echoed out from the Feng clan's gate as the brilliant light slowly faded away. The eyes of all onlookers, of all the Feng clan members, were cast toward the gate. Gradually, what became clear was an unfamiliar young man who walked out to stand in front of everyone. He was tall and slender, and wore a long blue robe. His black hair drifted about in the air around him, and his face was somewhat sallow and thin. However, as he stood there, he looked like he was standing on top of the sun. His eyes shone brightly, like stars, and as he stood there, he looked around at everyone a bit bashfully. "My father is Feng Shufeng. My mother is Meng Li. My big sister is Feng Yu. I took my mother's surname, and my name is Meng Hao. Grandfathers and grandmothers, uncles, brothers and sisters, greetings." Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed deeply. Meng Hao looked at all the members of the Feng clan and introduced himself in an unprecedented fashion. The response to his words was complete and utter silence. All the clan members looked at Meng Hao, at his unfamiliar face, and the Feng clan gate behind him. The 30,000-meter beam of light from moments ago had faded away. Meng Hao was a name they weren't familiar with, but when it came to Feng Shufeng, that was a name that had once been the most glorious name in all the Feng clan, and a name that would never be forgotten. Feng Shufeng was the eldest son of the direct bloodline, and the number one chosen of his generation. He had swept easily across all the other clan members of the other bloodlines, and had also suppressed the chosen of various other sects in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. During that time, Fang Xiufeng was so mighty that he was like a blazing sun in the sky, and all others in his generation were like ordinary stars that served only to illuminate him in his splendor. Furthermore, he ended up marrying an exceptional daughter of the Meng clan. People came from the Eighth Mountain to attend their cultivator bonding ceremony, turning it into a grand occasion that people from both of those great mountains and seas still discussed. Then Meng Hao was born, which pushed Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li to the peak of fame. But then, in much the same way that luxury often fades to poverty, everything had changed in the blink of an eye. To the surprise and disbelief of many, Fang Xiufeng's father disappeared, and then Fang Xiufeng went to planet South Heaven to guard it for 100,000 years. And all of this was for his son, Fang Hao. He was a boy with a strong bloodline, who had experienced nirvanic rebirth at the age of 7. He had a heaven-defying bloodline, but had been born crippled. During those years, there were many people who believed that Fang Hao was holding his mother and father back. But now Meng Hao had returned, or perhaps you could say, Fang Hao had returned. The return of this one individual had prompted the entire clan to emerge to receive him. When he left with his parents, it shook all of Planet East Victory. Then he returned, and similarly shook the entire planet once again. That was because his return was marked with a 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam, which immediately vanquished the number one chosen of the Fang clan, Fang Wei. His actions swept across all clan members, and made him the focus of all eyes. After a moment of silence, the clan members erupted into conversation. Meng Hao, he's Fang Hao, the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline. Heavens, it's actually him. He's returned. He's the kid from years ago who had the strong bloodline and underwent nirvanic rebirth at the age of 7. He's back. When Meng Hao spoke the names of his parents, the direct bloodline clan members in the crowd began to tremble with excitement. 19th uncle strode forward, staring at Meng Hao. During the past year, he had been wallowing in guilt and self-blame for letting his older cousin down, to the point where he had almost drowned in the negativity. Now that he saw Meng Hao safely returned, and also surging with incredible power, the joy he felt was virtually impossible to even describe. Laughter rang out as Grand Elder Fang Tongtian walked forward. He looked at Meng Hao and then smiled kindly. As long as you're back, that's what's important. It doesn't matter if your name is Meng Hao or Fang Hao, you are still a member of the Fang clan, and the eldest grandson of the clan's direct bloodline. I held you in my arms when you were a little kid, you know? Fang Tongtian laughed heartily, and the kindness on his face was readily apparent. The more he looked at Meng Hao, the happier he seemed. Behind him were other elder members of the clan, all of whom wore happy smiles on their faces as they approached Meng Hao. What a good kid. You must have suffered many hardships through the years. As long as you're back, that's what's important. Now that you've returned to the clan, your future prospects are limitless. Today is a day for great rejoicing. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. All the members of the Fang clan were crying out in joy. In the cultivation world, when it comes to clans and sects, bloodlines and family, while they may be complicated, they are sometimes very simple. Meng Hao's return was the subject of great happiness for countless individuals. The previously taciturn middle-aged man was laughing out loud. He stepped forward, looked Meng Hao over, and then sighed deeply. Hao, I'm your second uncle. Years ago, your father and I fought in battles together, grew up together, and practiced cultivation together. In fact, you and Wei were born only an hour apart. You were virtually born together. The most important thing is that you're back. You're a member of the Fang clan, and within our clan, you are definitely chosen. More people crowded around Meng Hao, especially the direct bloodline clan members. They were more excited than anyone else. Meng Hao's return was a source of incredible inspiration and encouragement. Furthermore, the appearance of the 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam finally gave them hope for their own bloodline. Hao, said the Grand Elder, come here to me, and we can return home together. The praise and geniality in his eyes were clear. 19th uncle approached and began to introduce everyone to Meng Hao. Howard, this is the Grand Elder. The patriarchs are all in secluded meditation. Fortunately, the Grand Elder is here to handle clan affairs. Meng Hao quickly clasped hands and bowed. Junior offers greetings, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder laughed. He seemed to be growing fonder of Meng Hao by the minute. However, I can't return to the clan at the moment, said Meng Hao, sounding a bit embarrassed. In response to his words, everyone stared in shock. A few moments ago, somebody stole some of my spirit stones, Meng Hao continued, sighing. His gaze swept across the group of outer sect cultivators who had been guarding East Heaven Gate, lingering for a moment on the cultivator with the black birthmark. In response, a tremor ran through the man, and then he passed out from fear. How much was stolen? Asked the young man standing next to 19th uncle, looking excitedly at Meng Hao. 1 million, Meng Hao replied indignantly. All right, well, I'll take care of it. The young man licked his lips. Oh, my name is Feng Shi. This young man was also a direct bloodline descendant, and was Meng Hao's younger cousin. The rest of the Feng clan members started to laugh out loud. The scene that was playing out in front of them was almost like a comedy. Clearly, someone had offended Meng Hao earlier, before they had known who he was. The Feng clan members viewed the honor of the clan as an important thing, and wouldn't tolerate that honor being trampled, not even by outer clan cultivators who weren't aware of Meng Hao's identity. Those cultivators had unwittingly committed a grave mistake, and would have to be punished. Immediately, clan members sprang into action, lining up the ashen-faced guard cultivators and taking them away. As the cultivator with the black birthmark was taken away, he howled miserably. In his regret, tears streamed down his face. The Grand Elder shook his head and laughed, then clasped Meng Hao's hand and led him into the Feng clan's gate. The other Feng clan members followed behind. Light from the gate shot high into the air, and rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions. Feng Sun stared in shock. As Meng Hao walked off, he turned back and nodded benevolently. Although Meng Hao said nothing, Feng Sun was very moved. Gradually, all of the Feng clan members returned to Planet East Victory. A new set of cultivators was brought to stand guard outside the gate. These new cultivators trembled nervously. They knew what fate was in store for the previous guards, and held deep respect and fear for Meng Hao. Now, they treated the crowds lined up outside the gate with incredible courtesy as they let them through. Back in the Feng clan, clan members from various bloodlines returned from afar and gathered together in the ancestral mansion for a grand welcoming ceremony. Compared to the gathering that had been prepared 1 year before, it was exponentially grander. After all, the previous gathering had been more for show. This time, many people came back of their own volition. They wanted to see for themselves exactly what Meng Hao looked like, this clan member who had a 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam. Roughly half of Planet East Victory was under the Feng clan's jurisdiction and was occupied by various auxiliary bloodlines. On this planet, there was no imperial dynasty, only the Feng clan. Regardless of whether it was their mortal cities or their cultivators, the Feng clan was so large and powerful that they eclipsed everyone else. Furthermore, the Church of the Blood Orchid and the Church of the Puppet God both had deep connections to the Feng clan. Of course, the Medicine Immortal sect was independent, since it had been founded by a patriarch of the Feng clan who was still alive, creating a unique relationship. The Feng clan ancestral mansion was essentially a huge city, and served as the capital city of the Feng clan. It was situated next to an ocean, and was the location where the innumerable bloodlines of the Feng clan would come to gather. It was filled with extravagantly decorated palatial buildings and numerous pagodas that stretched out as far as the eye could see. In the past, only the direct bloodline had occupied the ancestral mansion, but in recent years, as the direct bloodline declined, some areas had been occupied by an auxiliary bloodline. Now, the direct bloodline only controlled about half of the entire ancestral mansion. In fact, signs pointed to that auxiliary bloodline eventually coming to be considered the main branch. The welcoming ceremony for Meng Hao's return was an affair attended by tens of thousands of clan members, who were now gathered in the central square in the middle of the ancestral mansion. To Meng Hao, it looked vaguely similar to what he had seen in the illusory immortal ancient Taoist Rite Temple. The ground was paved with green stone slabs, and numerous spell formations could be seen, which emanated incredible pressure. To Meng Hao, it almost felt as if an enormous ocean were covering everything and weighing it down. The buildings he saw in all directions were luxurious, and it was as if an enormous sect that could shake all of the ninth mountain and sea had suddenly revealed a tiny portion of itself to Meng Hao. Yet all of it was really just the tip of the iceberg. There were further layers of power that Meng Hao couldn't even sense with his cultivation base. All he knew was that it was impossible for him to even imagine how many Fang clan members there were on planet East Victory, and that wasn't even mentioning the outer clans or other cultivators who had been specially bestowed with the surname Fang. Altogether, it was a staggering number of cultivators. Furthermore, the people who had appeared earlier outside of East Heaven Gate were only the most illustrious members of their various bloodlines. The Grand Elder presided over the welcoming ceremony and introduced Meng Hao to many clan members. After sacrifices were made to the ancestors, he gave Meng Hao a command medallion and numerous other trifles. After that, he led Meng Hao to the Fang Temple in the ancestral mansion. The temple was enormous, and from the outside, resembled some enormous beast sitting there cross-legged. Inside was a coliseum-like structure, with 10,000 seats arranged in concentric rings. At the moment, more than half of those seats were occupied by various elder members of the clan. All of them looked on with sparkling eyes, and had cultivation bases so profound that Meng Hao couldn't assess them. Grand Elder Fang Tongtian sat up in the front, his gaze as bright as fire as he looked at Meng Hao standing in the middle of the temple. There were many other clan members seated nearby, including his second uncle, as well as an old man covered with wrinkles, who gazed piercingly at Meng Hao as he measured him up. That old man was Fang Wei's paternal grandfather, the same old man within whom killing intent toward Meng Hao had flickered earlier. There were other clan members seated in the area. Most of them were young, and among their number, Meng Hao caught sight of Fang Donghan, who looked at him and smiled. Meng Hao also saw Fang Xianxia. When she saw him looking at her, she trembled and lowered her head. She obviously still remembered everything that had happened on Planet South Heaven. 3 many chosen from the Fang clan were there, including a young man in a white robe, with skin as smooth as jade. He was the young man who had been practicing cultivation earlier in the Immortal's cave deep under the ancestral mansion. Currently, he sat in a seat, surrounded by a group of over 100 cultivators roughly his age. One of the young cultivators near him was Fang Yuni. For Fang Yuni gave Meng Hao a venomous stare, then leaned over and whispered something into the ear of the young man in the white robe. Actually, that young man had no need for the entourage. Comparing their energy to his was like comparing the darkness of night to a raging fire. He seemed like a wolf in the middle of a flock of sheep, and was someone anyone would recognize at a single glance. This was the previous number 1 chosen in the Fang clan, Prince Wei. Fang Wei. Fang Wei was always surrounded by groups of fellow young cultivators. No matter where he went, he was the center of attention. After all, he was Fang Wei, the longtime number 1 chosen of this generation in the Fang clan. He was famous in all the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Furthermore, although he wasn't the legitimate eldest grandson of the Fang clan, he essentially held that position. In this generation of the Fang clan, the only person who ranked above him in seniority was Meng Hao. As he sat there calmly, he glanced at Meng Hao for a moment, then closed his eyes. A year before, when the clan had convened the welcoming ceremony, he did not make an appearance. He couldn't care less that Meng Hao had been scheduled to return. The only reason he came today was because the strength of Meng Hao's bloodline had piqued his interest. The air in the temple was very solemn. All of the people seated inside were Fang clan elders, and although not every single clan elder had come, this group comprised the majority of those who were on planet East Victory. Each person in the temple looked like an immortal deity. All of them, be it in terms of their chi and blood, or in terms of their aura, were terrifying to the extreme. As Meng Hao looked around, he realized that he couldn't gauge any of their cultivation bases. As of this moment, Meng Hao gained a clearer understanding of how powerful the Fang clan was. If you didn't count the Ji clan, this clan could actually be considered the number 1 clan in all the Ninth Mountain and Sea. The year that Lord Li disappeared, if the Fang clan had been stronger by just a hair, the ninth mountain and sea might now be following a Lord Fang. Meng Hao was also well aware that he was really only looking at the tip of the iceberg. The Fang clan had even deeper and more powerful resources, making them a force that few would ever trifle with lightly. Furthermore, Meng Hao was the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline of the Fang clan. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't experienced the seventh-year tribulation. Had he grown up in the Fang clan, his status and fame would definitely have made him well known throughout the ninth mountain and sea, as well as the eighth mountain and sea. All of the elders were now looking at Meng Hao. It was impossible to tell whether they were happy or angry. Their expressions were abstruse and impossible to read, and filled the hall with incredible pressure. As for Fang Wei and his father and grandfather, undetectable gleams flickered in their eyes. Meng Hao was the only person standing, right there in the middle of the temple. As for the pressure that emanated from those surrounding him, Meng Hao didn't even flinch. After a long moment, Grand Elder Fang Tongtian finally spoke. "Fang Hao," he said, his expression solemn. His voice echoed out in the temple, making it sound almost as if a throng of people were speaking. Everything trembled. "Having offered sacrifices to the ancestors, you are now officially a member of the Fang clan. Henceforth, you shall enjoy access to the Fang clan's cultivation resources, and many things will now tilt in your favor. However, there is something you must never forget." The Grand Elder's expression was suddenly threatening, although it lacked any anger. "Now that you are a member of the Fang clan, you must follow all of the clan rules. Violate those rules, and it doesn't matter how strong your bloodline is, or that you have a 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam. Despite that, you will still be punished. Speaking of the clan rules, I will give you a detailed copy that you can study in a moment." Meng Hao stood there silently, looking at the Grand Elder. After the Grand Elder finished speaking, a white-haired, ruddy-faced old man seated off to the side smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen of the clan, let us discuss how the cultivation resources will be allocated to Fang Hao." "Hao is the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline," someone said. "In fact, he is the highest-ranking grandson of his generation in the entire Fang clan. He's had a hard time in the outside world during these years. Now that he's back in the clan, he should naturally be given the very best of everything. The Immortal's cave next to Bright Moon Lake has good fortune of heaven and earth inside," another person said. "Furthermore, the remains of a heavenly dragon can be found therein. It is absolutely the best Immortal's cave in all of Planet East Victory. From my perspective, that Immortal's cave should definitely be given to Hao." Another of the elders looked at Meng Hao with praise in his eyes and said, "That's right. For years, no one has possessed the qualifications to have that Immortal's cave. We of the direct bloodline have him as our eldest grandson, and in fact the highest-ranking grandson of his entire generation. He is the only one who could possibly be qualified to have that Immortal's cave." This was not a situation where people were trying to bring Meng Hao down by overpraising him. These people truly wanted Meng Hao to have the best resources to help him advance himself in the quickest manner possible. Almost as soon as the elder from the direct bloodline finished speaking, other elders began to speak. "That's not entirely proper. Hao has just returned, and hasn't yet made the least contribution whatsoever to the good of the clan. You can't reward him with that Immortal's cave on the basis of his position alone. That wouldn't be fair." "Precisely. In the Fang clan, one's standing is based on how much one has contributed to the clan. To avoid causing other clan members to have feelings of resentment, Hao should not be given that Immortal's cave." It only took a moment for a clamor to arise as numerous elders began to give their opinions. In the end, Meng Hao could tell that about 30% of the elders disagreed, with only about 10% standing on Meng Hao's side. The rest maintained their silence. The Grand Elder had predicted that something like this would happen, so he sat there silently, his expression the same as usual. It was at this point that suddenly Fang Wei, who sat in a chair surrounded by over 100 young companions, suddenly opened his eyes to speak. "Respected elders, I regret to inform you that Junior has already taken the Immortal's cave by Bright Moon Lake and gifted it to someone. His voice was placid and seemingly devoid of any emotion whatsoever. As soon as he spoke, the direct bloodline elders' faces grew dark. However, none of them offered any sort of response. An imperceptible flicker appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. The words spoken by Feng Wei carried much meaning. This was a meeting of Feng clan elders, and none of the other members of the younger generation had seats except for Feng Wei. Furthermore, his words actually carried a domineering weight that seemed to be intolerant of any opposition. It was so domineering that even the direct bloodline elders didn't dare to retort. Meng Hao looked over at Feng Wei, and Feng Wei looked back at him for a moment before closing his eyes. Then, the direct bloodline elder spoke up again. Other than the Immortal's cave, there are also the 10 batches of Rainbow Immortal Evanescence pills concocted by Pill Elder from the Tao of Alchemy Division. That type of pill is a rare medicine that provides mysterious assistance when rising from the spirit realm into the immortal realm. 7 batches of those pills should be given to Hauer. That's not appropriate either, said another elder. Only 10 batches of pills are concocted per year, and the medicinal plant ingredients are all extinct in the outside world. The Rainbow Immortal Evanescence pill is the Feng clan's strongest type of pill that exists in the gap between the spirit and immortal realms. They are concocted for the benefit of the entire junior generation. Therefore, giving 7 batches to Hauer is impossible. I say 1 batch should be enough. As before, the Grand Elder said nothing. It was at this point that the white-robed Feng Wei opened his eyes and spoke again. Respected elders, I regret to inform you that Junior has already made arrangements for all 10 batches of Rainbow Immortality Evanescence pills. Immediately, silence once again filled the entire temple. Fury burned in the direct bloodline elders' eyes, but all they could do was clench their jaws and maintain silence. Meng Hao had not spoken yet either, but his brow had gradually become furrowed as he looked over at Feng Wei. Feng Wei had only spoken twice, yet each time his words had silenced the elders. This fact revealed a lot. In addition, Meng Hao was gradually coming to detect something familiar about Feng Wei, although he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. After a moment, he began to wonder if he was just imagining it. Silence reigned in the temple, and while the direct bloodline clan members sat there gloomily, there were elders from other bloodlines who were smiling slightly. Finally, Grand Elder Feng Tongtian cleared his throat and then began to speak, his eyes shining. Well, since we have a disagreement regarding the Immortal's cave and the medicinal pills, let's put those matters aside for now. Hauer, you are the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline, so I will take responsibility for you now. There will be no more discussion. You will be given the highest quality compensation from the clan. With that, he waved his right hand, causing a jade slip to fly out and come to float in front of Meng Hao. Take this jade slip to the clan's Hall of the People. That is where you can withdraw your monthly set cultivation resources. As for the Immortal's cave, the Grand Elder muttered to himself for a moment, then waved his hand, causing a gentle light to spread out, which rapidly solidified into a map. There were various dots of glowing light on the map, each of which represented an Immortal's cave. The closer the Immortal's caves were to the center of the map, the stronger the auras they emitted. In the very center of them all was a lake, which was none other than Bright Moon Lake. Hauer, go ahead and select an Immortal's cave from among the ones you see here. The dim lights represent Immortal's caves that have already been spoken for. As the Grand Elder spoke, about 80% of the lights on the map went dark. Not many were left behind. There were still a few next to Bright Moon Lake, but most were located in other areas, and especially along the edges. All eyes were on Meng Hao, and most of the onlookers seemed concerned, although it was impossible to tell whether such feelings were true or false. Meng Hao was silent for a moment, then clasped hands and bowed to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Junior has come to Planet East Victory upon my father's request to take my 2 Nirvana fruits. I don't really care about Immortal's caves or medicinal pills. I don't need them. I just want my Nirvana fruits. Having directly spoken these words, Meng Hao gazed at the Grand Elder. Complete silence filled the temple. Finally, The Grand Elder waved his hand as if he couldn't accept Meng Hao's refusal of the Immortal's cave and other things. "Hao, you just got back to the clan," he said, his voice kind. "You need some time to get familiar with everything. An Immortal's cave, cultivation resources, and those medicinal pills are things that, as a member of the Fang clan, belong to you by right. Regarding the Nirvana fruits, fear not, they're yours. Naturally, they will be returned to you. I personally promised your father exactly that when he left. Don't worry about that matter, although it is a significant affair. 2 days from now, I will make an announcement throughout the entire clan, inviting clan members here to bear witness to the returning of the Nirvana fruits into your hands." Meng Hao didn't respond. Originally, he didn't have any desire to come to the Fang clan. Now that he was here and he understood the situation, he was even less willing to stay. In fact, he was even of a mind to simply leave right then and there. However, when he thought of his parents' hopes, he took a deep breath, and a fierce glow appeared in his eyes for a brief moment. He nodded and then decided to say one more thing. "Grand Elder, there is also an immortality illumination vine that my father had prepared for me. Could you please return that to me as well?" Before the Grand Elder could even respond, the white-robed Fang Wei's voice could be heard. "I regret to inform you that I've already made arrangements for that immortality illumination vine as well," he said coolly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Hao's eyes sparkled with icy coldness. He looked over at Fang Wei, smiled slightly, and then began to speak. "Junior cousin Fang Wei," he said, his voice ice-cold despite his smile. "Apparently, I beat the crap out of you too hard when we were young. That's the only explanation for why you've become such a nutcase. Otherwise, what would possibly make you think it was acceptable to steal from me?" When Fang Wei heard this, his eyes glowed with icy coldness as he stared dead at Meng Hao. "Could it be that as long as something belongs to me, you'll try to steal it? Your twisted view of life is really my fault. In the future, I'll do my best to help you correct the error of your ways." Meng Hao said these things while staring directly at Fang Wei. "Do you want to die?" replied Fang Wei coolly. "How pretentious of you," said Meng Hao, walking toward Fang Wei. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble, and his eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Wei. "In terms of status," he continued coldly, "I am the eldest grandson. In terms of bloodline, my bloodline gate beam was 30,000 meters. In terms of clan seniority, I'm your elder cousin. It's my duty to admonish you, and you have no grounds upon which you would be justified in resisting. Since you insist on spewing hogwash, I have to ask you, Fang Wei, do you want to die?" Meng Hao's words were incredibly aggressive. After he finished speaking, he turned to the Grand Elder and clasped his hands. "Grand Elder, Fang Wei has shown disrespect to his elders, which undermines the norms of etiquette, a sin that neither heaven nor earth can forgive. For a clan to prosper, it must have a standard of conduct. Given the Fang clan's status as a great clan of the Ninth Mountain and Sea, the rules must be stricter than others. Respect for seniority is the standard which must be met for the future growth of the clan. Do the clan rules permit someone to act in this way? If not, then he has violated clan rules. What might the punishment be for such actions?" As he spoke, the surrounding elders' eyes went wide, especially the direct bloodline elders, who were greatly shocked. When Meng Hao spoke, his words were as sharp as a sword, completely astonishing everyone in the audience. None of them could possibly have imagined that he would speak in such a vicious tone. Of course, they didn't know that Meng Hao had been raised as a scholar and loved to spar with words. Back in his days as an alchemist, he had engaged in a debate that had resulted in his opponent's Dao heart becoming unstable. From that, it could be seen how sharp his words could be. Furthermore, he had verbally dueled with the meat jelly on many occasions, which could be considered further training in debate. It was at this point that Fang Wei's father, who sat off to the side of the elders, suddenly spoke, his voice cold. "Fang Hao, clan rules prohibit internal conflicts. How could you speak such malicious words? You need to spend some time in self-examination. Men, take him away." Meng Hao showed no fear in response, but instead, began to laugh uproariously. Now that he was here in the Fong clan, and could now take advantage of the clan's regulations and ordinances, he would not allow anyone to dare try to openly put him at a disadvantage. Second uncle, correct? Were my words really malicious? I said that I beat him too severely when we were young. That is a simple fact. I said that he has become abnormal, an expression of regret. Then I said that I wish to help him correct the error of his ways. As his elder cousin, all of this is a condemnation of myself. As his senior, it is my responsibility, in fact, my duty to help my junior cousin. Therefore, I am unsure as to why second uncle would call such words malicious. Fong Wei's father frowned. How nasty and derogatory. Your histrionics will do you no good. Facts are facts. I'll tell you the facts, retorted Meng Hao. This headstrong junior cousin wants to steal my Immortal's cave. He also wants to steal my medicinal pills. Despite that, I said nothing. He is the junior and I am the senior. If I allow him to have those things, then very well, he can have them. However, the reason that I chided him was because he also expressed his desire to steal the immortality illumination vine left for me by my father. Since that item belongs to my father, how could a junior member of the clan possibly steal it? Can a junior member of the clan actually be permitted to steal things that belong to someone of the senior generation? Second uncle, is it possible that you actually approve of such a thing? Isn't such behavior a violation of clan rules? It certainly does not respect the rules of seniority. Does it? Aren't such actions tantamount to open rebellion? In the Ninth Mountain and Sea, what clan exists that permits members of the junior generation to steal things from the senior generation? What clan exists that believes such a thing to be proper? Furthermore, what clan exists that intentionally misrepresents the facts, inverting right and wrong? Second uncle, please enlighten me. Junior's experience is limited, and I'm really unsure of the answers to these questions. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve and looked over at Fong Wei's father, his eyes glittering. You! Fong Wei's father looked enraged, but he apparently couldn't think of anything to say in response. The temple hall was completely silent. The elders who had originally maintained a position of neutrality were now looking over curiously at Meng Hao. 19th uncle's son, Fong Shi, was also there in the crowd, staring blankly at Meng Hao. He had never imagined that Meng Hao could speak so incisively. Meng Hao had just taken a small matter and turned it into something important, had transformed a relatively minor event into a huge one. He had struck people speechless. Such skill in speaking was something that Fong Shi had never encountered before in his life, and it caused his eyes to shine brightly. Enough, said Grand Elder Fong Tong Tian. He frowned and swished his sleeve. We're all members of the same clan. There's no need for bickering. The matter has passed and will not be brought up again. However, the immortality illumination vine left behind by your father will be given to you. With that, he made a grasping motion, causing a bag of holding to suddenly appear in his hand. He tossed it out toward Meng Hao, who grabbed it and scanned it with spiritual sense. Inside, he could see the immortality illumination vine, roughly 3 inches long and as thick as a finger. Killing intent flickered in Fong Wei's eyes. He gave a cold harumph, then stood up and walked out of the temple, completely ignoring Meng Hao in the process. Rustling sounds could be heard as his more than 100 followers left with him. Each and every one glared menacingly at Meng Hao as they left, especially Fong Yuni, whose eyes were filled with intense venom. Meng Hao ignored Fong Wei, as if he wasn't worth looking at. He clasped hands and bowed to the Grand Elder, then looked back at the map of Immortal's caves. As of now, he was determined to rise to prominence in the Fong clan, all for the sake of his father and mother. As such, he would need to make some preparations. Dad and Mom want me to fight hard and excel for their sakes, and they want me to make sure all the people in the Fong clan see it. As their son, that's exactly what I'm going to do. After looking over the Immortal's caves, he found one that didn't seem very extraordinary at all, although it did have a nicely sized medicinal plant garden. Grand Elder, I'll take this Immortal's cave. The Grand Elder nodded and performed an incantation gesture. Immediately, A command medallion appeared and flew out toward Meng Hao. Very well. This clan meeting will now adjourn. Next, he looked kindly at Meng Hao and said, Hao, in 2 days, come back here, and I will personally give you your nirvana fruits. There's no need to feel anxious about that. It seemed the Grand Elder approved of how Meng Hao had behaved during the meeting. As the crowds dispersed, 19th Uncle called Meng Hao over and introduced him to the elders of the direct bloodline. When they looked at him, emotional expressions of reminiscence could be seen on their faces. Some of these men had watched Meng Hao's father grow up, and had even held Meng Hao when he was a baby. They began to talk, and when Meng Hao's father was mentioned, they sighed. Then the subject of his grandfather came up, and their expressions darkened. It was evening before they finally dispersed. Fang Shi volunteered to escort Meng Hao through the ancestral mansion to his Immortal's cave. En route, Fang Shi took him to get his cultivation resources, and the two of them began to chat amiably. AI, 'cause it's a good thing you're finally back. If you hadn't returned, the direct bloodline would only continue to waste away. You have no idea how angry I've been recently. Every time I see Feng Wei, I have to hold back from giving him a taste of my fist. What's so special about that bastard? Huh? His latent talent? His strong bloodline? Humph. If it weren't for his father and grandfather, and their patriarch who occasionally shows his face, their branch would never have started eyeing the ancestral mansion. Fang Shi continued to complain to Meng Hao the entire way. In terms of latent talent, 'cause yours is definitely the best. Your bloodline gate beam was 30,000 meters high. Feng Wei can't even compare. Let's see how he continues to claim to be the number one chosen in the future. And then there's that good-for-nothing Feng Yuni. He's vicious, 'cause in the future you really need to be careful about him. Come to think of it, 'cause your cultivation base needs some improvement. It's too bad about those rainbow immortal evanescence pills. They're powerful, very powerful. With pills like that, coupled with the power of an immortality illumination vine, it's easily possible to achieve true immortal ascension, and then have a big improvement in your cultivation base. It's one of the Fang clan's miraculous pills. In fact, when you consider medicinal pills for the spirit realm, rainbow immortal evanescence pills are one of the top types of pills in all the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Damn that Feng Wei. If it wasn't for him, all of those pills would have been yours. Fang Shi jabbered on and on, almost like the meat jelly. Eventually, he started to tell Meng Hao stories from when he was young, starting from the time he was 1 year old and going all the way until he was hundreds of years old. Meng Hao just smiled and listened to Fang Shi's grumblings and other explanations about the Fang clan. From all of this, he now had a much better understanding of the Fang clan. Gradually, though, Fang Shi's energetic blabbering turned into nothing more than a buzzing in Meng Hao's ears. Overall, though, Meng Hao could sense the sincerity in Fang Shi. As they walked along, they ran into many Fang clan members, all of whom looked curiously at Meng Hao. Some wore smiles, others scowls. Just about any expression imaginable could be seen. 'Cause there's another important thing. You were really badass back at the temple. I've never seen anybody from the junior generation dare to stand in the middle of the temple and talk like that. Every single thing you said was true and sensible. They were all struck speechless. Night had fallen by the time Fang Shi led Meng Hao to his Immortal's cave, which was located in the far northern section of the ancestral mansion. It was a quiet, idyllic location that almost looked like a painting. It was night, but the 2 moons in the sky lit up everything, making it a beautiful scene. Meng Hao's Immortal's cave was actually a sprawling 2-story residence, beautifully decorated and quite luxurious. There was a small lake nearby and a stone path which led to it. The canopy of stars overhead was reflected by the lake water, making everything sparkle. A garden surrounded the little lake, within which grew a variety of medicinal plants. There wasn't a huge amount, but they still caused a sweet fragrance to fill the air. Lotuses could be seen floating on the surface of the lake, and overall, the entire scene looked like something celestial. Meng Hao looked around and was quite content. Although this place might not count as very special when compared to all of the other Immortals' caves in the Fang clan's ancestral mansion, in the outside world, it would be considered one of the best. There was abundant spiritual energy here, as well as immortal qi. Meng Hao walked into the courtyard and then took a deep breath. He really liked this place. "'Cause," said Fang Shi, "about your gift of the tongue. Do you think you could teach me about that? My dad says that I jabber all the time, but that nothing I say makes sense. He's even beaten me on more than one occasion because of it. Could you help me out? Please." Fang Shi's tone was one of piteous entreaty. Meng Hao turned to look at Fang Shi and smiled. "Are you sure?" Fang Shi's expression brightened, and he nodded. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment, but seeing Fang Shi's hopeful expression, he couldn't help but sigh. Tapping his bag of holding, he caused the meat jelly to appear in his hand. The meat jelly immediately pouted and then began to jabber discontentedly. "Meng Hao, you bastard. You deserve to die a horrible death. You dumped me and then exploited me. Wait, no. You exploited me then dumped me. Why you're immoral. You're shameless. You're a big bully. I'm going to convert you." "Fang Shi," said Meng Hao, clearing his throat. "Keep coming to visit me. Every time you do, you can chat with this thingamajig. When you can hold a conversation with it for 3 days, you'll be a badass." "That thing?" said Fang Shi, staring with wide eyes at the meat jelly. The meat jelly suddenly stopped talking and looked at Fang Shi. Both of them seemed to be somewhat at a loss at first, but soon, bright glows appeared in both of their eyes. "Killing intent?" gasped Meng Hao, backing up as he sensed the aura building between the meat jelly and Fang Shi. "So, finally a worthy opponent," said the meat jelly, leaping up into the air and landing next to Fang Shi, an expression of unprecedented solemnity on its face. "It seems I've met my match," replied Fang Shi, having sensed the energy within the meat jelly. It was an explosive energy that only he could sense, and from it, he knew that the meat jelly could continue a conversation for days on end. "It seems I need to warm up a bit first," said the meat jelly, clearing its throat. "Ahem. Look, kid, Lord Third is going to tell you a story that took place 33333. Well, anyway, countless 3 years ago. This was back in the early days of heaven and earth." "Cut the crap. All you know is 33333. What a disgrace." Fang Shi hadn't even begun speaking when all of a sudden, the parrot flew out from Meng Hao's bag of holding. It landed on a nearby tree branch and looked at Fang Shi with a look of disdain. "Kid, don't listen to his jabbering," said the parrot. "You study with Lord Fifth. Look at my mouth, is it sharp or not? From that, you should be able to imagine how sharp-tongued I am." Meng Hao quickly left the courtyard and fled into the Immortal's cave itself. In his opinion, the battlefield occupied by the meat jelly, the parrot and Fang Shi was a place he shouldn't remain in. He had already experienced some of Fang Shi's gift of the tongue on the way here. He had talked the entire way, telling stories from the day he was 1 year old all the way to the present, and tales from the founding of the Fang clan all the way to modern times. When he had run out of conversation topics, he had then begun to introduce the different members of the Fang clan to Meng Hao. Of course, it wasn't an introduction made in person, just his own opinions. Inside his residence, Meng Hao looked around and saw extreme luxury. Even the furniture was made of spirit stones, which caused his eyes to grow wide. "The Fang clan is really rich, and I'm the eldest grandson. Yet, I'm so poor." Sighing at the injustice of it all, he waved his hands, causing all of the spirit stone furniture to be sucked into his bag of holding. The once luxurious residence was now simple and stark, and as he looked around, he felt much better. Finally, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, his eyes glittering. "Father wanted me to get my nirvana fruits. It goes without saying that reason is because he wants me to rise to prominence in the Fang clan. It won't be incredibly difficult to do that, but as for the nirvana fruits, the Fang clan, will they actually be able to give them to me?" Frowning, Meng Hao considered the ambush he had experienced on the way here, and how they had tried to kill him, and his eyes glowed with coldness. "I wonder if Fang Wei's branch of the clan sent the assassins." Meng Hao had learned of how the clan's direct bloodline was currently in a very poor situation. On the other hand, Fang Wei's branch of the clan was on the rise. Not only did they have the support of many of the clan elders, but they had even occupied some of the ancestral mansion. Some branches of the clan remained neutral, but for the most part, Feng Wei's branch had completely eclipsed the direct bloodline. The Grand Elder was acting strange, Meng Hao thought. He seemed kind, but in my opinion, it was just an act. He smiled coldly. Other people all assumed that he had been taken care of by his father and mother from the time he was young. They believed that, although his life had not been what it might have been had he stayed in the Feng clan, surely he had not experienced the twists and turns of a dangerous life. The truth of the matter was that from the age of 7 onward, Meng Hao had been completely alone. In the mortal world, he had struggled hard during his youth and had developed a spirit of independence. Then he had entered the cultivation world and had experienced many things and had survived numerous deadly crises. Step by step, he had advanced through life to reach his current situation. The help he had received from his parents had been scant, to say the least. Although he might not be a perfect judge of character, he rarely made mistakes when sizing people up. He had quite a bit of experience in contending with others, and naturally had become quite good at it. In 2 days, they will most likely not give me the nirvana fruits. They'll come up with some excuse that I won't be able to dispute, and then delay the matter. Of course, me returning to the clan has probably caused a huge headache for whoever it was that was trying to have me killed. However, the higher my position within the Feng clan, the more afraid they will be to do anything to me. After some more thought, his eyes flickered, and he opened the bag of holding that contained his cultivation resources from the Feng clan. After looking it over, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were 100 bottles of medicinal pills, 1 million spirit stones, and 100 magic manuals. Although there were no Taoist magics, there were many powerful divine abilities. As for the Feng clan's most powerful Taoist magics, of course there were none. That was something else Meng Hao had learned from Feng Shi. Not even Feng Wei could have access to those core Taoist magics, not without performing deeds of merit. Such deeds were considered contributions to the Feng clan. The more deeds of merit one performed, the more rewards could be acquired. It was a rule that applied to all of the Feng clan. Not even the Grand Elder could violate it. I get 1,000 merit points every month based on my status in the clan alone. Unfortunately, that's simply not enough to enable me to get some of those core Taoist magics. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed as he pulled out a jade slip which listed the names and properties of countless medicinal pills, Taoist magics, and other magical items. All of these things were items that could be purchased with merit points. There were many that caused Meng Hao's heart to thump after seeing them. There are many ways to earn merit points. The most common way is to complete some of the various trials by fire that are publicly announced throughout the clan. Different trials by fire can earn you different amounts of merit points. At the same time that Meng Hao was studying the jade slip, Feng Wei's father and grandfather were seated cross-legged in a temple in the eastern section of the ancestral mansion. Feng Wei's father was named Feng Xiushan. Frowning, he looked at his own father and said, "Dad, I can't believe that brat has returned." "It doesn't matter," the old man replied coolly. "I've already taken care of the matter." A sinister gleam appeared in his eyes. If he had returned and kept a low profile, it wouldn't have mattered. But since he has decided to act so high and mighty, he's already placed himself half a step into the Yellow Springs. Make sure Weir focuses on his cultivation. He's a chosen of the Feng clan, and the patriarch of our bloodline has high hopes for him. Don't let him get distracted. Dad, there's no need for you to worry about that. Weir has true willpower. He won't be rattled by that son of a bitch. Feng Xiushan smiled. "The direct bloodline is rapidly declining," said the old man confidently, his eyes flickering as if with fire. Feng Hahai has been missing for years, and although his life force flame has not been extinguished, if he were capable of returning, he would have long since done so. His son Feng Shufeng agreed to guard planet South Heaven for 100,000 years for his crippled son. All of that has doomed the direct bloodline to fall. It has also ensured that our bloodline will once again become the next lords of the Feng clan and the new direct bloodline. Years ago, Feng Hahai suppressed me, and his son Feng Shufeng suppressed you. In this generation, our Weir will definitely rise to prominence. That insignificant Fong Hao will be nothing more than a mere stepping stone to him. The old man flicked his sleeve. Time passed. For 2 days, Meng Hao did not leave his residence. He sat there meditating, doing breathing exercises to absorb immortal qi. Those 2 days were like an entire month spent on planet South Heaven. Being able to practice cultivation like this was of great benefit to Meng Hao. He pulled out the heart of his second true self and began to nourish it with the immortal qi near his villa. It was about noontime when Meng Hao opened his eyes from his trance to slap his bag of holding and produce a jade slip that was glowing brightly. He quickly scanned it with divine sense. "Hao, come to the main temple." It was the voice of the Grand Elder, and in response, Meng Hao smiled coldly. He put the jade slip away and walked out of the residence. The first thing he saw in the courtyard was Fang Shi. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his aura was incredibly weak. The meat jelly and the parrot were currently taking turns bombing him indiscriminately with various arguments. As soon as Fang Shi saw Meng Hao, he hurried to his feet and looked over at Meng Hao with an expression of both madness and veneration. "'Cause you're incredible," he called out. "Having these two following you day in and day out, and living to tell the tale, it must be so hard. 'Cause don't worry, I'll definitely learn the ways of a sharp tongue." Fang Shi gritted his teeth with resolve. A strange expression could be seen on Meng Hao's face, and he cleared his throat, unsure of exactly what to say. Then he saw the determination in Fang Shi's eyes, and he patted his shoulder and left the courtyard. "Speech is endowed by heaven, but requires tempering," he thought. If he can endure the training provided by the meat jelly and the parrot, then he will eventually gain the long-windedness of the meat jelly and the acidic speech of the parrot. Clearing his throat again, he hurried toward the main temple. The ancestral mansion was huge, and flight was prohibited there. It took Meng Hao 2 full hours to stroll all the way to the temple. When he got there, he could see tens of thousands of clan members, as well as the Grand Elder, filling the area seated cross-legged. As soon as he saw Meng Hao, the Grand Elder's face broke out in a kind smile, and he nodded his head. "Hao, your Immortal's cave is some distance away. How about this? I'll give you a command medallion that gives you special privileges in the ancestral mansion. Other than some specially restricted areas, you will now be able to fly wherever you wish." With a smile, he handed Meng Hao a violet jade slip. When the onlookers saw this happening, they gaped in shock and jealousy. Normally speaking, only elders were permitted to fly inside the ancestral mansion. Of the members of the junior generation, only Fang Wei had the honor of being able to do so. Now Meng Hao did too. Meng Hao accepted the jade slip. If he didn't trust his own judgment, then it would seem for all intents and purposes that the Grand Elder really did like him a lot. Considering his position as Grand Elder, it appeared as if what he was doing was not only a true kindness, but at the same time just and even-handed. He was doing his best to follow the clan's rules. Today, many clan members have gathered to bear witness to an important event, the Grand Elder proclaimed. Years ago, Hao became weak with illness. His 7th-year tribulation caused many clan members to worry greatly about him. As for me, when I saw a young lad like him enduring such incredible suffering, it also pained my heart. Thankfully, the Immortals are blessing the Fang clan, and an outsider came, providing us with a way to deal with the problem. Fang Xiufeng and his wife took the child away, leaving the nirvana fruits behind with the clan. Meng Hao stood in front of the Grand Elder, staring in shock. From the way the old man was speaking, and the expression on his face, it didn't seem at all like he was going to delay the matter. Rather, it looked like he was really going to hand the nirvana fruits over. "Don't tell me I was overthinking things?" thought Meng Hao. Years ago, the patriarchs who are now in secluded meditation personally said that these nirvana fruits were to be returned to Hao when he came back to the sect. What once belonged to him will always belong to him. It doesn't matter that he only just arrived and is not yet familiar with the clan, or that his cultivation base is not at the proper stage to assimilate the nirvana fruits, or that he has not performed any meritorious service to the clan. No! He is the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline, and was once a blazing son of the Fang clan. He has endured many hardships over the years, and as such, now that he has returned to the clan, none of those other things matter. It is as if they don't exist. These 2 nirvana fruits are his. Today, I will take the responsibility to give him these nirvana fruits. If the patriarchs come out of meditation in the future and ask about the matter, I will assume all responsibility. The Grand Elder's words were spoken decisively, and his face was very solemn. When it came to the part about the past, he sighed emotionally. Many of the surrounding elders had looks of surprise written on their faces, and those from the direct bloodline seemed, at first shocked, but then excited. Meng Hao was panting as he looked at the Grand Elder speaking so warmly. Meng Hao had never imagined that the Grand Elder would say such things in front of so many people. Don't tell me. I really misjudged the situation, thought Meng Hao. Impossible. He'll definitely say something more. Meng Hao took a deep breath and calmed himself. Fong Hao, the Grand Elder said suddenly. His eyes shone as he looked at Meng Hao. Remember, you will always be a member of the Fong clan. The blood of the Fong clan runs through your veins. You can always determine what will happen to you in the future, but you can never make any decisions regarding your birth. Your surname is Fong. We elders are old, and the patriarchs are even more ancient. Even if they are still alive now, they will eventually perish. But you are a future blazing son of the Fong clan. You are the hope for the future. You must work hard in your cultivation. The day will surely come in which you will grow into a mighty tree that stretches up into the heavens. Grand Elder Fong Tongtian seemed quite excited. As he spoke, he raised his hands up, clasped them together, and then bowed toward the rear of the temple. Respected patriarchs, on this day, I, Fong Tongtian, ask all of these clan members to bear witness to the return of the nirvana fruits to Fong Hao. With that, he lifted his right hand up into the air and made a grasping motion. Immediately, shocking rumbling filled the sky, echoing out in all directions. A huge vortex appeared in midair, and as it spun, it slowly revealed some sort of celestial abode. A tall pagoda could be seen, glowing with boundless light that attracted all eyes. The nearby Fong clan members saw the pagoda and began to cry out in shock. It's the ancestral treasure pagoda. In the Fong clan, only precious treasures can be placed within the ancestral treasure pagoda. The pagoda itself is a precious treasure left behind by the first-generation patriarch. Even if heaven and earth were destroyed, the ancestral treasure pagoda would survive. Even the Grand Elder can only exercise limited control over it to retrieve items. He says the name, and the pagoda will send the item out. Meng Hao couldn't believe it. What was happening went completely contrary to his sense of judgment. Everything that was happening was the opposite of how he had expected it to be. His heart was now starting to pound with shock. He had great faith in his sense of judgment, but what was happening right now was impossible to disbelieve. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, then performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Finally, he shouted, "Ancestral Treasure Pagoda, please produce the nirvana fruits." Immediately, rumbling could be heard, and more beams of brilliant light shot out. At the same time, a jade box flew out from the pagoda. In the blink of an eye, it had already sped out of the vortex and landed in the Grand Elder's hands. After that, the vortex up above gradually faded away, obscuring the treasure pagoda, which disappeared from sight. Meng Hao was panting as he stared at the jade box. Even now, he still couldn't believe that the Grand Elder was simply going to hand the nirvana fruits over to him. He had assumed it would be difficult to get them, but it had turned out to be quite the opposite. It all seemed too simple. The Grand Elder unhesitatingly opened the box and lifted it up for all the surrounding clan members to see. Meng Hao immediately caught sight of 2 withered fruits. They were so dried up that it seemed as if the slightest breeze might cause them to vanish. As soon as he laid eyes on them, Meng Hao's blood surged in his veins, and he felt a sensation like that of a summoning. He was immediately able to tell that these were, in fact, nirvana fruits. Nirvana fruits. Years ago, I saw Hauer's 2 nirvana fruits, and those are definitely them. Many of the surrounding direct bloodline clan members were shocked, especially Meng Hao's 19th uncle. Those are nirvana fruits. Meng Hao panted as the Grand Elder looked over at him with glittering eyes. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Meng Hao. Maybe he's giving them to me because he intends to send someone to steal them from me? Meng Hao still had faith in his own judgment, and he just couldn't believe that the Grand Elder would hand over the nirvana fruits so lightly. The Grand Elder suddenly tossed the jade box out into the air toward Meng Hao, who caught it. As soon as he touched the box, the blood in his veins seemed to boil. "There is one more thing that I must say in the presence of all you clan members," said the Grand Elder, looking around with coldly glowing eyes. "Let me make one thing very clear. These nirvana fruits belong to Howard, and now he has them in hand. Perhaps there will be people who harbor malicious intentions. However, in all of Planet East Victory, neither the Church of the Blood Orchid nor the Puppet God sect would dare to try to steal a precious treasure of the Fong clan. Even now that they are in Howard's possession instead of the clan's, they still wouldn't dare. Regarding the other sects around here, they would be even less willing. When it comes to people not from Planet East Victory, we have the East Heaven Gate, which restricts most people from entering. Therefore, if Howard's nirvana fruits turn up missing, then the only culprits would be other members of the Fong clan. Therefore, do not blame me for reminding all of you that if any person steals the nirvana fruits from Howard, I will have no choice but to carry out the will of the patriarchs and exterminate that person's entire bloodline. Fong Heshan, your bloodline would do well to keep this in mind." As he spoke the final words, the Grand Elder's eyes shone with cold light as he stared at Fong Wei's grandfather. The old man's face was unsightly, and he bowed his head in acknowledgement. "The rules of the clan must be complied with. Today, I swear an oath that if anyone dares to steal Howard's nirvana fruits, I will without fail take action. Furthermore, if I myself have any selfish thoughts regarding the matter, the heavens shall eradicate my soul." As soon as the words left his mouth, rumbling sounds could be heard up above. Oath thunder, which indicated that he was swearing upon the Tao. The other clan members were shaken. Moments ago, some of them had actually harbored some malicious intentions. As of this moment, however, those malicious intentions were completely wiped away. Meng Hao's mind trembled even harder. He really couldn't believe everything that was happening. However, the facts were right in front of him, and the Grand Elder had even gone so far as to swear an oath. Perhaps I was actually wrong, Meng Hao thought, but how come I still feel like the Grand Elder is putting on an act? Of all the things he said, what is true and what is false? Meng Hao didn't say anything. He took a deep breath, put the nirvana fruits away, and then bowed deeply toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at Meng Hao, his kind smile wider than ever. "Howard," he said loudly, "I've already made arrangements for the Rainbow Immortal Evanescence pills. 7 batches are really too much, so you'll be given 5 batches. As for the Immortal's Cave, you can switch at any time. It doesn't matter what arrangements have been made. I have the authority to make these decisions." The surrounding clan members' hearts trembled. Now they looked at Meng Hao in a completely different light than before. "All of you are dismissed," said the Grand Elder, waving his arm. "Howard, you come with me." As he led Meng Hao inside the temple, the surrounding clan members burst into conversation. The events that had just occurred would surely spread through the entire clan in a very short period of time. Meng Hao took a deep breath and suppressed his suspicions as he followed the Grand Elder into the temple. The temple was quiet, and nobody was inside other than Meng Hao and the Grand Elder. As soon as they were inside, the Grand Elder turned and looked at Meng Hao. His expression was one of approval and reminiscence, as if looking at Meng Hao caused him to remember things which had happened in the past. "Grand Elder," Meng Hao said softly, "when no one else is around, you can call me Third Grandpa," said the Grand Elder. "Your grandfather is my older brother, and he used to occupy the position of Grand Elder. However, he went missing, and your second grandpa and his bloodline are up to no good." He sighed. "Therefore, the patriarchs asked me to assume the title of Grand Elder. The Fong clan has no clan lord, and since the patriarchs are normally in secluded meditation, the Grand Elder is responsible for just about everything in the clan. I am also a member of the direct bloodline," he said quietly. Your grandfather and I are blood brothers. However, from the moment I took on the position and responsibilities of Grand Elder, I officially belong to no bloodline. I maintain the entire clan's operations and have to keep a balanced relationship with all the different bloodlines. There are many things in which I have no power. My heart lies with our bloodline, but my position forces me to be unbiased in everything. All my decisions must be in accord with the clan rules. This is the only occasion in which I asserted my authority and made a decision unilaterally and gave you your nirvana fruits. The Grand Elder looked kindly at Meng Hao, almost as if he were looking at his own grandson. I have no son, and since your grandfather is my senior in the bloodline, it means that his grandson is also my grandson. Grand ELD. Almost as soon as Meng Hao began to speak the words, the Grand Elder scowled. Meng Hao quickly said, "Third Grandpa." His heart was filled with complex emotions. He still felt that something fishy was going on, but he couldn't figure out what it was that made him feel so uneasy. However, these two nirvana fruits are now several hundred years old and have long since dried up. However, they are precious treasures formed from the Fang clan's bloodline. Therefore, they won't wither away. As long as you have some spirit extract, you can return them to their previous state. The next step you need to take is to cultivate these nirvana fruits on a daily basis. Fuse as much spirit extract as you can into them. Because they belong to you, you can actually absorb them very easily. Once you absorb them, your cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. You can easily advance to be the number one chosen in the Fang clan and become the blazing sun that you once were. Remember, you must absorb them as quickly as possible. This might be shocking to the clan, but the longer you wait, the more likely it will be that someone will recklessly try to make a move against you. However, once you absorb them, they won't be able to do anything. However, remember, absorb them as quickly as possible. Third Grandpa has bought you some time, but I'm afraid it won't be much. Meng Hao nodded in acknowledgement, but inside, his heart was thumping. Spirit extract. He thought, is it possible that my feelings of suspicion have something to do with the spirit extract? Another thing, said the Grand Elder. The spirit extract you need to absorb the nirvana fruits requires your own blood to be part of the mixture. That's something nobody else would have access to. Therefore, you don't need to worry about that aspect. How about this? I noticed that the Immortal's cave you selected has a medicinal plant garden. Assumably, you know something of the Tao of Alchemy. Why don't you go to the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division? You can use your merit points to get some medicinal plants and spirit extract formulas. Spirit extract is easy to concoct, so making it yourself will be the safest thing. The Grand Elder seemed very sincere in his words. Perhaps what he had said was coincidental, but the result was that all of Meng Hao's conjectures were shattered. Meng Hao silently clasped hands and bowed deeply to the Grand Elder, who looked on with a kind smile as Meng Hao left. Finally, the Grand Elder was the only one who remained in the temple. Gradually, the kind look faded away, to be replaced by a tranquil calm. However, deep within his eyes, a sinister coldness flickered, something no one would be able to detect. He turned and headed deeper into the temple. A cold voice suddenly echoed out within the temple, causing the Grand Elder to stop in his tracks for a moment. "Thank you. I'm not helping you," the Grand Elder replied. "I'm just following the clan rules. Everything is for the clan." Meng Hao sped through the ancestral mansion in a bright beam of light until he reached his Immortal's cave. As soon as he set foot into the courtyard, he saw Fangxi sitting there quietly in front of the meat jelly and Parrot. Considering how mentally preoccupied he was, Meng Hao walked past them and sat down cross-legged in his residence. Eyes glittering, he pulled out the box containing the nirvana fruits and looked down at it. Contrary to expectation, the Grand Elder really did hand it over to me. Nothing he said in the temple seemed fake, but I still can't shake the feeling that there was more to what he was saying than what was on the surface. Meng Hao wasn't acting paranoid. After stepping into the cultivation world, things had not always gone as he had expected. He knew that if he wasn't constantly on the alert, he could easily have ended up perishing on multiple occasions. He was also aware that he was in danger here in the Fang clan. If he wasn't cautious in everything, he could easily find himself in a deadly situation. There must be something wrong with the nirvana fruits themselves, he thought, his eyes glittering. He was still sticking to his original judgment of the Grand Elder. None of the things the old man had said could change that. Finally, he looked down at the box and slowly opened it up. A faint pressure began to emanate from within the box, as Meng Hao looked in thoughtful silence at the two withered fruits inside. Each of them was about the size of an infant's fist. The blood in his veins surged, a bloodline connection to the fruits that caused Meng Hao to suddenly feel a twinge of doubt regarding his judgment. These truly are nirvana fruits, and they're definitely stimulating my blood. It seems like they really are the nirvana fruits I produced all those years ago. Don't tell me that I really was thinking too much into things? He sighed and then slowly picked one of the nirvana fruits up. As soon as he touched it, the reaction from his blood was even stronger, as if it longed to assimilate the fruit. He placed it directly in front of his face and looked at it closely. I need a lot of spirit extract to return these nirvana fruits to their original state. At that point, I can absorb them. He sighed again and then began to place the nirvana fruit back into its box. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, his hand stopped in place, and a bright gleam appeared in his eyes. Wait, something's off. The aura of time on these nirvana fruits is not that of only a few hundred years. Panting, he slowly lifted the nirvana fruit back up and stared at it closely. After a long moment, a grim expression filled his face. Meng Hao had cultivated the magic of time in the past, and had used time-based divine abilities. Therefore, there were few people who could accurately judge matters of time the way he could. Although the auras of the nirvana fruits were incredibly weak, they had been perfectly preserved inside the jade box. Because of that, the aura of time was still there, and even though it was almost impossible to detect, Meng Hao could sense it. This was something that nobody, not even the Grand Elder, could possibly have predicted. It's time to find out exactly how old these particular nirvana fruits are. He performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, unleashing time magic. He made a sealing mark, and then the light of augury could be seen in his eyes as he slowly stripped away the layers of mystery that surrounded the fruit. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. 2 hours passed, after which Meng Hao began to breathe heavily. 10,000 years already. By this point, he could determine with absolute certainty that this nirvana fruit was not his. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and after taking a deep breath, he continued to utilize time magic to determine exactly how old the nirvana fruit was. 15,000 years, 20,000 years, 25,000 years. If Meng Hao didn't possess 80% of the power of a true immortal, and have an immortal meridian inside of him that was 80% complete, then he definitely would not have been able to use time magic for such an extended length of time. The sun soon set, and the moon rose high into the sky. A tremor ran through Meng Hao. His cultivation base was almost thoroughly exhausted. However, he was finally able to roughly determine the true age of the nirvana fruit. More than 100,000 years. Meng Hao panted, and a look of disbelief could be seen on his face. He then glanced over at the second nirvana fruit. To his senses, both seemed to be exactly the same. They both exceed 100,000 years. These aren't my nirvana fruits. Whose are they? Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and as of this moment his faith in his own judgment was stronger than ever. The Grand Elder definitely had some sinister motive in giving him these nirvana fruits. The problem doesn't lie with the spirit elixir, nor in the words he spoke. Instead, the problem lies in that which I would least suspect, the nirvana fruits themselves. His face darkened. Now that I think about it, one of the things he emphasized the most, the part that seemed to be spoken out of care for me, was the part about absorbing the nirvana fruits as quickly as possible. That part is definitely suspicious. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. As of now, he was certain that if he tried to absorb the nirvana fruits, he would find himself in some sort of deadly crisis. Snorting coldly, Meng Hao put the nirvana fruits back in the box, then strode out into the courtyard and interrupted the duel between Fang Shi and the parrot and meat jelly. Fang Shi, he said, have you heard of anyone else in the clan producing nirvana fruits? Fang Shi looked completely exhausted, although a gleam of stubbornness and even excitement could be seen in his eyes. When he heard Meng Hao's question, he gaped in shock. No, I haven't, he replied. Only nirvana flowers, but those are kind of useless. The only person to ever produce nirvana fruits is you. Wait, now that I think about it, there's a rumor that the first-generation patriarch produced nirvana fruits. Why, what's wrong? Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he promptly avoided answering the question. However, more feelings of suspicion rose up in his heart. The nirvana fruits of the first-generation patriarch, he thought. They would definitely be considered a precious treasure. Why would the Grand Elder give them to me? Apparently, these nirvana fruits are incredibly ancient, over 100,000 years old. Starting the next day, Meng Hao made his way around the ancestral mansion filled with doubts, although no trace of his feelings could be seen on his face. He met quite a few clan members and went to quite a few different buildings. He did his best to act exactly as a clan member would who had been missing for years, and finally returned to the clan. For example, he thirstily devoured information about the clan's history. Everything he did seemed completely normal, and not suspicious in any way. Days passed. About a week later, Meng Hao's interest in the clan history pavilion seemed to grow deeper. Much of the information about the clan's history was recorded there, and Meng Hao often showed up to pore through the records, which no one found strange. There were a vast quantity of jade slips filled with information about past events. Unfortunately, there wasn't much information about clan patriarchs, usually just a sentence or two or a brief description. Half a month passed. Occasionally, the Grand Elder would kindly summon him and remind him to concoct the spirit elixir as soon as possible, and then absorb the nirvana fruits. In the end, Meng Hao finally managed to piece together a relatively intact story from all of the scattered bits of information he had found. Currently, he sat cross-legged in his residence, eyes closed as he reviewed all of the information he had gathered in the past days. A sixth-generation patriarch with an exceedingly high cultivation base went into secluded meditation for a single day and suddenly died. A 10th-generation patriarch was also in secluded meditation and suddenly died. The same thing happened to a 13th-generation patriarch and a 16th-generation patriarch. Both of them went into secluded meditation and then suddenly died. It wasn't just them. In the past 100,000 years, there were other chosen and various clan members who went into secluded meditation and then mysteriously died. All of this was information he had discovered in the Jade history slips, tiny clues and scraps of knowledge that at first seemed unremarkable. Although they didn't seem out of the ordinary when taken alone, Meng Hao, being in the crisis that he was, had discovered all the information and organized all the clues. In the end, an intense desire to kill rose up in his heart. Roughly 30,000 years ago, the frequency of the sudden deaths decreased. Nowadays, they rarely occur. When he opened his eyes, they shone with a bright light. After tracking down more information about those ancestors who had died, there was one common factor connecting all of them together. Some of them went directly into the ancestral treasure pagoda, and others traded merit points to acquire rewards from the same pagoda. That's definitely suspicious. Throughout the past 100,000 years, many clan members have earned rewards from the ancestral treasure pagoda. These people were the only ones who died suddenly. It does seem suspicious, but somewhat circumstantial. Until Meng Hao patted his bag of holding to produce a jade slip. His eyes began to glow coldly. Until I found out this bit of information about the last clan member to suddenly die 30,000 years ago, information recorded in the diary of his son. Just before dying, he managed to pass word to his son that he was going to assimilate an object belonging to an ancestor. It was something no one in the past had ever succeeded in doing. Furthermore, anyone else who had attempted to accomplish the same feat had died. However, word had been passed down by one of the ancestors that if someone could successfully absorb it, It would solve the riddle of the Fong clan bloodline. Meng Hao took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a moment, they opened again and were extremely calm. There were no waves of shock or astonishment as he looked down at the jade box. If my speculations are correct, most, if not all, of those people suddenly died for exactly the same reason. And that reason was none other than these two nirvana fruits. These nirvana fruits originally belonged to that ancient ancestor. A cold smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. The Grand Elder is pushing me to absorb them because he wants me to experience that same sudden death. The Grand Elder gave me the nirvana fruits in front of everyone, so that it would be no secret. All the things he said, even that biased oath, all seemed extremely aboveboard and honest. Therefore, if I died while absorbing the nirvana fruits, just like everyone else who has attempted to do so, he would have done nothing except lead me in that direction with his words. Any blame for my death would have been placed solely on the nirvana fruits. Quite a flawless plan. I would die a meaningless death, and the Grand Elder might even hold an incredible funeral service for me. Meng Hao's smile became even colder than before. The Grand Elder didn't think he had underestimated Meng Hao, but in the end, that is exactly what he had done. To the Grand Elder, Meng Hao was simply a member of the junior generation. However intelligent he might be, he was still just a junior. He could never have imagined that Meng Hao had cultivated time magic, and that because of his unbridled persistence, would need only half a month to sift through the vast clan histories and piece together random clues into the truth. The two nirvana fruits were exactly what Meng Hao had speculated. Items belonging to the first-generation patriarch that had been left behind as precious treasures. However, one clan member after another had suddenly died while trying to absorb them. Eventually, they became something like taboo objects. 30,000 years ago, the clan had clamped down on all information regarding the two nirvana fruits, and they had been put into long-term storage in the ancestral treasure pavilion. Despite being objects from that first-generation patriarch, they were completely useless. Nowadays, it was possible that there were a few people in the clan who knew that one of the patriarchs had left nirvana fruits behind, but it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than to find someone who remembered about those clan members suddenly dying. Not even Meng Hao's father would be aware of such a thing. Were it not for Meng Hao's suspicious nature, and his ability to use his time magic to determine the true age of the nirvana fruits, then even if he did search through the clan histories, he would never have been able to detect all of the random, inconspicuous clues that he had. Well then, what about my nirvana fruits? He thought. Are they still around? Or not? He looked down at the jade box, a complicated expression on his face. As of now, Meng Hao realized that all of the spectators who had looked on as the Grand Elder handed him the jade box must have thought that the nirvana fruits really did belong to him. Sometimes, if everyone believes something to be true, then the matter basically becomes true and cannot be changed. After a long moment of thought, Meng Hao looked down at the two nirvana fruits, and his eyes began to glitter. In terms of value, these two patriarchs' nirvana fruits are surely priceless. Based on all the clues I pieced together, those clan members who suddenly died all ended up as desiccated corpses, as if their life force had been sucked away. From the look of it, the nirvana fruits can't be restored simply by feeding them some spirit elixir as the Grand Elder suggested. Doing that will probably only revive them temporarily. Absorbing them during that period of brief restoration will most certainly lead to death. That's because fundamentally, they are still dry and withered. Unless I can truly and completely restore them, perhaps, then I actually could absorb them. Of course, there must have been clan members who came to that same conclusion, and yet they also failed. Perhaps my line of thinking is just as flawed as theirs. In that case, perhaps it's simply impossible to gather enough spirit elixir to restore them completely. If that's the case, then there are two possibilities. One is that not even the Fong clan can afford the terrifying wastage of resources that would be required to get enough medicinal plants. After all, the supply of medicinal plants is not infinite. Perhaps it's really impossible to restore the nirvana fruits completely, even if you use substitute ingredients in the spirit elixir. Even more likely than that possibility is the second possibility. Perhaps these nirvana fruits were withered from the very moment they were created. Meng Hao's eyes flickered for a moment, after which he patted his bag of holding to produce the copper mirror. There's always the chance that I really could restore the nirvana fruits to a state of completeness. Meng Hao was panting, and a strange gleam could be seen in his eyes. Then he thought about his beloved spirit stones, and he gritted his teeth in hesitation. There are plenty of chosen in the 9th mountain and sea, and in the future, I should have plenty of chances to bleed them dry of spirit stones. But if I could restore these 2 patriarchs' nirvana fruits, then absorb them, then it would be the greatest good fortune I could get here in the Fang clan. Time to go to where they concoct pills around here. As of this moment, a gleam of determination could be seen in Meng Hao's eyes. The next day at dawn, he walked out of his residence to find that Fang, she was nowhere to be seen. In the end, Fang, she felt that he had made great strides in his gift of the tongue, and was ready to graduate to the next level. Therefore, he had decided to test his debating abilities out on the masses. The meat jelly and the parrot, claiming that it was time to test him out, had gone along to supervise. The courtyard was silent as Meng Hao transformed into a beam of light and flew toward the direction of the clan's pill-concocting quarter. The Fang clan was an enormous clan, so they naturally had their own Tao of alchemy, and had set up their own Tao of alchemy division. Every cultivator there was drawn from the Fang clan itself, and no matter what bloodline they came from, once they were inducted they belonged solely to the Tao of Alchemy division. The clan's Tao of Alchemy division was set up outside the ancestral mansion, in its own area. It was almost like a sect, with mountains winding about in all directions, dotted with various pavilions and buildings. Radiant light shone up into the air, and the place pulsed with energy. The Tao of Alchemy division was made up of more than 100,000 alchemists, ensuring that the aroma of medicinal pills would always waft about and never disperse. It was always possible to see the colorful aura of medicinal pills, which was beautiful beyond compare. The Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division had a strict division of ranking among alchemists. It was not like the Violet Fate sect, which simply divided the higher levels into Furnace Lords and Violet Furnace Lords. In the Fang clan, the alchemists were organized into 9 tiers. Tier 9 was the absolute peak, whereas Tier 1 was the level for novices. Underneath the alchemists were vast numbers of apprentice alchemists, roughly 1 million in total. When practicing cultivation, medicinal pills were an absolute necessity. That was even more true in the immortal realm, in which cultivators cultivated boundless immortal qi. There simply wasn't enough immortal qi in the 9th mountain and sea to support all of the cultivators, which meant that they needed to rely on the assistance of the power of plants and vegetation within medicinal pills to condense the vast amount of immortal qi that they needed. Because of that, alchemists occupied a very lofty position. Of course, not every clan member was gifted in the Tao of alchemy. People with such talent were not common. This was especially true of Tier 6 alchemists, who were quite rare. When it came to Tier 9 alchemists, there was only one in the entire Fang clan, and he was referred to as Pill Elder. For the most part, he only concocted pills for the clan patriarchs who were in secluded meditation for long periods of time. From the moment Meng Hao flew out of the ancestral mansion, he could see the mountains that made up the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division. As he neared, he could sense a terrifying spell formation that had been set up to block the entrance to the mountains. So he produced his jade identity plaque, whereupon the spell formation flickered. After confirming Meng Hao's identity, bright light spread out over him, stimulating his blood flow. Finally, he was allowed to enter. The aroma of medicinal pills washed over Meng Hao, and he felt enlivened. It was a very familiar scent, and it instantly made him recall the Violet Fate sect. He took a deep breath, and immediately began to analyze what different medicinal plants he could detect in the air, and how they had been blended together. When it came to the Tao of alchemy, even Pill Demon had to admit that Meng Hao exceeded him. His pill concocting skill had reached a terrifying level. Mountains could be seen in all directions, and Meng Hao could sense the aura of numerous alchemists. There was also the heat of earthly fire, making the entire place quite hot. He could see alchemists moving about to and fro among the mountains, although it was more common to see apprentice alchemists in their unique jackets, flying back and forth in beams of colorful light between the various regions that comprised the Tao of Alchemy division. I wonder what the alchemists here are like? thought Meng Hao, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Clearly, the Grand Elder had made arrangements in advance, because as soon as Meng Hao entered the Tao of Alchemy division, a middle-aged man flew toward him from a nearby mountain. He landed in front of Meng Hao and then looked him over, sizing him up. "You're Feng Hao? The one with the 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam." The man wore a long green robe, and his expression was one of arrogance. The collar of his robe was embroidered with 5 golden dragons, indicating that he was a Tier 5 alchemist. Meng Hao nodded. "I really don't know what the Grand Elder was thinking," said the man, looking at Meng Hao a bit impatiently. "It doesn't matter you have a 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam. This is the Tao of Alchemy division. If you want to study pill concocting, having a strong bloodline won't help you one bit. You need to be gifted in the Tao of Alchemy to study pill concocting. Can you concoct pills?" This question caused Meng Hao to hesitate. The Tao of Alchemy was vast and limitless, so he wouldn't dare to say that he thoroughly understood pill concocting. "I understand something about it," he responded. "Something?" The man didn't seem too pleased. He himself had been immersed in the Tao of Alchemy for many years, and the more he understood about it, the more he realized how boundless it was. Even an entire lifetime of hard work was not enough to grasp a tiny corner of it. If someone asked him how much he knew, he would never dare to say that he knew something. At most he would say that he understood a bit. And yet this young man standing in front of him, a chosen with a 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam, actually dared to say that he understood something about the Tao of Alchemy. Obviously, he knew nothing. "How many years did you spend formally studying pill concocting?" the man asked coldly, his expression even more displeased than before. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment and then said, "In terms of formal studying, I guess a little more than a year." The man's face darkened, and he impatiently threw a bag of holding toward Meng Hao. "Inside, you'll find the formula for the spirit extract that the Grand Elder wanted you to have, plus 10 sets of medicinal plants." The man then waved his hand and sent a wooden placard in his direction. Concocting spirit extract is much simpler than concocting pills. Just follow the description in the formula and you'll be able to concoct it with no problem. If it's too difficult for you, find an apprentice alchemist to make it for you. If you want to study the Tao of Alchemy, you need to start by learning to identify medicinal plants. Take that placard to Alchemy Lodge Peak number 7191. Study there for about 100 years. Then come back and find me. With that, the man turned, took about 7 or 8 steps, then stopped and looked back. "Don't forget," he said. "The Tao of Alchemy is vasty and mighty. In the future, if someone asks you about it, don't give such a wildly arrogant answer. You think that after studying for a year you can know something about the Tao of Alchemy? Furthermore, your 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam doesn't mean anything here. Here, you're not a chosen, you're just a regular clan member. If you don't have the natural talent, then there's no need to stick around here wasting the clan's resources. Just go back to wherever you came from." Having finished reprimanding Meng Hao, the man turned and transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Meng Hao smiled wryly. He felt that his answer had been quite appropriate, but it had ended up irritating the man. Meng Hao scanned the bag of holding with divine sense, then pulled out the formula. He looked it over and found that the spirit extract really was incredibly simple to concoct. One didn't need to be an alchemist to concoct it. Even an apprentice alchemist could do so. However, the medicinal plant ingredients were quite expensive, including some medicinal plants that were considered quite rare on planet South Heaven. There were enough sets of ingredients to produce 10 batches of spirit extract. There was one plant that only had 3 leaves and emitted immortal chi. 3 immortal's leaf, he thought, his eyes glittering. Seeing that particular plant helped him understand exactly what resources were at the disposal of the Fong clan's Tao of Alchemy division. If I can have access to plants like 3 immortal's leaf, that means this Tao of Alchemy division is like a holy land. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and his breathing sped up a bit. He actually wasn't sure exactly what level his Tao of Alchemy had reached. After all, when it came to many of the medicinal pills that were frequently used to gauge the strength of someone's Tao of Alchemy, He had always lacked some of the key ingredients, and had never had the chance to concoct them. Well, I might as well go see how strong my Tao of Alchemy is in comparison to the Fong clan's Tao of Alchemy. Clutching the wooden placard in his hand, he followed the map toward Alchemy Lodge Peak number 7191. The mountains that made up the Fong clan's Tao of Alchemy division stretched out boundlessly in all directions. There were 10,000 mountains in the inner region that were occupied by alchemists, which were surrounded by 100,000 additional mountains. The higher a given alchemist's ranking, the closer that alchemist could get to the center of all the mountains. The 100,000 outer mountains were divided into 10 districts, which were areas in which apprentice alchemists studied. They were known as alchemy lodges, and were comprised of 10,000 peaks each. Meng Hao's destination was Alchemy Lodge Peak number 7191. Thankfully, there was no prohibition on flight here, otherwise it would have taken Meng Hao a very long time to reach his destination. He shot forward at top speed and, with the help of the map, soon reached an ancient and primitive-looking mountain peak. The peak was not sharp and tall, and in fact it appeared as if the top had been directly cut off to create what looked like a huge public square. Currently, several hundred people sat cross-legged surrounding a raised central platform, listening to an old man give a lecture about medicinal plants. He wore a long robe, the collar of which was embroidered with a single golden dragon. The old man rambled on, occasionally holding out a medicinal plant. Every so often, one of those plants would bloom and would be surrounded by multicolored light. The audience members were apparently experiencing significant enlightenment as they watched. In the audience of hundreds of cultivators could be seen men and women, old people and young, all of whom were members of the Fong clan, come here to study pill concocting. Of course, everyone had to start out as an apprentice alchemist. No one paid much attention to Meng Hao's arrival. He sat down off to the side to listen to the old man's lecture. "This is Godshine flower," the old man said coolly, "which is also known as sunbirth leaf. On any given day, its medicinal strength is at its peak at high noon. Make sure to pay close attention to this flower's vein pattern, because it looks very similar to Godrain flower." With that, he pulled out another medicinal plant and began to introduce it. Occasionally, the old man would look out at the crowd, and when he saw the earnest expressions of the faces of the apprentice alchemists, he felt quite a sense of accomplishment. He was a mere Tier 1 alchemist, and had virtually no hope of ever being promoted for the rest of this life. Therefore, he had been assigned to deliver lectures on plants and vegetation to the apprentice alchemists. It was only during times like these that he could enjoy the sensation of a crowd looking at him enviously. Even as he continued his lecture, a glimmer of displeasure suddenly flickered within him. He had just seen a young man in the audience frowning at what he was saying. At first, he didn't pay the matter much attention, but over the course of the next 2 hours, he realized that the young man had frowned 7 or 8 times. That made the old man more and more irritated. He had been giving lectures here for many years, and every single apprentice alchemist looked at him with deep respect and courtesy. Even chosen from other clans' Tao of Alchemy divisions would recognize his authority in this place. The old man had never encountered someone like Meng Hao, who frowned at what he said. The more he saw this happening, the more offensive he found it. Meng Hao continued to listen to the lecture. Eventually the old man began to talk about Bright Moon Vine, and Meng Hao frowned again. He could clearly tell that this old man had an incorrect understanding of plants and vegetation. He was making mistakes that, if the audience of apprentice alchemists paid attention to, could cause problems for them in the future. They might even pay heavy prices before they understood the truth. This type of tree grows in the frigid weather of regions that were once extremely hot. It is called midwinter tree. When it is burned, it can produce a type of sap that is considered a precious treasure, the name of which is midwinter sap. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Meng Hao frown yet again. That made it more than 10 times in which Meng Hao had frowned. At long last, the old man couldn't take it anymore. Face cold, he pointed directly at Meng Hao. "You! What's your name?" he asked, his voice rumbling like thunder. The surrounding apprentice alchemists had just been listening to his lecture in a virtual trance, and were instantly shocked. They quickly followed the line of the man's finger to see Meng Hao. Meng Hao, replied Meng Hao coolly. Or you can also call me Fong Hao. You have no regard for your elders and betters. In my role as an alchemist, I will ask you, an apprentice alchemist, a question. Let's see if you dare to stand up and answer. The old man chuckled coldly. Meng Hao had no desire to get into an argument with the old man, so he casually stood up. Do you acknowledge your error? The old man demanded. Well, too late. Let me ask you. Why was your attention wandering during my lecture? Why did you keep frowning? If you don't enjoy listening to my lectures here, then you can just get lost. You're not permitted to stick around here and annoy people. Your name's Fong Hao, huh? From now on, you are not welcome here. He snorted coldly. This old man was not a tolerant person. So Meng Hao's continued frowning had really been a provocation, or even a challenge. Meng Hao frowned, and an icy coldness could be seen within his eyes. He looked at the old man for a moment, but didn't say anything. As he turned to leave, the old man snorted again. Did I say you could leave? If you can't explain why you were frowning just now, then I'll throw you out. You can't just walk away. Meng Hao stopped in place and slowly looked back at the old man. Then he began to speak, his voice calm. The first time I frowned was when you mentioned sunbirth leaf. Although that leaf's medicinal strength is indeed greatest at high noon, that is not a suitable time to harvest it, let alone to use it to concoct medicine. At that time, the yang energy in the leaf is too intense. If you concoct medicine with it then, and it is not the primary ingredient, then it doesn't matter. However, if you use it as the primary ingredient, the concoction will fail. The correct time to harvest said leaf is at a specific time after high noon. Meng Hao's voice boomed out in all directions as he took a step forward toward the man. The old man's face darkened, and he was just about to say something when Meng Hao continued to speak. The second time I frowned was when you talked about groundfall root. What you said was completely incorrect. You said that groundfall root contains an aura of rot. However, true groundfall root is the part that connects the plant to the ground. Half an inch is underground, the other half is above ground. If you harvest the incorrect part of the plant, then any pill you concoct will be black and full of toxins. It would be detrimental to anyone who consumed it. As he spoke, he took another step forward, and his energy surged. The old man's face flickered. When it came to sunbirth leaf, he had an argument that he could make in his defense. But when it came to groundfall root, as soon as the words left Meng Hao's mouth, his heart began to thump. He suddenly remembered that when he had attempted to concoct a pill with groundfall root in the past, the result was exactly as Meng Hao had described. The third time I frowned was when you brought up tender willow branch. The first half of what you said about it was absolutely correct. If you take 9 of its leaves and refine them together, it will form a true tender willow leaf. However, you missed something very important. It is vital to collect some of the soil from beneath the tree itself and combine that into the mixture. The reason is that the soil in areas where tender willow branches grow, when compounded with wood and metallic elements, can purify the metal portion, leaving behind a newborn plant. As Meng Hao took another step forward, the old man's face flickered again. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he subconsciously took a step backward. As Meng Hao neared, the man sensed an amorphous energy that filled him with fear. Most importantly of all, what Meng Hao had said about the tender willow leaf left him completely shocked. It was actually the first time he had heard of such a thing. However, it suddenly caused him to think back to a time when he had been invited to visit another alchemist, who at the time happened to be concocting a pill with tender willow leaf. He had actually put some soil into the mixture. At the time, the old man had been confused as to why he would do that, but too embarrassed to ask about it. The fourth time I frowned was when you spoke of cloud-sipping grass. How could that grass possibly grow inside of clouds, which is exactly what you said? That's nothing but sheer and utter nonsense. It's a grass that grows in mountain streams, surrounded by wisps of cloud and mist. That's why it's called cloud-sipping grass. The next step Meng Hao took left the old man completely ashen-faced. Yet again, he subconsciously stepped back. He suddenly remembered that cloud-sipping grass was exactly as Meng Hao had just described it. When he had talked about it earlier, he had intentionally spouted some hogwash. His explanation actually had nothing to do with reality. That was because he had no idea what the plant really was. The 5th time I frowned was when you talked about the tree of 9 eyes. The 6th time I frowned was because of what you said about gauzewood moss. The 7th time I frowned. Every time he spoke, Meng Hao took another step forward, and the old man's face grew paler as he fell back in retreat. His expression soon became one of panic, which caused the surrounding apprentice alchemists to stare in shock. The 12th time I frowned was because you said that bright moon vines have flowers that bloom with 2 different colors. One color is toxic, the other isn't. You spoke of the plant's medicinal properties, but then never explained how to tell the difference between the two. That is why I frowned. Meng Hao advanced with each of his explanations, and the old man fell back. By this point, Meng Hao was now standing on the platform. The last time I frowned was when you talked about midwinter sap. I have no idea from whom you learned about plants and vegetation, but even though midwinter sap can be produced by burning it with a cultivation flame, that will produce an inferior product. The highest quality midwinter sap requires magically induced lightning to create. With that, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve. Voice echoing, he continued. The Tao of alchemy is vast and limitless. The number of medicinal plants is like the water in the sea. No one can remember all of them, and the mistakes you made are not unforgivable. However, we are in our clan's Tao of Alchemy division. The apprentice alchemists here to listen to your lecture are all fellow clan members. If you know something, then talk about it. If there's something you're not clear about, no one will make fun of you for that. That being the case, there is absolutely no reason to make up random garbage. If you do that, these apprentice alchemists might end up paying with their lives because of the mistakes they will make in the future. Meng Hao's words were spoken with little courtesy. Originally, he had intended to simply leave. However, the old man had aggressively provoked him, and as such, he laid bare all of the reasons why he had frowned earlier. The old man opened his mouth to respond, but there was nothing he could say. His mind spun as he realized that there were indeed aspects of his speech in which he didn't know what he was talking about. However, he had fallen into a habit of lecturing on those things merely based on his own personal experience and judgment. Currently, his face was as pale as death, and he was trembling. There was nothing he could do to refute Meng Hao's stern criticism. In fact, for some reason, the feeling he got when he looked at Meng Hao was the same feeling of awe he'd had years ago when he was an apprentice alchemist looking at the full alchemists. Everything Meng Hao had said left him shaken, and actually answered many questions that he himself had wondered about. In the silence that followed, the surrounding hundreds of Fang clan apprentice alchemists began to talk. Fang Hao. I just remembered. He's the one with the 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam. His bloodline is inconceivably strong. It's that Fang Hao. It's really him. He came from planet South Heaven. Supposedly, he experienced some kind of 7th-year tribulation. Now he's back, and not only does he have a strong bloodline, he also managed to silence an alchemist on the subject of plants and vegetation. He's the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline. His bloodline is even stronger than Prince Wei's. I can't believe he's here in the Tao of Alchemy division. After hearing him talk about all those different medicinal plants, I suddenly feel like I understand them far better than I did before. Could it be that Fang Hao is also an alchemist? Meng Hao was just about to leave when the trembling old man stepped forward. Clasping hands, he bowed deeply to Meng Hao. Alchemist Fang. Sir, you were right to chide me. My name is Fang Kun, and everything was my fault. Would you mind staying for a moment and clearing up some of my confusion, Alchemist Fang? I actually have some questions about plants and vegetation that I hope you can help me with. Although Fang Kun seemed a bit embarrassed to say these things, he didn't hesitate to speak them. His words caused instant excitement among the surrounding apprentice alchemists. They could clearly see that Meng Hao's skill with plants and vegetation far exceeded that of Fang Kun. The idea of being able to hear a lecture by an alchemist like that was a rare opportunity, and true good fortune. Please, Alchemist Fang, stay for a bit. Give us some pointers. Alchemist Fang. We have a lot of questions about plants and vegetation. For the sake of us fellow clan members, could you stay and dispel some of our confusion? Everyone began talking at once, clasping hands and bowing. Meng Hao stopped in his tracks and looked around for a moment before nodding. A cheer of excitement rose up from the enthusiastic crowd. Heaven rain leaf veins will only appear when they are soaked by he rainfall. As far as what types of medicinal pills can be concocted with those veins, I know of 87,645 different types. Golden mean tree cannot be used as a primary ingredient. However, you can add it to the mix during the concocting process to increase metal type energy. Furthermore, it will add a golden color to the medicinal pill. Meng Hao was currently standing on the platform. He had just introduced a variety of unique medicinal plants that were easily misidentified, and was now fielding questions from the apprentice alchemists. Fang Kun sat down below, constantly asking questions about various plants and vegetation that he wasn't clear about. He seemed very excited. Milky Way stone isn't really a type of rock. It's actually a type of sea moss that grows in the narrow crevices rocks. Furthermore, the more cracks a stone has, the higher the quality will be. 9 dragon spice is not naturally occurring. No, it is actually the result of a graft of 9 different medicinal plants. The grafting formula is actually a secret, so all I know about it is from my own conclusions based on what I've heard about the pill itself. I can't actually be 100% certain of the exact method of grafting. Meng Hao spoke patiently to the apprentice alchemists and the excited Fang Kun. The sky was growing dark, but the audience didn't seem tired at all. Quite the opposite. Many of them were excitedly recording the information Meng Hao was giving them onto jade slips. Soon, the moon hung high in the sky, and yet, nobody had left. Eventually, passing apprentice alchemists from nearby mountains noticed that something was going on, and came over. When they saw that an alchemist was listening to this lecture about plants and vegetation, they were shocked. That was especially true after many of them recognized Fang Kun. In the end, these curious newcomers didn't leave either. It didn't take long before the mountain platform was packed tight with, not several hundred people, but several thousand. All types of questions were asked, and there wasn't a single one that Meng Hao couldn't answer. Some people even started to intentionally ask trick questions, but Meng Hao didn't even need to think before providing an answer. Everything he said was correct and complete, which caused even the questioners trying to trip him up to feel completely astonished. Eventually, the mountain was packed. The new arrivals, who of course didn't want to leave, had to float in the air nearby to listen. Meng Hao tried to conclude the lecture on numerous occasions, but there were too many people in the audience, and too many questions. He wanted to leave, but considering that he was trying to rise to prominence in the clan, the Tao of Alchemy was probably his best chance to do so. Therefore, he stayed. Gradually, an entire night passed, and to these alchemy cultivators, Meng Hao's lecture was almost like a sermon about the Tao. More and more apprentice alchemists crowded around. By the time the sun rose, there were over 10,000 people present. That in and of itself sent the surrounding areas into a commotion. More people approached to hear Meng Hao's lecture and to ask questions. However, from start to finish, there seemed to be nothing Meng Hao didn't know, and no question that he couldn't answer, or even give him the slightest pause. Shock spread through all hearts, and soon, some of the other alchemists in the area who had been preparing to give their own lectures noticed. At first they chuckled coldly, but soon their eyes grew wide with disbelief. His skill with plants and vegetation. It's actually incredibly high. Heavens! The questions are never-ending, and they touch upon virtually all aspects of plants and vegetation. But this guy can actually answer all of them. What an incredible knowledge base. Gradually, the size of the audience grew. Meng Hao spoke for 3 days straight, and eventually, there were 30,000 people in attendance. The entire world of the apprentice alchemists in the Tao of Alchemy division was shaken. There were even many Tier 1 alchemists who came. As for the Tier 2 alchemists, however, most stayed in the inner mountains. They rarely interfered with the affairs of the outer mountains, nor did they pay too much attention to what happened there. After all, most alchemists spent their time in seclusion, concocting pills. 3 Immortal's leaf is a rare medicinal plant. I would never have expected the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division to be able to grow them. If you use this medicinal plant as the main ingredient, a vast amount of medicinal pills can be concocted. Although I haven't personally concocted anything using 3 Immortal's leaf, I'm aware of around 1,000 pill formulas that use it. Sun Blossom? That's a legendary medicinal plant that has long since gone extinct. Naturally, I've never laid eyes on one, but I've heard that if you add Sun Blossom to a medicinal pill, you are certain to produce a 100% consummate pill. One Meng Hao is now seated cross-legged on the platform, smiling as he spoke. Everyone in the audience was still excited. Even after 3 days, they didn't seem tired at all. All of them were deeply aware that this was a very rare opportunity for them. Meanwhile, word spread to the Fang clan ancestral mansion. Fang Yuni sat in his Immortal's cave, listening as an apprentice alchemist gave a lively description of Meng Hao's lecture on plants and vegetation. Fang Yuni's face darkened, and then after a moment, broke out into a cold smile. What does that prove? Fang Yuni said coldly. Any Tier 2 alchemist from the inner mountains of the Tao of Alchemy Division could go out and give a lecture on plants and vegetation. Any one of them would draw a crowd of tens of thousands or even more. Piddling Meng Hao. You come here from a backwater place like Planet South Heaven, so even if you have a bit of skill, it's still bound to be quite limited. You just joined the Tao of Alchemy Division and are already acting so arrogantly? You're nothing but a loser who thinks he's hot stuff. He still constantly brooded over the events that had taken place on Planet South Heaven, and hated Meng Hao to his bones. He really wanted Prince Wei to go punish Meng Hao. Unfortunately, Prince Wei never did anything, no matter how Fang Yuni pushed the subject. Now, just as he was managing to quell his frustration, this apprentice alchemist came to tell him about the waves Meng Hao was making in the Tao of Alchemy Division. Finally, he snorted and sent the apprentice alchemist away, then sat there frowning. This damned Meng Hao. I can't just let him trot around so happily. Grinding his teeth, Fang Yuni produced a transmission jade slip, imprinted it with divine sense as well as some various promises, and then threw it out. The jade slip immediately shot into the air. Shortly thereafter, somewhere within the 10,000 inner mountains of the Tao of Alchemy Division, on one particular mountain that was fairly close to the outer mountains, a middle-aged man was concocting some medicinal pills. He wore an alchemist's robe that had 2 golden dragons embroidered on the collar. The pill furnace in front of him glowed bright red and flickered with light. A medicinal aroma wafted out from the furnace, which surrounded the entire mountain and seemed to nourish all of the vegetation in the area. In the middle of his concocting, a jade slip suddenly appeared. It floated there off to the side, but the middle-aged man ignored it completely, instead continuing with his pill concocting. 2 hours passed before the bright red color of the pill furnace began to fade away. When the furnace cooled completely, the man began to murmur to himself. I've been working on this batch of mortality convergence pills for 3 months. It's too bad I wasted so many ingredients. I wonder if I succeeded this time. If not, I'm gonna have to go get some more medicinal plant ingredients. The man frowned and then waved his hand, causing the jade slip to fly over. After scanning it with divine sense, his eyes began to glitter. Fang Hao? Even I've heard of that name recently. He had a 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam. However, in the Fang clan you can't only rely on your bloodline. Fang Hao might be a chosen. But this is the Tao of Alchemy Division and things are different here. Nobody cares if you're a chosen or not. Furthermore, I have no conflicts with Fang Yuni, and considering what he's offering me, it won't hurt to help him out this once. He hesitated for a moment and looked at the pill furnace. If this batch of pills went bad, then he would have to go get more medicinal plant ingredients, which he really didn't want to do. He thought for a moment, then decided not to refuse Fang Yuni's request. He quickly headed toward the outer mountains. What kind of ability could some trifling clan member from Planet South Heaven have? Besides, skill with plants and vegetation is a low-level fundamental skill, that's all. Any Tier 2 alchemist could get a whole bunch of apprentice alchemists to gather around them. As for the Tier 1 alchemists, well, he snorted coldly. In the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy Division, the only Tier 1 alchemists who were stationed in the outer mountains were the ones who had no hope of advancing to the next tier. 7191. Right, I remember. That place is overseen by Fang Kun. The man chuckled. Fang Kun was the lowest ranking of all the Tier 1 alchemists. The fact that he had passed the test was a completely lucky break. The man flew out of the inner mountains at top speed. Whenever any apprentice alchemists saw him, they respectfully clasped hands and bowed. He hurried to the outer mountains as quickly as possible, and after enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, he caught sight of Alchemy Lodge Peak number 7191. The first thing he saw was the crowd of tens of thousands of apprentice alchemists packed together. It almost looked like a static cyclone. The sight of it caused the middle-aged man to give a cold harumph. He was actually a bit offended. Whenever he went to the outer mountains to give lectures, he would usually draw a crowd of about 10,000. However, there were clearly about 30,000 apprentice alchemists in attendance here. The man neared, but because all of the apprentice alchemists were paying close attention to Meng Hao, no one noticed the newcomer. The man frowned and then snorted coldly, the sound of which echoed out and caused numerous nearby apprentice alchemists to turn around in shock. When they saw him standing there, their faces fell and they quickly clasped hands in greeting. "Greetings, Alchemist Xuzhong." "2. It's Alchemist Fang Xuzhong." It didn't take long before everyone was turning to Fang Xuzhong and bowing in greeting. He nodded back proudly and proceeded forward. People backed up, creating a path that he followed all the way to the mountain peak, where he stood on the platform next to Meng Hao. He looked Meng Hao over a few times. All of the apprentice alchemists, and even Fang Kun, rose to their feet, bowing to Fang Xuzhong with clasped hands. Meng Hao was the only one who remained seated. It was obvious that this man came with ill intentions, and the measuring look in his eye also contained a bit of scorn. "So you're Fang Hao?" he asked coldly. Meng Hao nodded, after which Fang Xuzhong smiled, and the disdain therein was clear. He waved his sleeve and coldly announced, "You're only an apprentice alchemist, and yet you dare to give a lecture about plants and vegetation? How scandalous! However, I won't make things hard for you. I'll ask you about 3 types of medicinal plants, and if you can't answer, you will put end to this commotion immediately, and focus on being a good apprentice alchemist instead of arrogantly assuming the mantle of a full alchemist." After saying these things, Fang Xuzhong suddenly recalled an additional requirement that Fang Yuni had laid out. "Also," he added coldly, "for however long you sowed chaos in the Tao of Alchemy division with your lecture, you will kneel here for the same length of time." 3. Meng Hao looked at the arrogant man standing in front of him, and frowned. "I'm just an apprentice alchemist and you're a full alchemist. Doesn't this count as bullying? Also, what happens if I answer your questions correctly?" "Then you can continue your lecture," replied Fang Xuzhong with a cold laugh. Meng Hao hesitated, as if he was debating whether to accept the challenge. Then he looked around, as if he was considering the face he would lose in front of all these people if he didn't accept. Gritting his teeth, he produced a bag of holding and put it down off to the side. Eyes bloodshot, he looked over at Fang Xuzhong. "I came here with good intentions to explain matters of plants and vegetation to fellow clan members. You've come to stop me. If I lose the challenge, you want me to kneel here in humiliation. However, if you lose, there is no loss on your part. That's not really fair. Why don't we really throw down? If you match the number of spirit stones in that bag of holding, then I'll accept your challenge. If not, then I might as well just leave." Fang Xuzhong frowned. Coming as he had in his role as a full alchemist really was a case of the big bullying the small. There were a lot of people watching, and he had to consider how the matter would affect their view of him. However, if he didn't get Meng Hao to kneel, then he wouldn't be meeting the requirements laid out by Fang Yuni. Finally, he looked at Meng Hao and laughed coldly, imagining what it would look like when he was humiliated and kneeling on the ground. He would definitely have to make Fang Yuni give him an extra bonus as a reward. Without further hesitation, he pulled out a bag of holding and threw it down next to Meng Hao's. He said nothing, but his eyes glittered coldly. Meng Hao took a deep breath and licked his lips. A bashful smile appeared on his face, and he even looked a bit embarrassed. "Many thanks, Alchemist Fang. Now let's throw down." Alchemist Lodge Peak number 7191 was now surrounded by tens of thousands of apprentice alchemists. all of whom were staring fixedly at Meng Hao and Fang Shuzhong on the platform. It was especially interesting that there was a wager between the two of them, and the apprentice alchemists couldn't wait to see what happened. Many could read between the lines, and knew that Fang Shuzhong had intentionally come here to stir up trouble with Meng Hao. However, considering that it didn't affect them personally, those people were even more excited than the others. They wanted to see who exactly was better when it came to knowledge of plants and vegetation. If Meng Hao hadn't just given a 3-day lecture on the subject, the apprentice alchemists would not have hesitated even a moment to say that Fang Shuzhong would prevail. Now, however, it was hard to say. Meng Hao looked extremely bashful as he embarrassedly scanned Fang Shuzhong's bag of holding with divine sense. Then he licked his lips and looked back over at Fang Shuzhong. He felt luckier with every minute that passed. He had never imagined that, having only been in the Tao of Alchemy division for a few days, there would already be someone who came looking to deliver up spirit stones. When he realized what he was thinking, he suddenly felt a bit more embarrassed. Seeing all the eyes focused on him, Fang Shuzhong snorted coldly. He had been immersed in the Tao of Alchemy for many years, and was highly proficient when it came to skill with plants and vegetation. As the saying went, his proverbial pill furnace glowed with the bright green of perfection. Actually, he was already qualified to be promoted to a Tier 3 alchemist, and as such was absolutely confident in being able to win the bet. Were it not for the fact that he was badly in need of alchemy resources, he would never have come here. After all, participating in something like this was really beneath his status. His expression proud and lofty, Fang Shuzhong raised his hand high and then smacked his bag of holding. Instantly, a medicinal plant appeared in his hand. It was green, and looked no different from an ordinary blade of grass. He waved his hand, sending it flying through the air to hover in front of Meng Hao. "I won't make things hard for you," he said coolly. "I'll show you 3 medicinal plants. You simply have to tell me their names and properties. This is the first one." From his perspective, this plant in and of itself was enough to stump his opponent. He planned to show this Fang Hao the height of the heavens and the depths of the earth. He would help Fang Hao to know exactly how vastly separated the two of them were in terms of qualifications. As a Tier 2 alchemist, he wanted to ensure a quick victory. Considering his status in the Tao of Alchemy division, knocking his opponent out of the competition with a single blow would be the most suitable result. Fang Shuzhong smiled coldly, swished his sleeve, then clasped his hands behind his back and looked arrogantly at Meng Hao. "Forget about this guy," he thought. Not even a Tier 1 alchemist would recognize this medicinal plant. Meng Hao was smiling just as before as he looked at the medicinal plant. All of the apprentice alchemists were also staring at it, trying to guess what it was. The Tier 1 alchemists in the area were also digging through their memories. And yet, none of them could recall even the slightest scrap of information about a plant like this. Immediately, a buzz of conversation rose up. "This can't be right. That medicinal plant doesn't look special at all. It doesn't even look like a medicinal plant. Is it just an ordinary plant from the mortal world? I might not have incredible skill when it comes to plants and vegetation, but I know a bit. However, this plant is something I've never seen before. He definitely deserves to be a Tier 2 alchemist." He pulled out a medicinal plant that nobody even recognizes. Fang Shuzhong looked haughtily over at Meng Hao. "If you don't recognize it, then kneel upon this mountain peak for 3 days, and then screw off." Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, however, Meng Hao suddenly looked up at him and chuckled. "Alchemist Fang, I never imagined that you would actually possess this type of wind spirit grass. Such a plant is useless for medicinal purposes. However, when struck by a strong wind, it will blossom with a spirit flower. That flower can bloom with up to 7 colors, with 7 being the optimal number. That medicinal flower is one of the most important ingredients used when concocting wind-type medicinal pills. Unfortunately, Alchemist Fang, this particular plant of yours has a lot of imperfections. It will only produce a 3-colored flower." Meng Hao's words left the surrounding apprentice alchemists in shock. Even the Tier 1 alchemists were astonished. They had never even heard of wind spirit grass, although many knew of wind spirit flower. At this point, they suddenly had an epiphany, and realized the origin of wind spirit flowers. It was at this point that Meng Hao blew onto the blade of grass. Because of the level of his cultivation base, that breath was like a gale force wind. A rumbling sound filled the area, and then the blade of grass began to wriggle and sway back and forth. Everyone watched as a three-colored flower bloomed at the tip of the blade, and a medicinal aroma filled the area. It really has 3 colors. Feng Hao's skill with plants and vegetation is astonishing after all. He didn't just recognize that plant. He was able to judge its nature entirely. The surrounding crowds were in an uproar. The Tier 1 alchemists were now looking at Meng Hao with complete and utter respect. In the Feng clan's Tao of Alchemy division, powerful alchemists were treated with fervor and veneration. Feng Shuzhong's eyes widened. Then he stared dead at Meng Hao, and a serious look spread out across his face. The wind spirit grass might seem like an ordinary medicinal plant, but it was actually a line of demarcation when it came to determining skill with plants and vegetation. Even many Tier 2 alchemists wouldn't know much about it. Even more shocking to him was how his opponent had identified how many colors the flower would bloom in. That was something that only Tier 3 alchemists should be able to do. So, this guy has some skill after all, he thought. It seems I need to take things a bit more seriously. Feng Shuzhong waved his hand to pull the wind spirit grass back into his bag of holding, from which he then produced another medicinal plant. This plant had more than 100 leaves, which formed the shape of a triangle. The stamen of the plant's flowers were long and almost looked like tentacles as they drifted back and forth. A single look at this medicinal plant, and it was clear that it was beyond ordinary. Everyone looking at it also felt a faint sense of danger. In order to avoid any accusations of bullying, said Feng Shuzhong, I will not require you to explain the properties of this plant. Merely telling me its name will suffice. He stared icily at Meng Hao. Although he didn't say anything further, inside he was laughing coldly. In his opinion, he had underestimated his opponent a bit when it came to the first medicinal plant. However, with this second one, he was completely confident that he could secure victory. When I first got this medicinal plant, he thought, I didn't have any idea what it was. It was personally grown by one of the Tier 5 alchemists, and I had to spend a small fortune to acquire it. It's completely one of a kind. Not a single manual of plants and vegetation will contain a description of it. It was grafted together from a variety of other medicinal plants, using the top-secret technique of a Tier 5 alchemist. I simply can't believe that an inconsequential apprentice alchemist will be able to identify it. Smiling coldly, Fan Shuzhong lifted his chin and stood there, hands clasped behind his back as he looked at Meng Hao. He could visualize his opponent with tears streaming down his cheeks, racking his brains as he tried to identify the plant. He would probably spout a bunch of nonsense, for which Fan Shuzhong had already prepared appropriate words of response. Everything was completely quiet. All eyes were focused on the medicinal plant. Because of the vague sense of danger it emanated, everyone was now paying close attention to it. Gradually, the medicinal aroma wafting out from the plant vitalized the minds of all present. What medicinal plant is that? I'm pretty sure I've never seen it before, although something about it seems familiar. How strange. Even the Tier 1 alchemists were all frowning and trying desperately to recall what this plant was. Some people even pulled out jade slips containing information about plants and vegetation, which they began to search through for clues. That plant is even more mysterious than the wind spirit grass from before. As the members of the audience began to speculate further about the plant, Meng Hao looked at it, and his eyes began to shine. I never imagined that the Feng clan's Tao of Alchemy division would be so skilled with plants and vegetation, he said. Immediately, the audience went silent, and everyone looked at Meng Hao. Feng Shuzhong laughed coldly. Can you identify it or not? There's no need to be deliberately cryptic. Meng Hao chuckled in response. This medicinal plant is something I doubt you could grow, he said. When the onlookers heard this, they didn't think too much of it. However, Feng Shuzhong's heart began to thump. It has no name, Meng Hao continued slowly. Or, perhaps you could say, the only person qualified to name it is the alchemist who created it. When Fan Shuzhong heard this, his face flickered. Meng Hao's two sentences were like lightning bolts striking his brain. How could he ever have imagined that his opponent would be able to pick up on the clues with just a glance? He quickly prepared to retrieve the plant and put it away, since Meng Hao's first two sentences had already revealed the truth regarding the name of the plant. He recalled how the first time he had ever laid eyes on this plant years ago, he had stared in shock. To him, it had seemed like some strange and miraculous item. It wasn't until the Tier 5 alchemist explained the plant to him that he understood the truth, and prostrated himself in admiration. Just how skilled is this Feng Hao? He thought. He actually recognized the plant. Damn it. No, I really have to pull a fast one. Feeling more on guard than ever, he immediately had the urge to slander his opponent. However, in the Tao of Alchemy division, reputation was extremely important, and with so many people looking on, word would spread quickly. Feng Shuzhong gritted his teeth, and was just about to retrieve the medicinal plant and put it away when suddenly, Meng Hao started talking again. This is a medicinal plant produced by a grafting technique. Let me see. It seems to be grafted from 19 different medicinal plants. Those 19 plants consist of watershed root, spirit dream grass, Mount Heaven leaf, mortality bloom. Meng Hao calmly listed all 19 varieties of plants. Feng Shuzhong's eyes widened, and he began to pant. He subconsciously staggered backward several steps, his expression one of disbelief. As for the next plant he had planned to pull out, Meng Hao had just mentioned it in the list he had rattled off, so Feng Shuzhong had no choice but to abandon any idea of using it. How could he have ever imagined that this person could possibly name all of the plants that made up the graft? Feng Shuzhong's mind was spinning. Of course, he couldn't be absolutely certain as to whether what Meng Hao had said was completely correct or not, because only the Tier 5 alchemist who created it would be able to verify it. After all, this was a top-secret technique. Eventually Meng Hao reached his conclusion and said, afterwards, use the magic of the 4 seasons, invert yin and yang, graft 3 plants simultaneously, combine all 19 medicinal plants, do not allow them to be touched by the sun, allow the yin qi to coalesce, which completes the process. Because this medical plant was created by grafting 19 other plants together, if it is used in pill concocting, there are many possible transformations. An ordinary alchemist would probably be incapable of using it to concoct anything at all. Presumably, the alchemist who gave you this medicinal plant also gave you a pill formula specifically designed to be used with it. Tell me, Alchemist Feng, am I correct? Meng Hao smiled and looked at Feng Shuzhong. Meng Hao's words were followed by deathly silence. Everyone was looking at Feng Shuzhong, whose face flickered back and forth between various emotions. He felt like lightning was crashing around in his head, and without realizing it, he stepped backward. He was now looking at Meng Hao with wide eyes, as if he were some type of evil spirit. Impossible! This is impossible! Feng Shuzhong's heart trembled violently. He had no idea how the medicinal plant had been grafted together and no way of knowing whether Meng Hao was correct or not. However, based on his skill in the Tao of Alchemy, he was fairly certain that what Meng Hao had said was true. Most importantly, the Tier 5 alchemist from whom he had acquired this medicinal plant had indeed given him a pill formula to use with it. Furthermore, the words that alchemist had used to describe the plant were exactly the same as the words Meng Hao had uttered just now. You! The surrounding apprentice alchemists noticed Feng Shuzhong's pale face, the fact that he had backed up, and his facial expression. Virtually all of them understood exactly what it meant. Meng Hao had been completely correct in what he had said. There was no other reason for Feng Shuzhong's expression to change the way it had. Feng Hao was right again. Not even alchemist Feng Shuzhong is capable of outdoing Feng Hao when it comes to plants and vegetation. It's a good thing I kept good notes from when Feng Hao was lecturing about plants and vegetation earlier. I'm going to go back and review them thoroughly. The surrounding apprentice alchemists were abuzz. After all, as mere apprentice alchemists, they didn't really understand much about alchemy. Even the Tier 1 alchemists were panting and looking on with wide eyes. Then they exchanged glances, and saw similar looks of disbelief on each other's faces. They were alchemists, and though they might only be Tier 1, Their knowledge base far exceeded that of apprentice alchemists. Since they couldn't identify the medicinal plant Fang Shuzhong held in his hand, they initially hadn't felt that there was anything special about it. However, after Meng Hao spoke, and especially after he revealed the grafting technique, their minds trembled. That grafting technique is a top-secret method of a Tier 5 alchemist. 19 medicinal plants. I'm afraid only a Tier 5 alchemist could create something like that. But Fang Hao is so inhuman that he actually easily identified the grafting method by simply looking at the plant. Just what is the full extent of his skill in plants and vegetation, and his Tao of alchemy? How frightening. It's almost like no secrets that relate to plants and vegetation can be kept from him. Because of their advanced understanding, the Tier 1 alchemists were thoroughly astonished. Fang Shuzhong's face was pale white as he looked at Meng Hao, who in his view had become completely inscrutable and terrifying. He could never have predicted that anyone would be able, with a single look, to see through an alchemist's top-secret technique and reveal the grafting method. To him, such a thing was vastly terrifying. As of this moment, he knew that he was absolutely no match for Fang Hao when it came to skill in plants and vegetation. He simply didn't stand a chance of winning when up against an inhuman like this in a competition. Damn you, Fang Yuni, he thought. You just wait until I get back. I'll teach you a thing or two. Fang Shuzhong was filled with bitterness, as well as a sudden, bone-deep hatred of Fang Yuni. As for Meng Hao, he didn't dare to hate him. Because the Tao of Alchemy Division had its own way of doing things, he could ignore the fact that Meng Hao was chosen. However, after getting a sense of Meng Hao's skill with plants and vegetation, he was frightened to death. With skill like that, he thought, even if he's not very good at pill concocting, he'll still rise to complete prominence. Furthermore, what if he's just as gifted in pill concocting? That would be petrifying. He'll certainly exceed me in the Tao of Alchemy Division. Now, thanks to Fang Yuni, I've offended him. It definitely wasn't worth it. Fang Shuzhong took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and was just about to admit defeat when suddenly his heart quivered. He suddenly realized that this defeat could actually be turned into an opportunity. He hesitated for a moment, then clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao. Alchemist Fang, your skill in plants and vegetation is profound. I'm no match for you. I was crude and rash earlier, and I hope you can look past that. Please take the spirit stones in that bag of holding as my gift to you upon our first meeting. I admit defeat. His words sent the apprentice alchemists into an uproar. However, the Tier 1 alchemists had already surmised that he would take such action. There would obviously be something wrong with any of them who would still feel confident enough to continue even when faced with someone so inhuman as to be able to identify a top-secret grafting technique. However, I would also like to ask for some pointers, if that's okay. I saw a medicinal plant a while back. I've asked many people about it, but no one can tell me exactly what it was. Fang Shuzhong once again clasped hands and bowed. Alchemist Fang, if you can help me out a bit, I'd be more than happy to give this grafted medicinal plant to you as an expression of my thanks. Meng Hao's expression was as calm as ever. However, inwardly he sighed, thinking that he should have acted a bit weaker earlier. Showing off so much had only deprived him of a chance to fleece this fat sheep. It's too bad, he thought. I have a lot more spirit stones in my bag of holding, and I was planning to con this guy even harder. Now I've lost the chance. Feeling a bit depressed, he waved his hand to collect Fang Shuzhong's bag of holding. After scanning it with divine sense and seeing how many spirit stones were inside, he felt a bit better. Then he looked up at the grafted medicinal plant. He knew that the value of such a plant would be significant. Besides, the grafting techniques that had been used were intriguing. As a result, he nodded to Fang Shuzhong. Fang Shuzhong's expression brightened, and he immediately produced a jade slip from his bag of holding, which he respectfully handed over to Meng Hao, who accepted it and scanned it with divine sense. Immediately, an image of a violet flower appeared in his mind, growing on top of a tiny, hand-sized horse, which was galloping at top speed. That was all he saw before the image vanished. Meng Hao's expression became more serious, and he scanned the jade slip again. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Where did you see this?" "On an island in a sea district here on planet East Victory. I just randomly happened to see it and chased after it for a while to no avail. I asked some of the local fishermen about it, and all of them reported seeing it before on occasion. However, even after returning to the location on a few times, I was never able to find it again." Fang Shuzhong had shown this jade to slip to numerous alchemists, but none of them had ever been able to identify it. The best he had gotten were speculations that it was some type of rare medicinal plant. "I think that horse is actually the root of the medicinal plant," said Fang Shuzhong. "You would be wrong," said Meng Hao, shaking his head. "That's not a medicinal plant. It's a medicinal pill. A sentient medicinal pill." "What?" exclaimed Fang Shuzhong, feeling both shock and disbelief. None of the numerous alchemists he had asked about this image had ever come to the conclusion that it was a medicinal pill. No matter how you looked at it, the only answer that made sense was that it was some kind of medicinal plant. "How is that even possible?" said Fang Shuzhong, mostly to himself. "Medicinal pills are medicinal pills. They're concocted by people. How could a medicinal pill come to life?" "Such things do exist," said Meng Hao. "I've seen them." Without providing any further explanation, he handed the jade slip back to Fang Shuzhong, then clasped hands and bowed to the crowd. Finally, he turned and left. Even after Meng Hao left, Fang Shuzhong was still in a state of disbelief. The surrounding apprentice alchemists all began to disperse excitedly. Soon after, Fang Shuzhong returned to his residence, whereupon he took out Fang Yuni's jade slip and then grimly transmitted a stream of divine will into it. Meanwhile, Fang Yuni was in the ancestral mansion, meditating in his residence as he waited for news from the Tao of Alchemy Division. Alchemist Fang Shuzhong is a Tier 2 alchemist. His skill in the Tao of Alchemy is incredible. Once he shows up, that Meng Hao will definitely get put in his place. Forcing him to kneel there for 3 days will definitely lighten my heart a bit. He chuckled coldly, and he felt incredible anticipation for the moment when he could visit the Tao of Alchemy Division and personally look at Meng Hao kneeling there. "Your dad was there on planet South Heaven, and that's why you could be so arrogant and despotic. But here you're an outsider. Let's see you try to be pompous here." A wide smile appeared on his face. It was at this point that his expression flickered as he produced a jade slip from his bag of holding. Then he laughed out loud. "Alchemist Fang sent me a message." His expression one of anticipation. He sent his divine sense into the jade slip. After a moment, the jade slip began to glow, and an illusory version of Fang Shuzhong's face appeared. His expression was grim. As soon as he saw Fang Shuzhong's expression, Fang Yuni gaped in shock. Before he could even say anything, Fang Shuzhong had already begun to speak. "Fang Yuni, what enmity is there between us? You set me up, you bastard. You wanted me to humiliate Fang Hao? His skill in plants and vegetation is inhuman. Fang Yuni, I'm not going to forget the trouble you've caused me." Fang Yuni's face fell. "Alchemist Fang. Don't call me Alchemist Fang. From this day forth, when you want pills concocted, don't come looking for me. Furthermore, none of my alchemist friends will concoct for you either. Fang Yuni, what you've done is far too excessive." Fang Shuzhong glared at Fang Yuni for a moment, then gave a cold snort and severed the divine will connection. Fang Yuni's face flickered with various emotions, and then suddenly, he shot to his feet and pulled out another jade slip, which he used to connect with the apprentice alchemist he had sent away earlier. After finding out what had happened between Meng Hao and Fang Shuzhong in the Tao of Alchemy Division, his face darkened. He wrathfully smashed the jade slip, and his face twisted with rage. "Meng Hao!" he howled, and his hatred for Meng Hao grew even more intense. In the Tao of Alchemy Division, everyone watched Meng Hao leave, and then dispersed. It didn't take long before Meng Hao's name began to be spread by all of the apprentice alchemists who had been present. The story of the bet between Meng Hao and Fang Shuzhong was especially popular. When the apprentice alchemists from the outer mountains learned that Meng Hao had actually defeated Fang Shuzhong in terms of plants and vegetation, it only made Meng Hao all the more mysterious, and the subject of even more debate. He had a 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam, he had experienced the 7th-year tribulation, was the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline, and was a chosen of the Fang clan. Word of all of these things spread, and soon, Meng Hao's name began to rise to prominence among the apprentice alchemists. There were even some low-level alchemists who took note. In the ancestral mansion, Fang Wei's father and grandfather sat in a temple, their faces grim as they listened to a Tier 1 alchemist retell the story of what had happened that day at the Tao of Alchemy Division. After a long moment, the Tier 1 alchemist left. Fang Wei's father, Fang Xiaoshan, looked incredibly gloomy. "Dad, if that son of a bitch keeps doing things like this, it's going to cause waves of disturbance." "It doesn't matter," the old man said somberly. "He won't live much longer. Besides, even if he becomes famous in the Tao of Alchemy Division, the rules of the Fang clan are clear. Anyone who practices cultivation must contribute merit points. He just arrived, and will be provided with a set monthly allowance of merit points. It doesn't matter if it's in terms of cultivation or pill concocting, he won't be making any waves. Besides, if he wants to earn more merit points, he'll have to accomplish tasks set forth by the clan. When that happens, it doesn't matter if he's avoided death so far. He'll be on the outside, where accidents can happen at any time." Meng Hao had returned to his Immortal's cave residence. He already had some idea as to what would be happening right now back in the Tao of Alchemy Division, and some of those things were exactly what he wanted. "My cultivation base isn't good enough to help me rise to prominence in the Fang clan. But since they have their own Tao of Alchemy, why not rise to prominence there? That can make me just as popular and famous. The higher my status in their Tao of Alchemy Division, then the higher my status will be in the clan in general. The Tao of Alchemy. If I could become the most powerful alchemist in the Fang clan, then I would definitely be super famous. When I control the entire Tao of Alchemy Division, then finding out what happened to my 2 nirvana fruits won't be very difficult." His eyes gleamed, and a cold smile appeared on his face. After a moment, Meng Hao closed his eyes and rotated his cultivation base, as well as his immortal meridian. The portion of it which remained illusory was slowly becoming solid. "I still need more time before my immortal meridian is full and complete. When that happens, I'll be a true immortal." He took a deep breath. Outside, it was gradually growing dark, and the moon had risen. Meng Hao's eyes finally opened, and he waved his hand, causing the 10 sets of ingredients for spirit elixir to emerge. Meng Hao looked them over carefully, then examined the formula for a while. "This formula is pretty simple," he thought. "Also, the spirit elixir it produces won't be very high quality." Eyes glittering, he produced the jade box and took out the nirvana fruits. After examining them for a bit, he tried his hand at concocting the spirit elixir. First, he made 1 batch using the method described in the formula. To Meng Hao, that method was simply too basic. After concocting the first batch, he decided to use his own method. He altered the formula a bit, then produced a total of 9 batches of spirit elixir, each one slightly different than the others. Then, he carefully dripped them onto one of the nirvana fruits 1 batch at a time, and observed the various reactions. He was immediately able to see signs of restoration on the fruit. By the time the 9th batch of spirit elixir had been absorbed, the nirvana fruit was no longer cracked and wrinkled, and in fact looked wholly recovered. It even emanated a splendorous light that strongly stimulated the blood in Meng Hao's veins. He even had the mistaken feeling that he should immediately absorb the nirvana fruit into his body. He quickly closed his eyes and suppressed the impulse to try it out. After 4 hours, the nirvana fruit slowly began to wither back up. By the time 6 hours had passed, it had returned to its original dried-up shape. "If I had actually tried to absorb it," he murmured, looking at the withered fruits, "then I would have been turned into a desiccated corpse just now. A sudden and unexpected death. If I want to absorb these nirvana fruits, then I need to truly restore them so that they aren't dangerous." Of these 9 batches of spirit extract, the 7th was the strongest. It was around twice as strong as any of the others. He looked down at the final remaining set of ingredients. After a moment of hesitation, a gleam of determination appeared in his eyes. This formula still isn't good enough. The medicinal plants used to concoct the spirit elixir can actually be substituted with other medicinal plants. Meng Hao sank into contemplation regarding the combination of medicinal plants. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a sun blossom and a reincarnation leaf, legendary medicinal plants that were extinct in the outside world. After adding them to the formula, he began to concoct more spirit elixir. This time, it took him 2 full days to complete the concoction. When the medicinal plants were finally refined into a liquid, he ended up with a glob of emerald green fluid about the size of a fist, which he then placed into a small bottle. It was filled with dense immortal qi, and because it contained sun blossom and reincarnation leaf, it meant that this bottle was shocking in terms of both quality and value. Enduring the pain in his heart, Meng Hao produced the copper mirror and duplicated it, then very carefully poured a single drop from the bottle onto one of the nirvana fruits. It instantly returned to life and began to glow with scintillating light. However, Meng Hao knew that the fruit had not truly recovered. He continued to pour 1 drop after another onto the fruit, a total of 100. When the liquid was completely absorbed by the nirvana fruit, it gradually began to transform. Although it was difficult to describe the exact nature of the transformation, Meng Hao was just barely able to detect some sort of life force from within. "It's working," he thought, his eyes flickering. However, his heart then began to twinge with pain. Duplicating that single bottle of spirit elixir had removed a distressing amount of spirit stones from his bag of holding. He clenched his jaw. "It's just a bit of money, right?" he said through gritted teeth, and then duplicated another bottle. Time passed. 5 days. Damn it. Do you absorb spirit elixir or spirit stones? Why you're still absorbing the spirit elixir? It. It's like I've fallen into a bottomless pit. Arg. My spirit stones. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the nirvana fruit. During these 5 days, he had depleted the number of spirit stones in his bag of holding by half. He had duplicated an ocean of spirit elixir, all of which had been absorbed by the nirvana fruit. The life force inside of it was growing stronger, but there seemed to be no end in sight. Meng Hao could clearly sense that it was thirsty to absorb more spirit elixir. If you calculated exactly how much spirit elixir the nirvana fruit had absorbed, anyone in the Fang clan would have been shocked. Furthermore, that spirit elixir was of the finest quality. A few bottles might not have been a big deal, but for most people it wouldn't just be a problem of spirit stones. They simply would never be able to gather that many medicinal plants. Especially not the sun blossoms and reincarnation leaves. Only when it reaches the point that it can't absorb any more spirit elixir will I know that it's fully restored. Meng Hao's heart dripped with blood, and he ceased duplicating the spirit elixir. He quickly packed the nirvana fruit up and then closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes again and then frowned. This isn't the right method. I need to increase the spirit elixir's power. To do that, I need to replace all of the current medicinal plant ingredients. If I can create an even more powerful spirit elixir, that would be the best thing. Although it might cost more spirit stones to duplicate on an individual basis, overall I'll be able to save a lot of resources. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then rose to his feet, ending the current madness of duplication and concoction. He was now preparing to make another trip to the Tao of Alchemy division and figure out a way to get the medicinal plants he needed. Unfortunately, I don't have the clan merit points I need. However, that problem is solved easily enough. Eyes shining brightly, he turned into a beam of light that shot toward the Tao of Alchemy division. People recognized him almost as soon as he arrived. That was especially true when he reached Alchemy Lodge Peak number 7191. The apprentice alchemists there, including the old alchemist Fang Kun, immediately rose to their feet excitedly, clasped hands, and invited him onto the platform. Meng Hao didn't decline, but instead took his place and began to lecture about the Tao of Alchemy, and even asked the apprentice alchemists to go invite others to come listen. All of this is for the clan, Meng Hao announced in a profound voice. I hope that, even with my meager skills, I can help to advance our clan's Tao of Alchemy. His voice seemed to be full of loyalty and righteousness toward the clan. The apprentice alchemists were getting excited, and immediately took out jade slips to inform their friends, who quickly hurried over and also spread the word. Over the course of the following 4 hours, the mountain peak came to be surrounded by tens of thousands of onlookers, who packed together to listen to Meng Hao lecture about plants and vegetation. Many among the audience were people who had heard of the events that had previously occurred, and were skeptically listening to Meng Hao for the first time. However, after listening for only a short time, their eyes went wide, and they were quickly absorbed in the information, seemingly entranced. Meng Hao lectured for an entire day, after which he started to look a bit tired. Ladies and gentlemen of the clan, it's not that I don't wish to continue, but I really don't have enough time. I have to go do some tasks for the clan. Next time I'm free, I'll be sure to come back. No matter what the crowd said to try to get him to say, Meng Hao refused, and immediately left the Tao of Alchemy division. Later, for no apparent reason, Fang Shi suddenly became interested in the Tao of Alchemy. He pulled some strings to get a chance to become an apprentice alchemist, and went directly to peak number 7191, quickly becoming familiar with some of the apprentice alchemists there. In the following days, whenever Meng Hao returned, Fang Shi was in the crowd. Every time Meng Hao showed up, it was evening, and he would only talk for 4 hours before leaving. Of course, each and every time, he would stop right at a critical moment in the lecture, which made the apprentice alchemists even more excited to hear what was next. He would always appear to really wish to keep lecturing, but be unable to because of clan assignments, and would leave. On one particular occasion, he lectured for about 6 hours before preparing to leave. It was at this point that one of the apprentice alchemists called out in a loud voice, "Fang Hao, isn't the point of performing clan assignments to get merit points? How about I give one of my merit points to you, and you keep talking for 2 hours? What do you think?" This apprentice alchemist was none other than Fang Shi. From the look on his face, he was prepared to go all out, to pay any price necessary to gain more knowledge of plants and vegetation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding apprentice alchemists hesitated for a moment. However, there were a few others who immediately voiced their approval, calling out to Meng Hao, who stopped in his tracks. "Oh, I don't think that's a good idea," he said hesitantly. "What's not good about it?" hollered Fang Shi at the top of his lungs. "Fang Hao, your skill in plants and vegetation is so high that even a Tier 2 alchemist is no match for you. If you're willing to sacrifice your own merit points for the clan, and for us, then we're willing to do the same thing for you. If we weren't, it would be a huge shame for us." Other apprentice alchemists began to chime in. "That's right. Fang Hao, during these days we've personally witnessed the sacrifices you have been making for the sect, and for us. We're all very grateful. Fang Hao, you're a chosen, and yet you're not arrogant at all. No matter what questions we come up with about plants and vegetation, you patiently answer them all. You deserve to get merit points from us." "That's right. Anyone who refuses to part with their merit points should just get the hell out of here. The most valuable thing in the world isn't bullying other people. It's knowledge." As the atmosphere in the area grew more passionate, Meng Hao's face filled with emotion. Finally, he took a deep breath and stood tall on the platform, nodding his head. "Very well," he said, sounding determined. "Thank you for your support, everyone. Since all of you demand this, then I will forego any service to the clan, and will instead personally impart all of my knowledge of plants and vegetation to all of you. For 2 hours, I'll charge only 1 merit point per person. Don't offer any more. If you do, I won't accept." The surrounding apprentice alchemists all had strange looks on their faces. Some were actually looks of disdain. How could people not have at least some idea of what had just happened? Immediately, conversations rippled through the crowd. "He's actually charging a fee. Doggone it. How shameless. How fake. Let's go to some other peak. None of the other alchemists charge merit points." Almost immediately, tens of thousands of apprentice alchemists flicked their sleeves and left. Meng Hao watched them leave and sighed. "These Fang clan people are so stingy," he thought. "There were so many people before, but as soon as I mentioned charging merit points, so many of them just got up and left. In the end, only about 1,000 people remained behind. To them, 1 merit point wasn't very much. Considering it was Meng Hao who was lecturing, they felt it was worth it. This time, Meng Hao lectured for 6 hours, after which, he collected several thousand merit points, then left the Tao of Alchemy division and returned to his Immortal's cave. A few hours later, Fang Shi returned, looking both excited and cautious at the same time. The parrot perched on one of his shoulders, the meat jelly on the other. He looked very proud of himself. "'Cuz, we really made a profit this time." Meng Hao laughed, and his eyes glowed with bright light. In the Fang clan, merit points were essentially the same thing as spirit stones or even immortal jades. Anything you wanted required an exchange of merit points. Meng Hao waved his sleeve, producing a jade medallion. After scanning it with divine sense, he partitioned 100 merit points and transferred them to Fang Shi. "We need to make sure the apprentice alchemists you hired don't get discouraged. Tell them that the better they do in promoting me, the more merit points they can earn." Fang Shi was actually quite excited. He had never before thought of using such a method to earn merit points. Normally speaking, the most he could ever get in a 1-month period was about 500. But just now, it only took about 6 hours to make several thousand. To him, it made Meng Hao even more enigmatic than before. It was at this point that Fang Shi said, "'Cuz, I promised them 10 points apiece." "Don't be stingy, Fang Shi," Meng Hao replied, sounding very solemn. "Look, don't take this the wrong way, but you're simply too stingy. You need to think big. It's just a bit of money, right? If cultivators like us are constantly thinking about material things, then how can we ever increase our cultivation base?" Fang Shi gaped for a moment in hesitation, but couldn't hold back from carefully saying, "'Cuz, what I mean is, you didn't give enough. I promised them 10 per person and I hired 173 people." Meng Hao's face immediately flickered and he said nothing for a moment. His silence caused Fang Shi to immediately get nervous, and he quickly continued, "'Cuz, I know I messed up. Next time I hire them, I'll tell them it'll be 50 per person." Meng Hao's cheek suddenly twitched. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Fang Shi and sincerely said, "Fang Shi, listen. You haven't lived the hard life, so you don't know how difficult things can be. Do you know what cultivators like us use up the most? Resources. Spirit stones. Immortal jades. If you want to be stronger than everyone else, then you need more spirit stones. More resources. That's the path to power. Now, don't take this the wrong way, but you need to learn how to work hard and live a simple life. Be diligent, thrifty. Learn how to take only 1 merit point and split it 10 ways. That's how cultivators like us can reach the top and stay there." Meng Hao patted Fang Shi's shoulder. Suppressing the inward pain he felt, he took out his command medallion and once again sent his divine sense out, causing 1,000 merit points to transfer over. "Remember what I just told you," Meng Hao urged. 1 merit point, split 10 ways. You can't just throw your money away." Fang Shi gaped at Meng Hao in utter shock. The words he had spoken just now were the complete opposite of what he had said before, and yet both made sense. In the end, Meng Hao couldn't hold back from adding, "Next time you hire people, it's 1 merit point per person. That should be enough." Sighing, he turned and headed into his residence. Of the more than 3,000 merit points he had started out with, he now had less than half left. It was quite a blow. Add to that the fact that later that night, Meng Hao had to duplicate more spirit elixir to use on the nirvana fruit, and the result was that by the following day, his bag of holding once again seemed sadly shrunken. By that time, Meng Hao truly felt as if he were about to go crazy. He loved spirit stones and loved being wealthy. Furthermore, what he loved least was spending his spirit stones. To him, it felt like draining out his own blood. At dawn, Meng Hao emerged. When Fang Shi saw him, he stared in shock. "'Cuz, what's wrong?" he asked, concerned. Meng Hao's eyes were completely red, and his expression had become somewhat vicious. He took a deep breath and cleared his head. Deep within his eyes, a brilliant light flickered. "I have to get rich. I have to get merit points." Meng Hao returned to the Tao of Alchemy division, and to peak number 7191. Yet again, he lectured about plants and vegetation. However, this time there were actually fewer people than last time, only about 900. There wasn't much he could do. In order to get as many merit points as possible, he lectured for an entire day before leaving in exhaustion. Each time he came after that, there were fewer people. After about a month, there were just over 400 people who came, causing Meng Hao to sigh. The ones that stayed behind were the original group of apprentice alchemists, the ones whose fervor toward Meng Hao was the most intense. Among their number was also Tier 1 alchemist Fang Kun, who fairly worshipped Meng Hao. After finishing his lecture, Meng Hao didn't leave. Instead, he went to Fang Kun's Immortal's cave and directly asked some questions. Fang Kun, in the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division, how do apprentice alchemists get promoted to full alchemist? Fang Kun always treated Meng Hao very respectfully. Despite his surprise about the question, he quickly answered. To become a full alchemist, you have to concoct at least 1,000 Tier 1 medicinal pills, and must also pass through the first level of the medicine pavilion. The first thing to do is pass through the medicine pavilion. That indicates that your skill with plants and vegetation has reached the level of a Tier 1 alchemist. Unfortunately, it's very difficult. Anyone in the Tao of Alchemy division who hasn't studied plants and vegetation for at least 10 years would have a very hard time passing the first level. Take me, for example. I can concoct Tier 2 medicinal pills, although my success rate isn't very high. However, despite my best efforts, I barely passed the examination of the medicine pavilion. Due to my lack of skill in plants and vegetation, I wasn't able to get past the second level, and in the end, I became a Tier 1 alchemist. Fang Kun chuckled bitterly. Medicine pavilion? Asked Meng Hao, his eyes sparkling. How do you get into it? It doesn't matter if you're a full alchemist or an apprentice alchemist. Anyone can enter the pavilion at any time. The medicine pavilion was set up in the past by a patriarch of the Tao of Alchemy division. It tests everything that you can think of, and has 9 levels which corresponds to the 9 tiers for alchemists. Anyone who feels confident enough can pay 100 merit points to go to the inner mountains and take the medicine pavilion trial by fire. It's extremely hard, said Fang Kun, lowering his voice. Of all the apprentice alchemists from peak number 7191, only about 7 or 8 might be able to attempt it, and that would only be after another 10 or more years of study. As for the rest, most would need dozens of years of study before they could even think about trying. If you were to try to brute force imprint your memory with knowledge, your mental world would burst from being overwhelmed by the infinite possible varieties of plants and vegetation. Unless your cultivation base is at an unfathomable level, of course. Meng Hao knew that when it came to plants and vegetation, there were endless variations, which were hard to imprint with spiritual sense. After hearing Fang Kun's explanation, Meng Hao began to mutter to himself. Then a plan started to form in his mind. Is there any other way to become a full alchemist? Meng Hao asked. Other ways? Fang Kun thought for a moment, and then his eyes brightened. However, they grew dull again just as quickly. There is, but it's too difficult. In fact, it's impossible to succeed that way. For tens of thousands of years, there have been 3 specific medicinal pills in the Tao of Alchemy division which, if any full alchemist or apprentice alchemist can concoct, will allow them to immediately be promoted to Tier 8 alchemist. That person would instantly become famous in the entire clan. Those 3 pills are famous pills concocted by past patriarchs. Unfortunately, even though they left pill formulas behind after they perished, no one has been able to successfully concoct them. In all of Planet East Victory, even the Medicine Immortal sect is only capable of concocting 2 of those pills. Of course, even though the Medicine Immortal sect has its roots in the Fang clan, and might even be considered a branch of the sect and a part of our Tao of Alchemy, they are still almost considered outsiders. The fact that they can concoct pills that we cannot is somewhat disgraceful. That's why those 3 pill formulas were placed in the pill pavilion. The clan has posted incredible rewards for concocting them. Supposedly, the reward for even the most simple of the 3 includes immortal jade, tons of spirit stones, and 5 million merit points, not to mention vast quantities of medicinal plants, magical items, and technique manuals. Unfortunately, after all these tens of thousands of years, nobody has ever succeeded. Even our only Tier 9 alchemist, Pill Elder Fang Denyun, had to admit that he can't concoct them. One Fong Kun shook his head. Meng Hao's eyes glittered and then almost seemed to glaze over. Another thing, because the cost of the medicinal plant ingredients is so high, anyone who attempts to concoct the simplest of those pills must put up 1 million merit points as a collateral. Regardless of whether they succeed or fail, the merit points will be erased. When Meng Hao heard that, he felt like someone had grabbed him by the neck and started squeezing down tightly. Took him a long moment before he could breathe again. Merit points. Merit points again. He suddenly frowned and pushed down the impulsive feelings rising up in his heart. After spending a bit of time planning, his eyes began to glitter. "Take me to the medicine pavilion," he suddenly said. You want to try to challenge the medicine pavilion?" asked Fong Kun, looking shocked. Then, he suddenly looked excited. He was well aware that he had no idea as to the limits of Meng Hao's skill in plants and vegetation. "Try to challenge the medicine pavilion?" Meng Hao replied, sounding surprised. "What, are you going to pay for it?" "Nah, I'm not going to try to challenge it, I'm just going to take a look at the first level." With that, Meng Hao flew out of the Immortal's cave. No, I'm not going to pay for it." Fong Kun hurried to follow as Meng Hao shot through the mountains. Soon, 2 mountain peaks appeared ahead of Meng Hao, between which was an enormous treasure pavilion. Floating there in mid-air, emanating brilliant and colorful light. Clouds and mist floated around it, and it truly looked like an abode of immortals. 2 old men sat cross-legged outside of the treasure pavilion, next to an enormous stone slab. "This is the medicine pavilion," Fong Kun said softly, a pious look in his eyes. "According to the stories, this pavilion is actually a magical item, a precious treasure that the first-generation patriarch brought from off-planet. It was originally owned by someone else, and had always attempted to fly away to rejoin him. However, after the patriarch passed away in meditation, it has remained locked in place here, floating in midair and unable to go anywhere." Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he flew up into the air directly toward the medicine pavilion. As soon as he got close, an incredibly powerful medicinal aroma hit him in the face. In the blink of an eye, he sensed millions upon millions of different types of medicinal aromas all mixed together. "So many types of plants and vegetation," thought Meng Hao with a gasp. He was still outside, and yet could already tell how terrifying it must be inside. As he neared, the 2 old men who acted as guards outside the medicine pavilion opened their eyes. They appeared to be incredibly ancient, as if they were immortal divinities with unfathomable cultivation bases. From what he could tell, they were even more powerful than the Grand Elder. His face solemn, he clasped hands and bowed. The 2 old men looked over Meng Hao, and it almost seemed as if they could see through him. Finally, they retracted their gazes and closed their eyes. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then looked at the huge stone stele that rested off to the side. The stone stele was divided into 9 levels, upon each of which were written names. The first level had the most names, hundreds of thousands of them. After the first level, the higher you went, the fewer names there were, and some of the names were gray-colored. On the 9th level, there were 10 names, with 9 being gray, and 1 shining brightly. Fong Danyun. In the Fong clan's Tao of Alchemy division, there was currently only 1 Tier 9 alchemist, the man known as Pill Elder, Fong Danyun. Meng Hao looked at the 10 names on the 9th level of the stone stele, and suddenly thought of his master Pill Demon. From my current perspective, it's now obvious that Pill Demon's skill in the Tao of Alchemy vastly exceeded any standards for Planet South Heaven. Were it not for the fact that he lacked certain medicinal plant ingredients, he would surely have been able to concoct some medicinal pills that were famous in all the 9th mountain and sea. Now, he's a member of the Kunlun Society, with even more resources at his disposal and able to focus completely on the Tao of Alchemy. When Meng Hao thought of his master, he couldn't help but also think of a certain woman. It was Chu Yuyen, who had left with Pill Demon to go to the Kunlun Society. Waiting to meet out in the big wide world is a beautiful type of regret. Meng Hao shook his head. To him, emotions were not everything. In this life, it was enough for him to have only Su Qing. Even more important was to accomplish something incredible all on his own. "I'm going to become the richest person in all the 9th mountain and sea," he thought, his eyes filling with determination as he strode into the medicine pavilion. As soon as he entered, a gentle light swept over him, and his identity jade medallion flew out. Glittering light could be seen as 100 clan merit points were deducted from within. Meng Hao's heart twinged in pain. Those 100 merit points represented lecturing to 100 apprentice alchemists for 2 hours. No pain, no gain, he thought. I'm going to go for it. Gritting his teeth, he continued onward into the medicine pavilion. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by thick mists that made it difficult to see. After a moment, a glowing light appeared in front of him, within which were 1,000 types of medicinal plants. It was hard to see them clearly, as they were obscured by mist. Simultaneously, an archaic voice echoed throughout the first level. 100 breaths of time. Identify at least 900 medicine plants and imprint them with divine sense. You will be given 10 sets. Completing 9 of them will count as passing the level. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the mists covering the 1,000 medicinal plants vanished, leaving them clearly visible. Meng Hao's gaze passed over them, and he immediately recognized all of them. However, he did not imprint any of them with divine sense, but instead committed all 1,000 plants to memory. 100 breaths of time quickly passed, and the light flickered. The 1,000 medicinal plants vanished, to be replaced by another set of 1,000. Meng Hao quickly looked them over, and his eyes sparkled as if with electricity. After committing the medicinal plants to memory, he waited for the 100 breaths of time to end, and the third set of 1,000 medicinal plants to appear. In this manner, he consumed all 10 opportunities that he was given. After being shown 10,000 medicinal plants, he was wrapped up by a gentle force, and, in the blink of an eye, sent flying out of the first level of the medicine pavilion to appear outside. Fang Kun was waiting outside, filled with anticipation. As soon as he saw Meng Hao appear, his jaw dropped. Whenever anybody passed the first level, glowing lights would appear. And yet, the first level looked exactly the same as when Meng Hao had entered it. Fang Kun gaped in shock, and was about to step forward when Meng Hao suddenly strode directly back toward the entrance, paid his 100 merit points, and entered the medicine pavilion again. Inside, he once again memorized the 10,000 medicinal plants that were shown to him, and was expelled. Gritting his teeth, he went in again. Twice, 3 times, 4 times. In a relatively short period of time, Meng Hao entered 10 times. His merit points were vanishing rapidly. However, he stuck with it. Fang Kun was struck dumb, and could scarcely believe that Meng Hao couldn't pass the first level of the medicine pavilion. And yet, here he was watching the bizarre scene play out right in front of him. What exactly is he doing? Thought Fang Kun. In his estimation, it should be a relatively simple matter for Meng Hao to pass the first level of the medicine pavilion. He just couldn't figure out why he would want to go in at the same level over and over again. Time passed. Meng Hao, seemingly bewitched, tried out the first level 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. In the end, he entered the first level 100 times. That was 10,000 merit points, and considering he hadn't even earned 20,000 merit points over the last month or so, that meant he had now depleted his supply by more than 60%. 100 times, he said after appearing outside. He looked over at the medicine pavilion and took a deep breath. After taking the examination over 100 times, he had been shown 1 million medicinal plants. However, many of those were actually duplicates. After some thought, he looked at the more than 4,000 merit points he had left, gritted his teeth, and entered the medicine pavilion yet again. After passing through 40 more times, Meng Hao had less than 100 merit points left. The 2 old men sitting outside the medicine pavilion watched his odd behavior with fascination. They could clearly sense the determination that filled him. 140 times. You would think that 1,400,000 medicinal plants would appear. But in reality, when you eliminate the repetitions, there were only about 1 million. From all those 1 million medicinal plants, each section of the test only selects 1,000. All you need to do is recognize 900 and then do that 9 times. In other words, in any given test, you actually only have to identify about 8,100 medicinal plants correctly. When you think about it that way, It's not really that hard. Meng Hao mused thoughtfully. In particular, there were about 5,000 medicinal plants that recurred most often in the test, which had special significance. These were plants that were easily confused with others. Eyes glittering, he turned and left, followed by Fong Kun. Fong Kun wanted to ask some questions, but after seeing Meng Hao's thoughtful look, he hesitated, and then decided not to interrupt. Evening was falling, but Meng Hao did not return to his Immortal's cave. Instead, he accepted Fong Kun's invitation to stay at his Immortal's cave for the night. During that time, he did not practice cultivation, but instead took out a jade slip and began to analyze and record information from his 140 examinations in the medicine pavilion, and to gather together information about the most common medicinal plants to appear. Day and night, he classified and categorized the different plants. 3 days later, he emerged, his expression one of exhaustion, and yet with brightly gleaming eyes. Measly medicine pavilion, he thought. I'm going to help all of the apprentice alchemists who listen to my lectures pass the first level of the medicine pavilion. When that happens, there will definitely be a huge increase in my audience. He laughed heartily, and his eyes shone with anticipation and determination. To do something like he was doing was something no other alchemist would ever think was possible. The reason Meng Hao could do it was because his skill in plants and vegetation had reached a completely terrifying level. Because of that, he was capable of memorizing and then organizing all of those 1 million medicinal plants. Of course, other high-level alchemists might be able to do the same thing. However, they would never think to use the same method, to waste such energy and such a large amount of merit points, to organize all that information for the purpose of cheating. After spending a few more days organizing all of the information and data, Meng Hao was completely confident. The next time he went to lecture the more than 400 fanatical apprentice alchemists, all the content was regarding information about those specific medicinal plants. He especially focused on the most common plants, as well as the ones that were most easily misidentified. This was a method that focused specifically on memorizing correct answers. Meng Hao completely forgot any exhaustion he felt and committed himself to lecturing. A month later, the number of apprentice alchemists didn't increase, but neither did it decrease. By the time that month ended, Meng Hao had finished introducing all of the plants that most commonly appeared in the medicine pavilion test. After finishing a lecture, he would wave his hand and use the magic of a divine ability to cause 1,000 medicinal plants to appear. Next, I'll give you a little test, he said. I'll give you 2 hours to try to identify as many of these 1,000 medicinal plants as possible. Mark down any that you don't know. When the time limit is up, I'll give you the correct answers. This was a completely fresh and new experience for these apprentice alchemists. But as for Fong Kun, he looked on with wide eyes. After listening to Meng Hao's lectures for a month, he was starting to feel a bit apprehensive. After all, he had passed through the first level of the medicine pavilion and was starting to pick up on what Meng Hao was doing. This was especially the case when Meng Hao started using the same testing method as the first level of the medicine pavilion. It was at this point that he started panting, and a look of astonishment could be seen on his face. Don't tell me. He actually went through the first level of the medicine pavilion more than 100 times just to be able to see all the test's contents. That's basically the same as just seeing all the answers. Now that he's giving specific lectures about the answers, these apprentice alchemists will have a much, much higher chance of passing the examination. That's cheating. It's even more so the case considering he's using the same testing method as the medicine pavilion, just to get them used to it. Fong Kun couldn't help but gape in shock. 2 hours later, the images vanished, and the apprentice alchemists began to ask questions about the medicinal plants they couldn't identify. Meng Hao emphasized various key points, and then waved his hand again, causing another set of images to appear. It was in this fashion that time slowly passed. Meng Hao rarely returned to his Immortal's cave. Most of his time was spent in the Tao of Alchemy division. Eventually, he reduced the amount of time he gave the apprentice alchemists from 2 hours to 1 hour. Then to the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Then half that amount of time. By the time another month had passed, Meng Hao had reduced the time limit to 100 breaths. His audience gradually got used to it, and eventually started to get excited about the continually increasing number of medicinal plants they could identify, and the continuously increasing speed at which they could identify them. Actually, it was virtually impossible for them not to identify the medicinal plants, because during that time, Meng Hao lectured exclusively on the contents of the Medicine Pavilion examination. During that 3-month period, the apprentice alchemists gave most of their merit points to Meng Hao. In exchange, there were more than 100 among the group who had reached the point of being able to identify more than 900 medicinal plants in 100 breaths of time. On that day, Meng Hao ceased lecturing. Instead, he looked seriously at all of the 400 members of his audience. "Your merit points have not been spent in vain," he announced. "Right now, all of us are going to the Medicine Pavilion to participate in the first-level examination. Trust me, at least 20% of you will definitely pass." In response, the apprentice alchemists looked at him with shock and hesitation. "Fang Kun, lead the way," said Meng Hao, waving his hand. Fang Kun gritted his teeth, nodded, and walked forward. The 400 unconfident apprentice alchemists then followed his lead to the Medicine Pavilion. Meng Hao flew along with them. Along the way, more than few people noticed what was going on, and when they heard that the group was going to the Medicine Pavilion to take the examination, they began to laugh out loud. How long have they been studying? And they think they can take on the first level of the Medicine Pavilion. Without studying about plants and vegetation for dozens of years, how could you possibly succeed in the Medicine Pavilion? Do you people want to just throw away their merit points or something? That's funny. A lot of them have barely studied plants and vegetation for 3 years, right? More and more apprentice alchemists took note. All of them wondered what the reason was for all of this, and they began to laugh and ridicule them. The ridicule caused many of the 400 apprentice alchemists to feel very embarrassed, and even hesitant. They weren't confident in their chances of success at all, but Meng Hao was very enthusiastic about the whole matter. Were it anyone else, they would think they were intentionally being set up to look bad. "Ignore all of them. Trust me," cried Meng Hao, his expression solemn. The 400 apprentice alchemists gritted their teeth. They still weren't confident, and yet were still interested in knowing how far away they were from being able to succeed in the first level of the Medicine Pavilion. The sound of the onlookers' mockery rang out, and there were quite a few people who decided to follow along to see what happened when the group tried to pass the examination in the Medicine Pavilion. There were some Tier 1 alchemists who recognized Fang Kun and, when they saw what was going on, shook their heads. Fang Kun is really too short-sighted. Those are apprentice alchemists from peak number 7191, right? Although it's true that an alchemist lecturer will receive a reward if any apprentice alchemist from their peak passes the first level of the Medicine Pavilion, these people only have a few years of experience with the Tao of alchemy. They definitely have no chance of succeeding. I heard that Fang Hao took over for Fang Kun over the past few months to give lectures at peak number 7191. He even started charging merit point fees. What a joke! Surrounded by laughter and ridicule, Fang Kun and the 400 apprentice alchemists slowly passed into the inner mountains and then appeared in front of the Medicine Pavilion. Although some of the alchemists in the inner mountains noticed them passing by, none took an interest. Granted, there were 400 people all going to take the test together. But that wasn't something unheard of. After all, there were many people who were members of the Tao of Alchemy division. Furthermore, the Medicine Pavilion was a mysterious place. Entrance was not limited to a single person. Even 10,000 could enter at one time if they wished. The interior of the pavilion would appear empty to each participant, as if they were taking the test alone. The 400 apprentice alchemists gritted their teeth, paid their merit points, and were about to step into the Medicine Pavilion when Meng Hao took a deep breath and called out, "All of you, remember, just do things the way you normally do, and you won't have any problems." The 400 apprentice alchemists gave nervous, forced smiles to Meng Hao as they clasped hands and bowed to him. Then, clenching their jaws, they entered the Medicine Pavilion one after another. In the blink of an eye, 400 people vanished. By this point, a few thousand people had gathered to watch and were all laughing and joking. Fang Kun was extremely nervous. Many of the people who had gathered were familiar with him, and he could clearly hear their jokes, but there was nothing he could say in response. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he floated there in midair looking at the medicine pavilion. Meanwhile, inside, the 400 apprentice alchemists inside all faced empty mists. Then 1,000 medicinal plants appeared in front of them, and the vast majority were shocked. Huh? How come it's exactly like the tests Alchemist Fong gave us? This seems, actually, kind of simple. I know almost all of these. 100 breaths of time? I've practiced so many times. I'm used to it. Virtually all of the apprentice alchemists were shocked and excited. Earlier, they never believed that they could succeed, but now they suddenly felt hope. Time passed by. 1,000 breaths. Of course, the onlookers were all still laughing about the matter. I really don't get what Fong Kun is thinking. And as for all those apprentice alchemists, they don't know the height of the heavens and the depths of the earth. There's no way they can succeed. Time's almost up. They'll be coming out soon. If even one of them succeeds, I'll beat myself to death. It was at this point that a beam of light appeared on the first level. Instantly, the laughing was silenced. Wow! Somebody actually succeeded? Well, I guess out of 400 people it was inevitable that someone would get lucky. It's possible that person is a chosen in the Tao of Alchemy. It's a given that someone like that would perform shockingly. Even as the discussions broke out, silence once again reigned as a second beam of light appeared on the first level. After that, a third, fourth, and a fifth. 113 beams of light appeared in the blink of an eye. They formed a dazzling spectacle that could be seen from quite a distance away. The onlookers were deathly quiet and stared with gaping mouths. Their eyes were wide and filled with disbelief, and their minds roared. This vastly exceeded anything they could have ever imagined, and they could hardly believe it. It was at this point that, from within the dazzling lights, 400 apprentice alchemists appeared. The ones who had succeeded in passing the first level were wild with joy. As for the ones who had met with failure, they weren't dejected at all. Instead, their eyes shone brightly with hope. They knew that they had come very close to succeeding. All of them rushed over to Meng Hao and began crying out excitedly. That was so simple. I actually identified all of them. I did it. Ha ha ha. I passed. I've only studied the Tao of Alchemy for 3 years, but I passed the first level of the Medicine Pavilion and I succeeded. Thank you, Alchemist Fong. Thank you. Fong Kun was equally excited. Meng Hao smiled widely, then cleared his throat. After glancing over at the shocked onlookers, he looked back at the apprentices, and then put a solemn expression onto his face. What's there to be excited about? What's the surprise? During these 3 months, you paid a few hundred merit points to listen to my lectures about plants and vegetation, so the big surprise would be if you didn't pass the measly first level of the Medicine Pavilion. Now all of you tell me, was it worth it to spend those merit points on listening to my lectures? The instant the question left his mouth, the more than 400 apprentice alchemists joined their voices into a mighty roar of approval. All of the onlookers began to tremble inwardly. Meng Hao laughed heartily, then turned to leave, sure that this matter would quickly turn into a massive wave that swept through all of the Tao of Alchemy division. I need to stop giving lectures for a few days, he thought. I'll wait a bit, and then there will surely be more people willing to fork over their merit points. His eyes glittered with anticipation. However, Meng Hao had actually underestimated the matter. Over the course of the following days, the Tao of Alchemy division was struck by a massive tempest. After all, 400 people had simultaneously taken the Medicine Pavilion examination, and then more than 100 had successfully passed. That in and of itself was not shocking. However, when you took into account the amount of time those test takers had been studying the Tao of Alchemy, it was completely astonishing. Those who had studied the longest had 5 years under their belt. The shortest amount of time any of them had studied was 3 years. An event such as this was enough to cause shock even among the alchemists of the inner mountains. It eventually reached the point that the Alchemist Council, which was responsible for the operational affairs of the Tao of Alchemy division, called a session to discuss the matter. 19 alchemists converged in the meeting location. These were the pavilion elders of the Tao of Alchemy division. All of these 19 pavilion elders were Tier 8 alchemists. Deep in the inner mountains, on the cloud-cloaked peak of a tall mountain, was an ancient temple. 10 enormous statues stood guard outside the temple, each one of which represented a glorious past alchemist of the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division. This was the location where the Alchemist Council held their session. In the main hall of the temple, 19 enormous seats floated in the air, in the middle of which was an enormous illusory pill cauldron that emanated flickering light. The seats were occupied by ancient old men with extraordinary cultivation bases, and whose Tao of alchemy could shake heaven and earth. Any one of these old men could be the founding grandmaster of an alchemic sect. Fang Hao arrived 4 months ago from planet South Heaven, said one of the old men, whose face was covered with wrinkles. He barely seemed to have the energy to open his eyes, but a strong medicinal aroma was eternally attached to him. With a 30,000-meter bloodline gate beam, he is a chosen of the clan. Later, the Grand Elder from the main clan arranged for him to come to the Tao of Alchemy division. Therefore, Tier 5 alchemist Fang Huigua took responsibility to send him to Alchemy Lodge Peak number 7191. I made some of my own inquiries and also got some answers from Fang Huigua. Fang Huigua believed that while Fang Hao might have some understanding regarding pill concocting, he was also wildly arrogant. Let's ignore his subjective presumptions for now. Within 2 hours of Fang Hao's arrival at peak number 7191, he discovered 12 areas in which Tier 1 alchemist Fang Kun made errors in explaining plants and vegetation. Fang Hao then personally gave a lecture about the subject that attracted tens of thousands of spectators. Tier 2 alchemist Fang Shuzhong was incited by the main clan's Fang Yuni to challenge Fang Hao, making a wager regarding plants and vegetation. Fang Hao easily defeating him, instantly identifying the top-secret grafting technique of a Tier 5 alchemist, and also revealing the collocation technique. I personally went to verify that the collocation technique was indeed correct. Later, he used his plant and vegetation lectures to collect merit points from the audience. At this point, the old man paused. Some of the other elders began to chuckle. His audience dwindled to only a few hundred people, and his profit ranged only in the tens of thousands of merit points. Unsatisfied, he went to the medicine pavilion, where he took the examination 140 times in a row. He didn't pass, not even once. However, that was because he intentionally failed. After finishing, he organized all the information about plants and vegetation from the exam and began to lecture the apprentice alchemists of peak number 7191 regarding all of the test material from the first level of the medicine pavilion. In this way, by developing a cheating technique and preparing the apprentice alchemists for the test by training them in the test method. He then took 400 people to the first level of the medicine pavilion, and over 100 of them succeeded. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the results of my investigation into Fang Hao. What do all of you think? The old man's voice was cool the entire time. Even he found Meng Hao to be somewhat amusing. People immediately began to voice varying opinions. Is the kid crazy or something? I can't believe he charged merit points for lectures on plants and vegetation. Why didn't I think of that when I was his age? Amusing, but in the end it was cheating. He should be punished somehow. Perhaps have him clear out the pill rubbish receptacles. No way. A punishment like that is too severe. Let me handle it. I'll have him try to concoct some of my pills for me. I'll show him a thing or two. That's not really cheating. To be able to memorize all of the medicinal plants from the first level of the medicine pavilion shows that he has a terrifying level of skill with plants and vegetation. I'm curious to see what level he could get to in the pavilion if he really tried. There were differing views on the matter. Some of them thought it was nothing more than a small matter, and were actually interested in Meng Hao. Others thought he was a problem waiting to happen, which should be punished and dealt with immediately. Eventually, everyone finished speaking without reaching a consensus. Located in the middle of the 19 chairs was an old man who wore a long robe and had flowing white hair. He hadn't spoken the entire time and was instead sitting there with his eyes closed. Finally, his eyes opened, and they seemed to be filled with starlight. It was as if all the heavenly bodies had been shockingly fused together and existed inside of him. He cleared his throat. In that moment, all of the other elder alchemists quieted down and looked at the old man with expressions of ardor and veneration. He's nothing more than a member of the junior generation, the old man said slowly. Let him do as he pleases. Although, the rules of the first level of the medicine pavilion will need to be changed. In response to his word, all of the pavilion elders bowed their heads in acquiescence. As they did, a strange light appeared in the old man's eyes. Kunlun Society alchemy methods, and some vestiges of the demon Immortal sect. Interesting. Very interesting. When 400 apprentice alchemists all challenged the medicine pavilion together, and over 100 succeeded, the news didn't cause a huge stir in the inner mountains, but in the outer mountains, a tempest erupted. To any apprentice alchemist, passing the first level of the medicine pavilion was a major step in life, and something incredibly important. That was even more so for those who had been studying for dozens or even more than 100 years, and yet still could not pass. They were on the verge of going crazy. Then there were the apprentice alchemists who hadn't been studying for very long. When they saw others who had been studying for a similar period of time suddenly succeed, and not because they were naturally gifted but rather because they had studied with Feng Hao and listened to his lectures, it is easy to imagine how violent of an uproar it caused. Even more so, the apprentice alchemists who had chosen not to pay merit points to listen to Meng Hao felt intense regret, and couldn't help but think about how a few hundred merit points over the course of 3 months could have gotten them past the first level of the medicine pavilion. Then they would have been pre-qualified to become Tier 1 alchemists, which could not be bought with merit points, no matter how many they offered to pay. Meng Hao didn't make an appearance for 3 days. In the meantime, the storm among the outer mountain apprentice alchemists continued. Tens of thousands had gathered outside of peak number 7191 to wait for Meng Hao. Some people even got into magical combat in order to get a good seat. On dawn of the 4th day, Meng Hao appeared in the Tao of Alchemy division. As soon as people spotted him, word spread like wildfire. Meng Hao was quite pleased about all this. Murmuring to himself about how his methods really were effective, he eventually reached peak number 7191. When he saw how many people were waiting, he immediately got excited. There have to be about 40 to 50,000 people here, he thought, panting. At 1 merit point apiece for a 2-hour lecture, I would get around 50,000 merit points. If I lecture for 4 hours, it would be 100,000. If I lectured for 8 hours, 200,000. Eventually, he took a deep breath, smiling the whole way, looking like a preeminent Taoist master who viewed material wealth as filth. He slowly strode forward. When all of the apprentice alchemists gathered around the mountain saw him, they clasped hands and bowed. Then they joined voices in greeting. Greetings, Professor Feng. The combined voices of all the apprentice alchemists echoed out like thunder. Meng Hao stepped foot onto the platform, looked out at the audience with shining eyes, and then cleared his throat. Today, I will lecture for 8 hours, he said. Immediately, Feng Shi flew out of the crowd with a jade slip in hand and called out, Professor Feng is kind and generous. To him, material wealth means nothing. In previous months, we had to force him to accept our payment. Now, because he cannot bear to watch the clan's apprentice alchemists fail the examination of the medicine pavilion, he has come here to lecture about plants and vegetation. We can't let him down. Come. Everyone put some merit points into this jade slip. Even if Professor Feng doesn't want it, we'll force him to take it. At the same time that Feng Shi yelled out these words, a group of several hundred apprentice alchemists flew out from the crowd in various areas, jade slips in the hand. They immediately began to accept merit points from the other apprentice alchemists in their area. This time, not a single one of the 40 to 50,000 people departed. All of them paid their merit points, and then the several hundred jade slips were placed in front of Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face darkened. What do you people think you're doing? He snapped, flicking his sleeve and looked very displeased. Yet again, Feng Shi took the lead in crying out, Professor Feng, this is only what should be yours by right. Sir, please accept. When Feng Shi finished speaking, his hundreds of companions began to shout, Accept it, Professor Feng. If you don't, we'll be very upset. After listening for a moment, Meng Hao hesitated, then let out a long sigh and collected up the jade slips. Very well, he said emotionally. Since you demand it, All I can do is work as hard as possible to help you pass the examination of the medicine pavilion. Material wealth is nothing, he said, shaking his head. What I care least about in life is just that money. Inwardly, of course, he was extremely excited and was shouting about how he was rich now. The 8-hour lecture ended quickly. Meng Hao again talked about the key medicinal plants from the medicine pavilion. After a while, he would wave his hand, causing 1,000 medicinal plants to appear, just like the examination in the medicine pavilion. Many of the apprentice alchemists who were experiencing this for the first time were instantly enlivened. In the following days, Meng Hao was engrossed in lecturing about plants and vegetation. He lectured for 8 hours a day, and as time progressed, more and more people came to listen, until the audience exceeded 100,000. The area was packed full of people, and no end could be seen to the massive crowds. This only spurred Meng Hao on to put even more energy into his lectures. He even employed his cultivation base and some divine abilities to broadcast his voice out into the distance so that every person could hear him. He was now making hundreds of thousands of merit points every day. To Meng Hao, that income was a powerful motivating force. Eventually, his lectures became the center of attention of all the outer mountains. As Meng Hao got more and more merit points, he was able to get more and more valuable medicinal plants. As such, the ingredients he needed for the spirit elixir were all replaced by what could be considered treasured items. Soon, the efficacy of the spirit elixir reached a terrifying level. As for the leftover merit points, he would acquire other medicinal plants, which he would take to his Immortal's cave to concoct medicinal pills. This enabled his Tao of alchemy to steadily improve with each passing day. He would also exchange merit points for spirit stones, which he would use to duplicate the spirit elixir. The life force in the nirvana fruits continued to grow stronger. Of course, not a few people saw what was happening, and their eyes went bloodshot. The other alchemists gazed over at Meng Hao like ravenous wolves. Although they had never thought to use a method like his, when they saw how much he was profiting, many of them began to imitate him. There were even Tier 5 alchemists who left the inner mountains and began to lecture about plants and vegetation, all in order to earn merit points. Because the Alchemist Council didn't oppose what was happening, it meant they tacitly approved. In fact, they were happy that more alchemists were opting not to spend all their time concocting pills, but instead were going to the outer mountains to speak to the apprentice alchemists about plants and vegetation, as well as the Tao of alchemy. It was as if the entire Tao of alchemy division was invigorated, and now bustled with activity. Things were very different than before. Now that more alchemists were coming out of the inner mountains and charging to give lectures, some of Meng Hao's audience was being drawn away. However, there were 1 million apprentice alchemists in the Tao of alchemy division, so even if a few left, others would take their place. The Tao of alchemy became a place where numerous viewpoints and expressions were now being heard, and everyone was struggling to promote their own perspective. Alchemists began using all sorts of methods to attract more apprentice alchemists to their lectures. Some would even lecture about their top-secret methods. Gradually, because they were able to attract more and more attention, everyone was able to make a handsome profit. Soon, Tier 6 alchemists and even some Tier 7 alchemists were moved to the point of emerging from the inner mountains. The atmosphere in the Tao of Alchemy division had reached a peak, and even the main clan was affected, and the Grand Elder, shocked, made a personal visit. That event caused quite a stir, and word soon spread throughout the clan. As the apprentice alchemists began to run low on merit points, they chose to perform service for the sect, all to get more merit points. People even began to compete over the tasks assigned by the Tao of Alchemy division. Everything was flourishing. What a change in the Tao of Alchemy division! Even the 19 Tier 8 alchemists were very excited. They watched the developments in the atmosphere in the Tao of Alchemy division, and could tell that if things kept going on this way, the Tao of Alchemy division would definitely experience a great rise, and a new generation of alchemists would soon come forth. All of it started with Meng Hao, and because of it, everyone was once again speaking his name. Back in the ancestral mansion, the Grand Elder sat silently in the temple, his face dark. It had already been several months since he gave Meng Hao the nirvana fruits, and there had been plenty of time for him to concoct whatever type of spirit elixir he wanted. And yet, Meng Hao had not suddenly died. By this point, the Grand Elder was starting to put the pieces together. I underestimated him, he thought with a sigh. He must have detected something somehow. What a pity. In any clan, clan rules are everything. All clan members must respect the clan rules. As for him, the Grand Elder shook his head, and within his eyes could be seen a glint of killing intent. In another temple in the ancestral mansion, Fang Xiushan and his father sat there, extremely grim-faced because of the huge name Meng Hao was making for himself. That damned son of a bitch, grumbled Fang Xiushan, frowned. He actually thought up a scheme like this to earn large amounts of merit points. The amount he's earning on a daily basis is enough to cause even my eyes to turn red. With things like this, it's going to be impossible to constrain his development. He looked over at his father. The old man opened his eyes, and a cold glimmer could be seen within. What are you losing your head over? He said coolly. He's just a child. The only reason he came up with this method was because someone from the direct bloodline is coaching him. Even still, it doesn't matter. I have my methods to cut off his source of merit points. With that, he produced a jade slip, imprinted it with some divine sense, and then flung it out the door. Just wait and see, he said, closing his eyes once again. As Meng Hao rose to prominence, Fang Donghan, who was a member of one of the neutral bloodlines in the clan, was watching. From the very beginning, he had been paying attention to Meng Hao and Fang Wei, and now that he saw Meng Hao becoming famous in the Tao of Alchemy division, his sense of anticipation was growing. It won't be long now before he and Fang Wei fight each other, he thought. He took a deep breath and then smiled. In the ancestral mansion, in the subterranean Immortal's cave, Fang Wei sat cross-legged in meditation. Yet again, there were 9 old men surrounding him, who trembled as their immortal chi was absorbed by Fang Wei. Fang Yuni kneeled in front of him respectfully, eyes shining with zeal as he looked at Fang Wei. A moment later, Fang Wei opened his eyes and finished his session of cultivation. Of the surrounding 9 old men, 3 of them coughed up blood, and then their bodies rapidly withered away until they were desiccated corpses. What's the matter, Yuni? Fang Wei asked coolly. Cousin, replied Fang Yuni. Your cultivation base is incredible. You're just a step away from the immortal realm. When you finally become immortal, you'll be able to sweep across all of the chosen of the 9th mountain and sea. Fang Wei's expression was the same as ever, and he didn't respond. He just looked at Fang Yuni. Cousin, continued Fang Yuni, do you remember Fang Hao? He's that bastard who was disrespectful to you in the temple a while back. You are generous and open-minded, and would never sink yourself to his level, but he's not like that. He is narrow and petty-minded, and already views you as a thorn in his side. Recently, he's been using despicable methods to make a name for himself in the Tao of Alchemy division, and he's even started spreading harmful gossip about you. Cousin, he's tarnishing your name, which really makes me mad. Unfortunately, I can't beat him. I can only watch as he rises to prominence in the Tao of Alchemy division. Fang Yuni chuckled bitterly. Fang Wei's expression was the same as usual. He seemed neither joyful nor angry. He looked calmly at Fang Yuni, as if he could see all the way through him, as if he could tell exactly how much of what he had just said was true or false. Seeing that Fang Wei was studying him, Fang Yuni suddenly began to tremble in fear. He had no idea what Fang Wei was thinking, so he didn't dare to say anything further. He was just considering leaving when Fang Wei finally spoke. Tell me about it. Fang Yuni was immediately enlivened, and began to explain in detail everything Meng Hao had done in the Tao of Alchemy division. After listening to everything, Fang Wei closed his eyes for a few moments. Then he opened them and coolly said, There are a lot of people in the world who like to get things for free. When you have the option of getting something for free or paying, most people will opt for the first. Fang Yuni, do you get my meaning? Fang Yuni gaped. After a moment of thought, his eyes grew bright, and he rose excitedly to his feet, laughing. The Tao of Alchemy division was undergoing a renaissance in the form of competition. One high-level alchemist after another came out from the inner mountains to give lectures, all to get merit points from the apprentice alchemists. The Tao of Alchemy division was booming, and the bustle was incredible. Furthermore, competitive fire is something that exists in all people's hearts, and although the alchemists didn't pay too much attention to it, everyone knew that the number of apprentices that could be attracted to any given alchemist's lecture would show how much influence that alchemist had, as well as the level of their Tao of alchemy. Soon, competition between various parties formed. However, the resulting conflicts proceeded according to the Tao of Alchemy Division's rules governing competition. The result was that, in the outer mountains, the apprentice alchemists had to make a daily choice. Which alchemist would they go listen to? Of course, Meng Hao wasn't very happy about this. More and more of his audience was being stolen away. In the end, he was only able to keep about 50,000. That was about half of his original audience, which meant that he was losing out on over 100,000 merit points per day. It was as if someone was slicing off his skin. He could endure it though. After all, his lecture was something unique, and in the end, the apprentice alchemists who listened to his lectures had exponential increases in their confidence in being able to pass the first level of the medicine pavilion. However, it wasn't long before Meng Hao became furious. The reason was because, on the mountain just across from him, peak number 7192, a Tier 7 alchemist had suddenly appeared to give lectures. It was an old woman who rode an enormous 5-colored peacock, and whose expression was haughty and arrogant. She was a Tier 7 alchemist, someone the apprentice alchemists could only hope to meet in person on accident, and could never go to seek out. She was like a supreme entity to them. Up to now, there had only been one Tier 7 alchemist who had come out to give lectures. Furthermore, that alchemist did not come out on a daily basis. The 100,000 seats available for those lectures were always the subject of fierce contention. In fact, were there even more seats available, it was certain that more people would attend. Now, another Tier 7 alchemist appeared. She was very famous in the Tao of Alchemy Division, and when she came to give a lecture right across from Meng Hao, a lot of the alchemists in his audience immediately went over to listen to her. In a single day, Meng Hao lost more than half of his current audience, leaving him with only about 20,000 apprentice alchemists. He stood there on the platform, looking at the 100,000 people crowded around that old woman, and ground his teeth angrily. That old granny is doing this on purpose, he thought with a cold harumph. The outer mountains were vast, and the lecturing alchemists would always distance themselves from each other, and would certainly never get very close. Considering the old woman intentionally selected this particular location, if someone tried to convince Meng Hao she wasn't doing it to target him, he would refuse to believe them. Any apprentice alchemists who came to listen to Meng Hao would look the scene over and then be forced to make a decision. Would they listen to Meng Hao or would they choose the Tier 7 alchemist? Meng Hao was furious, especially because the old woman only charged 1 merit point for 4 hours of lecturing. That was half as much as Meng Hao. Meng Hao's audience continued to shrink. 3 days later, only about 10,000 remained to listen to him. Were that all there were to the matter, it wouldn't be a big deal. Although his audience had been significantly reduced, he was still making tens of thousands of merit points per day. But over the following days, Meng Hao gradually came to the realization that someone had been imprinting his lecture information onto jade slips, which they were distributing for free. Information people had to pay 3 merit points to hear personally could be acquired without charge in this fashion. This was a near-fatal blow to Meng Hao's lectures. Soon, his audience dwindled from 10,000 down to only about 1,000. Meng Hao could only watch helplessly as the enterprise he had created was ruined. His audience had started at a peak of 100,000 members, in which he was making hundreds of thousands of merit points per day, and was slowly reduced to only 1,000. Now, he was only making a few thousand merit points per day. One day, Meng Hao took a deep breath and ended his lecture. Then he flew over to the old woman, paid some merit points, and began to listen to her speak. The old woman sat cross-legged on the platform, her 5-colored peacock circling through the air above her. The peacock would occasionally spread its beautiful tail feathers, making it even more magnificent than normal. The old woman spoke indifferently about plants and vegetation, and occasionally mentioned some things about certain techniques of the Tao of Alchemy, which would provoke a buzz of comments from the audience. Every single thing the old woman said was original and distinctive. Naturally, she noticed Meng Hao arrive, and an expression of scorn appeared on her face. There weren't even 100 Tier 7 alchemists in the Tao of Alchemy Division, and although she was not the most powerful among that group, but more toward the middle of the pack, she still possessed the skill of a Tier 7 alchemist. She had passed the 7th level of the medicine pavilion, so it was a simple thing for her to speak on the subject of plants and vegetation. Her command of knowledge regarding plants and vegetation was terrifying, and normally speaking, she would never show her face to target Meng Hao in the manner she had. However, a member of her auxiliary branch, someone who she could not easily refuse, had made a request. Of course, she was a member of the Tao of Alchemy Division, which operated under their own system. But when all was said and done, she was still a member of her clan division, and thus had emerged from the inner mountains. In her opinion, the gap between herself and Meng Hao was as vast as that between heaven and earth. She didn't even actually have to try. All she had to do was give random lectures, and that would be enough to completely destroy Meng Hao. Meng Hao hovered there quietly, listening to the woman speak about plants and vegetation. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, his eyes flashed, and he turned to leave. The woman glanced over at him making his way off, and then completely ignored him. In her opinion, Meng Hao's lecture audience would be whittled down until only a few hundred people remained. Eventually, he would be incapable of making any big waves whatsoever. The main reason for her confidence was that she had heard a rumor that the rules of the examination in the first level of the medicine pavilion were going to be changed. Sure enough, 3 days later, an announcement was made in the Tao of Alchemy Division that the medicine pavilion's first-level rules had been changed. All of the 1 million medicinal plants had been replaced. Now, the examination content could be taken from 10 million plants of various varieties. It was really a terrifyingly high number. In addition, another rule change had been made. Now, the test was to determine how many medicinal plants could be identified in a given period of time. That change instantly caused Meng Hao's lectures to be thrown into chaos. To top it all off, and prevent any unforeseen problems, each apprentice alchemist would only have 1 chance per month to enter the medicine pavilion. These changes completely foiled any of Meng Hao's cheating techniques. All of this was a critical blow to Meng Hao. Within 2 days, his audience dropped from 1,000 to only a few hundred. Most of those were the people who had been his audience all along. However, after some time, many of those also chose to leave. After all, the situation was different than it had been in the beginning, when Meng Hao was outshining anyone and everyone. After all, they now had the chance to hear Tier 7 alchemists speak, and who would turn down an opportunity like that? In the end, Meng Hao was left with a bit more than 70 audience members. All of these blows had struck like lightning, leaving Meng Hao panting. He looked out at his sparse audience of several dozen apprentice alchemists, and suddenly a bright light appeared in his eyes. Then, he turned his head to look over at the nearby mountain with 100,000 people circled around it. "'Cause what do we do?" Fang Shi asked quietly from off to the side. Even Lord 3rd and Lord 5th headed over there. Unexpectedly, the Parrot and the Meat Jelly had rushed over to the other mountain to listen to the Tier 7 alchemist's lecture. It was impossible to say whether they understood what she was talking about, but from the look of it, they were entranced. Meng Hao, of course, knew that the Parrot was actually hung up on the 5-colored peacock. As for the Meat Jelly, it was completely oblivious, and had merely been dragged along by the Parrot. Hardships prompt changes. Changes bring solutions. Fang Shi gaped. Somebody is trying to restrict my path to wealth, to cut off my path to riches. It's like they're trying to chop me into pieces with a knife. Meng Hao clenched his jaw and then flicked his sleeve as he flew into the air. Fang Shi followed as he made his way off into the distance. He didn't really understand what Meng Hao had just said, so he quickly asked, "Cuz, what's the plan now?" "There's no plan," Meng Hao replied. "My name is going to rock the Tao of Alchemy Division and end this predicament." As his voice echoed out, he pushed his speed to the maximum. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he shot into the inner mountains. Avoiding any restricted areas, he headed directly toward the medicine pavilion. It didn't take long to reach it. There were a few apprentice alchemists gathered outside, hesitating as to whether or not to enter. There were even some full alchemists off to the side. They all noticed Meng Hao arrive, and suddenly seemed energized, and began to talk amongst themselves. I heard word spreading outside that the rules of the first level have been changed. It was all because Feng Hao memorized the entire first level and figured out some way to cheat. That's how all those apprentice alchemists were able to pass so easily. Could it be that he's shown up to try to figure out a way to cheat on the first level again? Interesting. Although, considering the way the rules have been changed, it would be difficult to do that. He can only go in once per month. Meng Hao didn't pause for even a moment as he headed toward the medicine pavilion. The two ancient old men sitting outside the pavilion opened their eyes and looked at Meng Hao. Although they didn't normally pay attention to what went on in the outside world, the occasion in which Meng Hao had charged through the first level 140 times had left a deep impression on them. Combined with the rumors they had heard, they now knew that Meng Hao's efforts back then had been a deliberate effort to study the level for the purposes of cheating. The two old men looked at Meng Hao solemnly. "This is the Tao of Alchemy Division," one of them said. "How can one always think of getting in via alternative paths? Your latent talent is excellent, as is your skill in plants and vegetation. You should tread the straight and narrow path." Meng Hao, apparently directly accepting the advice, clasped hands and bowed to the two old men. "Elders," he said immediately, "I am aware of my mistake. Now is the time for repentance and reformation. I am not here to research cheating methods. I am here to truly test myself." The two old men nodded and closed their eyes. Meng Hao took a deep breath. As everyone in the area looked on, he stepped into the medicine pavilion. As soon as he entered, a few among the Tao of Alchemy Division's 19 Tier 8 alchemists immediately noticed. They ceased their pill concocting and sent out divine scents, which coalesced outside of the medicine pavilion. It was three white-haired old men who materialized. "Don't tell me this Feng Hao has showed up looking for ways to break the system again? Is he addicted? How can the little bastard be such a slow learner? We spent a lot of effort to make the first level completely flawless, and yet he shows up again. If this kid gets up to troublesome things again, I have half a mind to pull him out and smack him around. I wouldn't be scared even if his father showed up. I concocted pills for his father once, you know." Although they seemed angry, they were actually very excited. In all their years, no one had ever appeared who could cause so many problems for them. To them, the whole situation was very amusing. No one was able to detect their presence except for the two old men keeping guard outside the medicine pavilion, who merely glanced at them. Hardships prompt changes. Changes bring solutions. Meng Hao's eyes shone with the light of obsession. This saying was something he had come across in a book he had read when he was a scholar living at the foot of Mount Daqing. Nowadays, he had not forgotten the true meaning of the phrase. However, because of his personality, he had come to a new understanding. To him, the first character of the expression referred to being poor. If I can't make a profit when it comes to merit points, then it means I'm poor. Therefore, I need to think of some ways to change the situation. That's the only way to make it through the impasse. After I make it through, then I can start earning merit points again. After stepping into the first level of the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao was surrounded by mists. He took a deep breath, and his eyes began to shine brightly. In the past, I didn't have a lot of spirit stones, but with over 100 million, it couldn't count as being in short supply. But, damn it, the Nirvana fruits basically consume spirit stones. I barely have 30% of my original stockpile. It's like a bottomless pit. Considering I've spent so many spirit stones on them, I definitely can't stop now. I have to keep going. I wonder if the Grand Elder knew all along that I had a lot of spirit stones and wanted to use this method to force me to go broke. A Tier 7 alchemist sitting next to me, lecturing about plants and vegetation, cutting off my path to wealth. That's outright bullying. Unbelievable. Meng Hao was actually very angry, fueled by obsession and anger. He stalked into the first level of the medicine pavilion and was surrounded by swirling mists. In the blink of an eye, 3 incense sticks materialized in front of him. Black smoke rose up from the first incense stick, swirling through the air to surround Meng Hao. Shockingly, a brilliant light appeared, as well as the images of countless medicinal plants. At first glance, there appeared to be at least 10 million, packed together endlessly. It was only by looking closely that it was possible to clearly make any of them out. In the space of a single breath, before Meng Hao could imprint any of them with divine sense, the 10 million medicinal plants suddenly flickered with light and then began to superimpose over each other. In the blink of an eye, they all merged together in the form of an ancient tome. The book seemed archaic and old, and 3 characters were written on its cover. Classic of Plants and Vegetation. Next, an ancient voice echoed out through the first level. In the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn, identify the first 10,000 medicinal plants in the Classic of Plants and Vegetation. If you make 100 mistakes or more, the result will be failure. Now that the rules have changed, thought Meng Hao, this test is certainly a bit more impressive. He sent out his divine sense to open the Classic of Plants and Vegetation to the first page. Visible, there was a single medicinal plant. Quick Spirit Flower, he thought, identifying it immediately, branding it with divine sense, and also providing a quick description of its properties and use in medicines. The tome flickered, and the second page appeared. Meng Hao made another divine sense imprint with incredible speed. Gradually, it began to appear as if a strong wind were blowing across the tome in front of Meng Hao. The pages flipped rapidly in quick succession. Meng Hao stood there, not speaking, his divine sense covering the tome. To him, identifying these medicinal plants was a simple matter. Before the incense stick had even finished burning, it seemed as if the tome's pages were flipping by so fast they couldn't go any faster. Dozens of pages would flip by in the blink of an eye. By the time the incense stick had burned to about 90%, Meng Hao had already identified 10,000 medicinal plants without making a single mistake. However, he didn't stop there. If his goal was simply to pass the level, then it wouldn't matter. But if he was going to take this exam, he would do so in shocking fashion. He would make sure his name spread far and wide. That was the only way he could ensure that his lectures on plants and vegetation were profitable. Therefore, he continued to identify medicinal plants. Soon, hundreds of pages flipped by in every blink of an eye. As soon as Meng Hao scanned them with divine sense, the profiles and information regarding these plants and vegetation appeared in his mind. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. Faster and faster. In the time it took an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao had identified 1 million medicinal plants without a single mistake. The mist around him churned, and brilliant rays of light flickered. It was just barely possible to see countless magical symbols swirling around in response to Meng Hao's miraculous performance. Outside the medicine pavilion, it was impossible to tell what was happening on the inside. Many of the full alchemists and the apprentice alchemists were discussing and speculating about the matter. None of them believed that Meng Hao would fail to pass the level, but then they considered how the rules had been changed, and figured that even he might have to expend some effort. The 3 old Tier 8 alchemists looked at each other and then began to talk. How come the kid is taking so long? If he's really interested in taking the examination, then he should be able to pass the first level in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Since he hasn't come out, does it mean that the kid is actually going to try to crack the test? Back in the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao was frowning. Time's running out. It seems I was going a bit slow before. His eyes flickered, and his right hand suddenly reached out to grab the tome's right cover. At the same time, his divine sense exploded out, entering the tome. Meng Hao closed his eyes. In that moment when his eyes closed, his divine sense filled the tome completely. It was as if countless medicinal plants had appeared in front of him, which he immediately began to identify and imprint at top speed. 1 million. 1,500,000. 2 million. In the blink of an eye, rumbling sounds could be heard, and the mists surrounding him were churning in a violent and shocking manner. Brilliant light shone out, and more magical symbols appeared, with Meng Hao seemingly at the center of them all. 3 million. 4 million. 5 million. The second incense stick was almost completely burnt out. Meng Hao's skill in plants and vegetation was extremely deep and profound, so much so that it had even left Pill Demon shaken back in his days in the Violet Fate sect. When you added in his later experiences, his mastery had only increased. By the time he went to the ancient demon immortal sex illusory world, he had been able to master much of that sex Tao of alchemy as well. Due to that, his skill in plants and vegetation had risen even higher, reaching an indescribably terrifying level. Right now, all of that accumulated knowledge was exploding out, causing the tome's pages to flip by at incredible speed. It was now impossible to even see the pages moving. Several thousand pages would flip by in the time it takes to blink an eye. The second incense stick finished burning, and the third incense stick ignited. Meng Hao grabbed the other side of the tome with his left hand. It was at that point that 80% of the power of a true immortal exploded out. Glittering light shone out in all directions, and the mists were seething. A sound like thunder rumbled, and the magical symbols swirled around him endlessly. As of now, this place didn't resemble the medicine pavilion, but rather some bizarre world in which Meng Hao was the nucleus of everything. By now, 10,000 pages flipped by with each blink of an eye. Not a single medicinal plant caused the slightest problem for Meng Hao. Each and every one of them was already encompassed by Meng Hao's skill with plants and vegetation. Outside the medicine pavilion, expressions of bewilderment could constantly be heard. Although they couldn't see the shocking scene on the interior of the medicine pavilion, they felt that something was amiss. Even though some of the people present had ill feelings toward Meng Hao, everyone felt that it would be a simple matter for him to pass the first level. And yet, enough time had passed for 2 incense sticks to burn. And yet Meng Hao still hadn't emerged from the first level. Everyone was astonished. However, the 3 Tier 8 alchemists had serious expressions on their faces. As they looked at the medicine pavilion's first level, expressions of shock became visible on their faces. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, these 3 men were gradually coming to realize that the first floor was building up with incredible pressure. What's this kid doing? That pressure appears when someone identifies more than 1 million medicinal plants. Is it possible that this kid has identified more than 1 million medicinal plants in the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn? As the old men looked on in shock, Meng Hao had his hands planted firmly on the tome. His eyes shone with brilliant light as he thoroughly identified all of its contents. 6 million, 7 million, 8,000,000. The third incense stick was still burning, but still had about halfway to go. Finally, a tremor ran through Meng Hao's body, and he looked up. His hands slowly released the tome. He had finally reached the very last page. 10 million. The entire first level of the medicine pavilion was rumbling, and brilliant light shone out in all directions. Magical symbols swirled about, and something that sounded like immortal music could be heard drifting about. Usually, when someone passed the first level, a beam of light would appear on the outside. However, when Meng Hao reached the last page of the tome, what people on the outside saw was the entire first level shining with unprecedentedly bright light. It was as if the first level was completely bathed in boundless, unfathomable light that spread out in all directions, and even up into the heavens. The heavenly bodies trembled, and strange colors flashed through the sky. Each and every person in the Tao of Alchemy division, in all 10,000 inner mountains and all 100,000 outer mountains, could now see what was happening. What's going on? Why are there such transformations in heaven and earth? What is that pillar of light? All of the apprentice alchemists listening to lectures were thoroughly shocked as they looked up into the sky at the boundless light. As for the alchemists, their faces flickered with shock. Could it be that some member of the senior generation is concocting pills? No, that's not it. Look at that light. It's rising up from the location of the medicine pavilion. Even the clan members in the ancestral mansion could see the bright light coming from the Tao of Alchemy division. Many clan members left their residences and looked in that direction, expressions of shock on their faces. Everything was shaking, and the countless apprentice alchemists of the Tao of Alchemy division, as well as numerous full alchemists, were all staring in shock. When they realized that the light was coming from the medicine pavilion, they began to fly toward it. In a brief moment, innumerable beams of colorful light filled the Tao of Alchemy division. The crowd outside the medicine pavilion was panting, and their minds trembled. They were shocked and completely ignorant of what exactly was happening. They didn't understand how Meng Hao passing the first level would cause such a boundless light to appear. The 3-tier 8 elders exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes. He identified 10 million medicinal plants. Because the rules have been changed, it's something that nobody has ever done before. The result of his passing the first level in this way is this incredible pillar of Dao light. I can't believe this Feng Hao has such an incredible foundation in plants and vegetation. That's comparable to a tier 4 alchemist, perhaps even beyond that. However, it's still not quite at the level of a tier 5 alchemist. The Dao of Alchemy division was in a tumult. More and more people were showing up outside the medicine pavilion to stare with astonishment at the brilliant light that shone up into the sky. Eyes wide, they immediately began to ask others in the area what was going on. And when they heard that Meng Hao had entered the medicine pavilion, giving rise to these transformations, their expressions were that of incredible shock. I can't believe it's Feng Hao. So, he's the one going through the medicine pavilion. His skill in plants and vegetation actually made the medicine pavilion shine with that much light? I listened to one of his lectures on plants and vegetation once. But, is the person who caused such shocking transformations really Feng Hao? By now, more than 10,000 people were present. Even as everyone was staring in shock at the bright light, some people turned their attention to the stone stele outside of the medicine pavilion. Hundreds of thousands of names could be seen on the lowest level of the stone stele. As of this moment, all of the names went dim and then seemed to move backward one space. At the very top of the list was a new name, Feng Hao. When the onlookers saw the name there at the top of the list, another buzz of conversation rose up. It's really Feng Hao. His name is first on the list. Most people who pass this trial have their names show up in the bottom, and only a few ever make it even to the middle of the pack. And yet Feng Hao is actually in first place. For him to take the first spot means that his skill with plants and vegetation is greater than all of the other hundreds of thousands of people on the list. Of course, all the strong alchemists' names are higher up on the stele. Who knows whether Feng Hao will actually continue higher in the medicine pavilion this time, or whether he'll try to find a flaw in the system to benefit the apprentice alchemists, just like the rumors said he did last time. The conversations continued. Eventually, they realized that Meng Hao had not emerged from within the medicine pavilion. That led them to the conclusion that he was continuing with the examination. Everyone immediately got even more excited than before. Also, they wanted to know the exact level of skill Meng Hao had with plants and vegetation, this newcomer who had just recently risen to prominence in the Tao of Alchemy division. It wasn't just them who wanted to know. The surrounding alchemists were also very curious. Inside the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao took a deep breath and waited for the mists around him to slowly fade away. A staircase appeared in front of him, which led to the second level. Meng Hao immediately headed up the stairs. If I'm going to shock people, then I might as well do a thorough job of it, he thought. I'm also curious how far my level of skill with plants and vegetation will take me in the Feng clan's medicine pavilion. In the Feng clan, plants and vegetation are the most important aspect of their Tao of alchemy. In order to rise among the ranks of the alchemists, one must first earn qualifications in the medicine pavilion. Actually, this system makes a distinction between apothecaries and alchemists. After reaching the top of the stairs, he found himself on the second level. Bright light filled the second level, and yet again 10 million medicinal plants appeared, some of them repeats from the first level. They quickly merged together into the form of a tome. This time it wasn't 3 incense sticks that appeared in front of him, but 6. Yet again, an archaic voice echoed out through the second level. You have the time it takes 6 incense sticks to burn to identify the first 100,000 medicinal plants, in which case you can pass this level. If you make 10 or more mistakes, you fail. Meng Hao frowned, then looked around at the second level for a moment. So this is the second level, he thought. He stepped forward and opened the book, then poured his divine sense into it and began to imprint the medicinal plants. 3 incense sticks of time seemed to pass relatively quickly. Boundless light shone off of the tome. Meng Hao had already imprinted all 10 million medicinal plants. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and another staircase appeared in front of him. He climbed the stairs to the 3rd level without hesitation. After looking around, an expression of disappointment could be seen on his face. The 3rd level again featured 10 million medicinal plants floating around, which then superimposed to create the same classic of plants and vegetation. However, the requirement to pass this level was not just to identify 100,000, but to identify 1 million, and also to list them in order according to a special method required by the ancient tome. Furthermore, just 3 mistakes would be considered a failure. To Meng Hao, that wasn't very difficult at all. Shaking his head, he stepped forward and opened the ancient classic. This time, he only needed 2 incense sticks worth of time before the tome began to rumble, and the 3rd level sent bright light outside. Yet again, Meng Hao had passed. When he reached the 4th level, his expression finally brightened. What he saw on the 4th level was fully 10 times as many medicinal plants as he had seen on the 3rd level. There were over 100 million plants, which caused his eyes to glow with a bright light. "Now things are getting interesting," he murmured. Although there are still too few plants, the 100 million medicinal plants formed together into an ancient tome, which was labeled, yet again, the classic of plants and vegetation. The requirement for the 4th level was to identify 10 million medicinal plants, without making any mistakes. A single mistake meant failure. 100 million medicinal plants, huh? Meng Hao took a deep breath, eager to try. Back in the Violet Fate sect, he had really enjoyed examinations like this. They reminded him of his scholar's days back in Mount Daqing, and his experiences with the imperial examinations. Without hesitation, he placed his hands onto the book, poured in his divine sense, and immediately began to brand medicinal plants. By now, over 100,000 people were standing around outside the medicine pavilion, having been drawn there by the bright lights. Before the light from the 1st level had even dissipated, a brilliant light already shone up from the 2nd level, and then the 3rd level. Although the new light wasn't as scintillating and blinding as the light from the 1st level, it was still shocking. Most importantly, as Meng Hao's name moved up to the 2nd and then the 3rd level, it maintained its position as first in the lists. Many of the surrounding alchemists were watching with very serious expressions. "He's gotten to the 4th level. This Feng Hao passed all the way through the 3rd level in a very short time. I wonder if the 4th level will cause any problems for him." In the Tao of Alchemy Division's Medicine Pavilion, the first 3 levels are simply foundational. From what I've heard, no more than 10 million medicinal plants will appear. The 4th level is different. The difficulty level is 10 times higher. Back inside the 4th level, Meng Hao's eyes shone with a bizarre light. His divine sense rumbled as he imprinted medicinal plants at an incredible speed. He immediately recognized every medicinal plant that he saw, causing the tome's pages to flip by rapidly. It turned into a blur that, if any outsider was able to see, would leave them shocked. Actually, Meng Hao wanted people on the outside to see. If they could watch, it would definitely be a big help in his efforts to earn merit points. After a moment, he retracted his divine sense and then decided to ask the medicine pavilion if such a thing was possible. Everything was quiet for a moment, before an archaic voice slowly spoke out. "The medicine pavilion has no such power now. However, if you can identify all 100 million of these medicinal plants, then I can attempt to do so on the next level." Hearing this, Meng Hao immediately nodded his head, took a deep breath, and continued imprinting. "In order to give the people on the outside more of a reason to listen to my lectures, in order to earn more merit points, I'm gonna go all out. Just wait until I get out of here. I'll definitely raise my prices. 2 hours, 2 merit points." His eyes shone with determination, which seemed to affect his divine sense, making it even faster than before. 1 million, 10 million, 30,000,000. Meng Hao continuously imprinted the medicinal plants that appeared in his divine sense. The feeling he was experiencing made him sigh emotionally. If he'd had a skill like this when he'd taken the imperial examinations that year, then he would surely have become a high official in the state of Zhao. Although not for very long, he thought. Several hundred years have passed since then. If I hadn't started practicing cultivation, I would be long dead. He shook his head, sighed, and continued to imprint. The tome couldn't even be seen clearly. The pages flipped by so quickly that the whole book seemed frozen in eternity, almost unmoving. 40 million, 50 million, 60,000,000. Time passed. To Meng Hao, it felt like he wasn't expending any energy at all. Furthermore, his mastery of plants and vegetation seemed to be growing even more firm. 70 million, 80 million, 90,000,000. In the end, Meng Hao let out a sharp breath and slammed the book shut. 100 million. The medicine pavilion trembled, and boundless light shone out in all directions. A staircase appeared, which Meng Hao climbed, filled with anticipation. Everyone outside the medicine pavilion looked on as brilliant light from the 4th level spread out in all directions. He passed the 4th level. If he passed the 4th level, that basically means he's a Tier 4 apothecary. If his pill concocting skill is just as strong, he'll be a Tier 4 alchemist. The crowd was in quite a commotion. Of course, there were some people with looks of disdain on their faces. In their view, any Tier 4 alchemist could pass the 4th level, which meant that Meng Hao hadn't accomplished anything unusual. At the most, he had done something special on the 1st level only. However, before the discussions could finish, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the 5th level. It flew into the air and then began to ripple out. Shockingly, within those ripples appeared a screen. Meng Hao was visible within the screen, walking up a staircase into the 5th level. This scene caused the surrounding 100,000 spectators to stare in shock. Even the 3 Tier 8 elders were astonished. The screen was so huge it seemed to fill the sky. There were many people in the Tao of Alchemy division who hadn't come to the medicine pavilion but, after catching sight of the huge screen, were suddenly curious, and began to head over at top speed. One of them was the old woman, the Tier 7 alchemist who had disrupted Meng Hao's lectures. Shocked, she flew in from the outer mountains. Everyone around the medicine pavilion began to discuss the unprecedented appearance of the screen. They were all very excited. What's going on? I've never heard of a screen appearing when people entered the medicine pavilion. Could it be that this is a new divine ability manifested by the medicine pavilion now that the rules have been changed? Ha ha ha! This is great. We'll be able to clearly see how Feng Hao passes through the 5th level. This is much better than before. The 3 Tier 8 elders stared in shock and then exchanged suspicious glances. It was strictly prohibited to reveal what happened inside the medicine pavilion. Even though some people might secretly find out some details, they would keep things low-key and not spread the information around. That was especially true of the 5th level and higher. Pill Elder is in control of the medicine pavilion. Could it be that he has some secret plan? Even as the 3 old men transmitted a discussion, everything around them went quiet. On the screen, it was possible to see Meng Hao, who had just stepped foot off of the stairs and onto the 5th level. At the same time, on the stone stele located outside of the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao's name appeared on the 4th level, yet again first on the list. In the instant that he entered the 5th level, Meng Hao stopped in his tracks and looked around. Then he took a deep breath, and his eyes began to shine with a brilliant light. He began to tremble, a trembling that originated from the excitement in his heart, and seemed very difficult to control. Meng Hao would never act like this in a life-or-death battle. But this was an examination, a test of his skill with plants and vegetation. He truly wished to know the extent of his skill. Therefore, he wanted the examination to get harder, and for there to be more medicinal plants involved. As of this moment, what he saw was an enormous 5th level, filled with glittering lights and seemingly infinite medicinal ingredients. There were plants of all kinds and types, and even some things that bore the semblance of wild animals. From the look of it, this level had 10 times as many items as the previous level. 1,000,000,000,000. Meng Hao thought, his eyes shining as he looked around. As of this moment, he now had a much deeper understanding of the Fang clan's Tao of alchemy. These 1 billion medicinal ingredients were essentially anything that could be counted as medicinal that had appeared in the Ninth Mountain and Sea throughout tens of thousands of years of history. These items weren't just limited to plants and vegetation. They were not grafted plants either. Everything was whole. Meng Hao glanced over them and saw tens of thousands of items that he didn't recognize. He began to breathe heavily. These 1 billion medicinal resources suddenly superimposed over each other in front of Meng Hao to transform into an enormous ancient tome that was as tall as a person. Yet again, it was the classic of plants and vegetation. However, underneath the title of the book were the words Volume 1. This must be the full first volume of the classic of plants and vegetation, thought Meng Hao, his heart pounding. 1 billion medicinal plants. The Fang clan's Tao of alchemy truly is boundless and profound. The crowds in the outside world were equally shocked. More and more cultivators were showing up, and when they saw the image on the screen, their jaws dropped. Is that the 5th level? 1 billion medicinal plants. The only way to ever be promoted to a Tier 5 alchemist is to pass this level. Any Tier 5 alchemist in the Tao of Alchemy division is incredibly famous and powerful in the outside world. As the buzz of conversation filled the air outside, an archaic voice could be heard filling the 5th level. 1 billion medicinal plants. Identify the first 100 million in the classic of plants and vegetation to pass this level. One mistake means failure. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with a bright light. Expression solemn, he slowly walked forward. As far as he was concerned, this was the first time the test had actually seemed difficult. Even his first cursory scan confirmed that there were tens of thousands of items that he wasn't familiar with. One mistake in those first 100 million and he would fail. It seems I've underestimated the Fang clan's Tao of alchemy, he thought. Expression serious, he reached out, placed his hand on the ancient book, and sent his divine sense into it. Immediately, countless medicinal plants appeared within his divine sense, which he immediately began to imprint. The pages of the ancient book began to flip at high speed. In the blink of an eye, several thousand pages had already been turned over. None of the observers had ever seen anything like this before. Now, though, the scene was playing out right in front of them, clearly visible on the screen. Tens of thousands of observers on the outside looked on in shock. Deathly silence filled the air, and all minds reeled as they watched Meng Hao and the ancient book. The apprentice alchemists' eyes went wide, and as for the full alchemists, they began to pant. Even the Tier 5, 6, and 7 alchemists were stunned. The 3 Tier 8 elders gasped. The scene playing out left even them truly amazed. They even began to wonder whether they could make the tome's pages flip so quickly. From the look of things, Meng Hao was simply a natural-born genius when it came to plants and vegetation. Just how familiar is he with plants and vegetation? He doesn't even need to think. He recognizes them the instant he looks at them. His foundation in plants and vegetation really is terrifying. With whom did he study the Tao of alchemy to lay such a foundation? This is unbelievable. As the audience's reaction swelled into an uproar, Meng Hao was inside, concentrating solely on the contents of the classic of plants and vegetation. Time passed, and he identified more and more of the tome's contents, faster and faster. 10 million, 30 million, 50,000,000. It didn't take long before he had identified 90 million. The spectators observed with rapt attention. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, Meng Hao stopped turning the pages of the ancient book. There on the page in front of him, a heart had appeared. It was a wooden heart, parched and cracked. A few tiny flowers could be seen growing out of it, and when Meng Hao saw it, he stood there quietly. The alchemists in the world outside were watching the screen closely. Some of the Tier 5 alchemists looked at the wooden heart, then frowned and began to rack their brains to try and identify it. Some of the Tier 6 alchemists hesitated, and were unable to determine with certainty exactly what it was. Even the old woman who had stolen Meng Hao's business looked on with flickering thoughtfulness. Only the 3 Tier 8 alchemists didn't seem fazed. They exchanged glances and began to transmit a conversation. Feng Hao really got unlucky. In the 5th level, there are 10 types of medicinal plants that have long since become extinct. They are plants no outsider would ever know about. Even we didn't find out about them until we reached Tier 8. He definitely won't be able to identify the woodbear heart. The test is over. What a pity. However, he can try again in a month. Considering the momentum he built up before, as long as he doesn't run into a medicine plant he's never seen before, he shouldn't have much of a problem passing the 5th level. Although, I find it strange that this particular medicinal plant would appear in the first 100 million. Yet, there it is. The 3 old men were then lost in thought, and didn't converse any further. Back on the 5th level, Meng Hao looked at the image in front of him, muttering. He didn't recognize the item, and in fact had never seen it before. At first glance, if you didn't know it was wood, you would probably think it was an actual heart. Meng Hao extended his right hand and pointed at the page. Immediately, glittering light rose up, and an illusory version of the wooden heart appeared in front of him, then rapidly grew very clear. He could even sense a faint medicinal aroma emanating out. After inhaling deeply, he closed his eyes and began to make some mental deductions. Although he didn't recognize this wooden heart, he was still able to use his skill with plants and vegetation to analyze its medicinal properties. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open, and he began to make an imprint with divine sense. Effective against chills that enter the body. Is filled with rich spiritual energy and the power of fire and wood. Contains 9,137 variations. Can be grown using spirit extract, and when it reaches maturity, it contains the potential to materialize immortal qi. When using it to concoct medicinal pills for the immortal realm, depending on which variations are used and which of those is the main ingredient, then, regardless of which medicinal pill is created, as long as you add ape fever flower, its medicinal strength can be increased by 10%. Meng Hao quickly finished imprinting the information. Although he didn't know the exact name of this medicinal item, the name wasn't actually important. After finishing the imprint of information, the wooden heart vanished from the page, to be replaced by a block of text that thoroughly described the plant's properties and growth characteristics. The description was incredibly detailed, including information about medicinal effects, details vital to using the ingredient to concoct medicinal pills, descriptions about how to harvest it, and other information. When Meng Hao saw all the information, he took a deep breath. Although he had determined many correct bits of information about the wooden heart, his information had not been as detailed as the final description. He quickly committed the information to memory. Then he waved his hand and continued to flip through the pages. When the spectators saw what had happened, they were shocked. Even the 3 Tier 8 elders gasped and stared with wide, astonished eyes. He most likely has never seen that woodbear heart before, and yet, he just smelled it a few times and then was able to explain its medicinal properties. What an incredible Tao of alchemy! What profound skill with plants and vegetation! Deep within the Tao of Alchemy division was a mountain that was considered to be a sacred location. This was where Feng Yundan resided, the Tao of Alchemy division's only Tier 9 alchemist. He had a full head of white hair, and as he sat there cross-legged on the mountain peak, his eyes slowly opened. He then gazed in the direction of the medicine pavilion, his eyes shining with a gleam of curiosity. I wonder which grandmaster of the Tao of Alchemy trained a disciple like this. His skill with plants and vegetation has already reached incredible heights. He came from planet South Heaven. I haven't ever heard of any grandmaster on planet South Heaven who could develop such a talented pupil. The old man sighed. Although planet South Heaven is shrouded in mystery, it's possible this kid has had some unique opportunities. He continued to look at the medicine pavilion in silence. Back on the 5th level, Meng Hao continued to rapidly flip through the tome's pages. They moved so fast that the entire book seemed like one connected piece. Soon, he had completely imprinted 10% of the 1 billion items inside. However, Meng Hao didn't stop there. His mind was completely absorbed in the book, to the extent that he forgot his original reason for drawing everyone's attention to him here. Gradually, the 10% became 20, then 30. After completing 50%, his speed gradually slowed. He would occasionally encounter medicinal plants that he didn't recognize, but in those cases, he actually got excited. He wanted to see more medicinal plants that he had never seen before. That was the only way for him to experience the sensation of groping for the correct answer. That was when he could truly unleash his skill with plants and vegetation, analyzing the item from various angles and using his best judgment to determine, not necessarily the name, but rather enough information to imprint it with divine sense. When the full description appeared, he would commit it to memory. He was now getting the feeling that attempting to pass through the medicine pavilion was really helping him to learn a lot more about plants and vegetation. Meng Hao's skill with plants and vegetation had reached an incredible level. By now, there were few types of plants or vegetation within the 9th mountain and sea that he was unaware of. Every single new one that he encountered pushed his skill to an even more refined extent. 60%, 70%, 80%. Meng Hao wasn't aware of how much time had passed. However, the closer he got to the end of the book, the more medicinal plants he encountered that he was unfamiliar with, which required even more time. And yet, his excitement only grew. Outside of the medicine pavilion, there were now nearly 200,000 cultivators clustered around, watching the screen with blank expressions. The excitement on Meng Hao's face was clear, and the more medicinal plants he identified, the more everyone's minds reeled. Inhuman. When it comes to plants and vegetation, this Feng Hao is a beast. Don't tell me he was actually a medicinal plant in a past life? Otherwise, how else could he be so inhuman? The 5th level has 1 billion medicinal plants, and from the way he's going, it looks like he's going to identify them all. I just realized something. The merit points I paid to hear him lecture about plants and vegetation were worth it. Definitely worth it. As time passed, a few people noticed that under normal circumstances, the 5th level would have already concluded. However, Meng Hao was still plugging away. Apparently, the time limit had been cancelled, leaving Meng Hao free to spend as much time as he wanted there. Slowly, the number of plants and vegetation he identified increased. Eventually, 3 days went by. Meng Hao could never have imagined that he would need to spend so much time and energy on the 5th level. His eyes were bloodshot, and he felt that he was on the verge of mental exhaustion. However, he was still excited and his spirits were high. Among the final 20% were many types of the plants and vegetation that Meng Hao didn't recognize. Each one required a great deal of time and energy to analyze and judge before he could identify some clues that would lead him into further levels of investigation. Eventually, he would get enough information to be able to create a divine sense imprint. Detailed introduction on the plant would appear every time he made his imprint. That was what he truly looked forward to. He was like a dried-up sponge, just waiting to absorb boundless knowledge about plants and vegetation. 3 more days passed. None of the audience members left, but instead settled themselves cross-legged in the area. Were these ordinary cultivators, they would probably find the affair boring. However, they were alchemists and apprentice alchemists, people who had devoted their lives to the Tao of alchemy. Watching Meng Hao's examination on the screen enabled them to see medicinal plants that they might otherwise never be able to see, which was an incredible opportunity. Everyone was imprinting the information into their minds, studying and learning. More and more people joined the crowd. On the 10th day, there were nearly 300,000 people present, densely packed together as far as the eye could see. On the 5th level, a tremor ran through Meng Hao's body as he woke up from his reverie of plants and vegetation. There in front of him was the final page of the ancient book. At that moment, all of his exhaustion from the past days enveloped him, and his head felt swollen and began to pulse with pain. To him, these past 10 days left him feeling more worn out than when he had fought the 3 black-robed Immortal realm cultivators. And yet, he did not close his eyes. He examined the tome, upon which his results for this level were revealed. He hadn't paid any attention to the results for the first 4 levels, because he was absolutely confident that he hadn't made any mistakes. However, on this 5th level, he wasn't so confident. I missed more than 200, he murmured. All of them in the final 300 million plants. Finally, he closed his eyes and rotated his cultivation base to restore his composure. He wasn't happy with his results at all. However, he had been introduced to many unfamiliar medicinal plants on this level, and his skill with plants and vegetation had increased by a whole level. To the outside audience, the results were completely shocking, and that included the 3 Tier 8 elders. Everyone gasped, and then a huge uproar occurred. 1 billion plants, and he only missed a bit over 200. He's definitely inhuman. Any Tier 5 alchemist would pass by identifying the first 100 million. But Feng Hao required more of himself. He went through all 1 billion. From the look on his face, he seems a bit disappointed. The sound of the conversations among the 300,000 audience members was like thunder that spread out in all directions, and was heard by quite a few of the Tao of Alchemy Division's apprentice alchemists and full alchemists. The ground trembled and the clouds in the sky shattered. The 3 Tier 8 alchemists wore forced smiles on their faces as they exchanged glances. When I attempted the 5th level that year, I couldn't have done that. Forget about back then. Even right now, we're probably the only people who could. Even the Tier 7 alchemists probably couldn't pull something like that off. Bright beams of light appeared off in the distance as more Tier 8 alchemists appeared. Of course, no one present could see them. As they arrived, they looked at the medicine pavilion, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Finally, our Tao of Alchemy Division has a truly chosen member of the clan. Back on the 5th level of the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao opened his eyes. Much of his tiredness and exhaustion had vanished. He took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and stepped forward toward the ancient tome. Then he clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Many thanks for bestowing me with such kindness," he said softly. Each and every word rose up from the depths of his heart. To cultivators of the Tao of Alchemy, Meng Hao's experience just now was truly like being gifted with an amazing Tao. The tome vanished after Meng Hao bowed, and a flight of stairs appeared up ahead of him. At the same time, his name moved from its previous position up to the 5th level, where, as before, it was now in first place on the list. His expression was somber as he strode forward toward the steps and began to climb up to the 6th level. When he arrived, what he saw absolutely nothing. There were no medicinal plants, there was no tome, there was no mist. There wasn't even any light. There was only complete darkness. Everything seemed empty, as if nothing at all existed there. Meng Hao gaped in shock, and he wasn't the only one. The people outside were also staring at the screen, astonished. The only ones who didn't were the alchemists who had previously been on the 6th level. Their faces were grave as they stared closely at the screen. The Tier 7 old woman looked on, her face grim. Now that she had seen how inhuman he was, she regretted what she had done earlier. She had offended him, but she also knew that there was little she could do about it now, and so she might as well stick to her guns. After all, from her perspective, he might be inhuman, but he couldn't compare to the people who had sought out her help in the clan. The compensation they had provided was incredible. I might not be able to do what he did in the 5th level, she thought to herself. But that doesn't matter. As an alchemist, you don't need to have such breadth and depth of knowledge regarding plants and vegetation. It's enough to be intimately familiar with the ones that you do know. I failed dozens of times at this level before finally passing. There's no way this Feng Hao will succeed on his first try. After all, the 6th level is completely different from the first 5. She smiled coldly. The nearby Tier 5, 6, and 7 alchemists were shaking their heads. All of them had challenged the 6th level of the medicine pavilion, so they knew how difficult it was. "This level is a watershed," commented one of the Tier 8 elders, his voice light. "The first 5 levels require sufficient knowledge of plants and vegetation. The last 4 levels are completely different, and it only gets harder and harder." On the stone stele outside of the medicine pavilion, hundreds of thousands of names could be seen on the first level. There were only 100,000 on the 2nd level, 50,000 on the 3rd level, 20,000 on the 4th level, and less than 10,000 on the 5th level. As for the 6th level, only 5,000 people had ever passed it. The 7th level had 1,000 names and the 8th level only had a bit more than 200. The last level, the 9th, only had 10. It mustn't be forgotten that those numbers represented the accumulation of all the generations that had existed since the founding of the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division. From this, it was easy to imagine how difficult the medicine pavilion was. Furthermore, whenever anyone passed the 6th level, the first thing that would happen would be that a Tao bell would appear in the sky above the ancestral mansion. No outsider could see that bell, and when it tolled, only the members of the Fang clan on planet East Victory could hear it in their minds. That bell represented true honor and glory. Meng Hao stood on the medicine pavilion's 6th level, looking around at the pitch black around him. Even after sending his divine sense out, he could sense nothing but darkness. After hesitating for a moment, he took a step forward. As soon as his foot landed, he stopped in place and cocked his head. His expression flickered. Just now, he hadn't seen anything within the darkness, but had been able to smell the fragrance of medicinal plants. Some of the aromas were faint, some were dense. They all melded together to fill the entire area, and seemed to grow even thicker further on. It was at this point that the archaic voice echoed out through the 6th level. Aroma scrying is one of the realms of skill with plants and vegetation. You may take up to 100 steps. With every step, you will smell the fragrance of different medicinal plants. Determine what each plant is based on its smell, and imprint the information into the darkness. One mistake means failure. Meng Hao wasn't the only one who could hear the voice. The audience of more than 300,000 in the outside world could also hear it, and it caused their faces to flicker with expressions of disbelief. How could you possibly provide all the answers? No wonder this 6th level is considered so difficult. Aroma scrying is virtually a legendary realm. I never thought that the test would involve aroma scrying. I heard about this realm when I first became an apprentice alchemist. To think that over all the past tens of thousands of years in the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division, 5,000 or so people have actually passed this level. The outside world was in a huge commotion. Virtually everyone took this test to be excessively difficult. It was in a completely different league than the previous 5 levels. The Tier 7 old woman chuckled coldly. As she thought back to the difficulty of this level, she actually felt frightened. The 7th level is even harder. For any alchemist, she whispered to herself. And then there's the hell-like 8th level. Back on the 6th level, Meng Hao began to breathe deeply, allowing the fragrances of countless medicinal plants to enter his nose. Immediately, his mind exploded as images of numerous medicinal plants appeared, each one of which was associated with one of the fragrances he had detected. There were no less than 10,000, but in the blink of an eye, his divine sense swept out, and the images of medicinal plants began to appear in the dark void around him. Furthermore, the outline of an illusory lotus appeared beneath his feet. He took a second step, and once again breathed in deeply. A tremor ran through his body, and another 10,000 images appeared around him. A second lotus appeared beneath him. One step after another and another. Meng Hao proceeded forward, and with each step he took, he breathed in deeply. Afterward, numerous medicinal plants would appear around him, causing the pitch-black world to be lit up by what looked like a procession of blazing lanterns. Furthermore, lotuses continued to appear beneath his feet. After taking 69 steps, 69 lotuses had appeared, and he was surrounded by millions of shining medicinal plants. To everyone who was watching, Meng Hao almost looked like a holy being, surrounded by swirling plants, lotuses blooming with each step he took. Lotuses with each step, thought the old woman. Her eyes were wide, and she was panting. She well knew how difficult the 6th level was, and also knew that the only way a lotus would appear would be if he correctly identified the fragrance of every single medicinal plant and imprinted it correctly. When she had passed the 6th level, she had only caused 3 lotuses to appear. But Meng Hao, shockingly, created lotuses with each step. She wasn't the only shocked one. All of the alchemists who were familiar with the 6th level were shaken. They watched Meng Hao on the screen, and the image they saw would eternally be imprinted into their minds. It was an unforgettable scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The handful of Tier 8 alchemists in the area were visibly moved. They looked at Meng Hao on the screen, and their eyes shone with both praise and hope. The Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division was not a sect, but rather a division of the clan. All of the alchemists and apprentice alchemists were clan members, and their sense of clan pride and honor was at the core of what had kept the clan from falling into ruin over the ages. Actually, merit points were one of several methods that kept clan members from becoming estranged from the clan. Of course, the Tao of Alchemy division hoped for a truly chosen alchemy cultivator to appear, to arouse interest in the Tao of Alchemy, and to bring glory to the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy division once again. However, despite the passage of many years, although other divisions of the clan had produced chosen, the Tao of Alchemy division had remained a quiet and desolate place. Chosen alchemy cultivators were something that could only be happened upon, and never sought out. There were some who had the talent for it, but were not the type who were inclined to study the Tao of Alchemy, and instead preferred to focus on cultivation. People like that believed that the road to power would only be obstructed by focusing on other practices. Today, though, these Tier 8 elders finally had a bit of hope. On the 6th level of the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao was taking his 70th step. In that instant, he deeply inhaled the dense odor of plants and vegetation. His nose and brain exploded with soundless rumbling, and a tremor ran through him. All of the blood in his body suddenly began to circulate in reverse. Images of medicinal plants began to float up in his mind, endless varieties of them. This type of aroma scrying did not just test someone's skill with plants and vegetation, it also tested instincts. To be able to know how many types of medicinal plants there were by simply sniffing, without thinking about it too much. This was something that could really only be done by instinct, and by being incredibly familiar with all sorts of plants and vegetation. This higher level of skill with plants and vegetation was like the instantaneous formula scrying of the Tao of Alchemy. They were actually two branches of the same skill and the same realm. The level of difficulty of this 6th level examination was such that the requirement to pass was that the test taker successfully take 20 steps. With each of those steps, 10 or more misjudgments were tolerated before that step would be counted as a failure. The reason for the rules being set in such a fashion was because this level was simply too difficult. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how Meng Hao, who had already taken 70 steps, with lotuses blooming for each step, would be so incredibly shocking to all the alchemists outside who understood how difficult the test was. They could hardly believe their eyes. 71 steps, 72 steps, 73 steps. Meng Hao didn't pause. He kept moving forward, heading further and further in. The aromas of plants and vegetation grew stronger, and were filled with even more types. And yet, Meng Hao continued to produce lotuses with each step. It wasn't until he reached the 80th step that he finally started to slow down, although to the alchemist watching outside, it still looked fast. 81, 82, 83. With each step he took, the surrounding void of darkness glittered more and more brightly. Botanical lanterns shone with scintillating light, until the entire 6th level now appeared to be brightly lit. Having taken his 90th step, he only had 10 more steps to go. He was now moving even slower, as if these 10 steps were difficult even for him. Each step took a lot more thought, which was clear to the audience. His instincts now felt clouded, and now he needed to spend more time analyzing and deducing each aroma. It was only after painstaking examination that he was finally able to identify all of the medicinal plants. The outside world was filled with silence. 300,000 spectators were all staring at Meng Hao on the screen. Behind him was a path of lotuses, and he was surrounded by endless numbers of botanical lamps. As of this moment, Meng Hao was like an immortal of plants and vegetation. He was the focus of all attention. Even that old woman looked on silently. 91, 92, 93. Each step now took approximately 2 hours. Each time, lotuses would bloom, and bright lanterns flickered everywhere. The 95th step took him 6 hours. He stood there motionless within the boundless aroma before he finally imprinted all of the plants and vegetation within it. The 96th step took 20 hours. The 97th took 2 days. By the 98th step, Meng Hao had long since lost track of time. Everyone in the outside world was staring closely at the screen. 5 days later, he stepped forward again, and another lotus bloomed. The 99th step took 10 days, but yet again, a lotus bloomed, and the crowds went wild. By now, approximately 400,000 people had gathered in the area. All of them were breathing heavily as they waited for Meng Hao to take the final step. The 100th step. There on the 6th level, Meng Hao's eyes were closed. He had no idea how many steps he had taken. Without even thinking about it, he took another step forward. Rumbling sounds filled his mind, and his body trembled. Meng Hao was panting. Every imprint he made forced him to sift through a blur of obfuscating information and required much analysis. More time passed. Everyone in the outside world waited. 3 days, 7 days, 10 days. Finally, 20 days passed. The outside world was abuzz. No one had ever been able to spend so much time testing inside of the medicine pavilion. Meng Hao had already taken nearly 2 months to pass from the first level all the way to the 6th. 5 more days passed, when suddenly, all of the innumerable botanical lamps in the 6th level exploded with scintillating light. Beneath Meng Hao's foot appeared the 100th lotus. His eyes opened, and his body shook. Blood sprayed from his mouth. This level was so difficult that Meng Hao only passed it by shedding blood, sweat, and tears. The last step had pushed him to the limits of his skill with plants and vegetation, which, in the end, had enabled him to pass with perfect marks. Up ahead, the innumerable botanical lamps merged together to form a staircase of vines, something that seemed suitable only for a sovereign of plants and vegetation. The 7th level was now open. At the same time, from the view of the outside world, the 6th level began to shine with boundless light. The sky went dim, and all darkness was dispelled. The Tao of Alchemy division was now the focus of all eyes. Meng Hao's name appeared on the stone stele, in the first position on the list of names for the 6th level. The audience was abuzz. He passed the 6th level. Lotuses blossomed with each step. 100 steps. 100 lotuses. Could it be that this Feng Hao is going to bring about a renaissance in the Tao of Alchemy division? Just wait until he's finished here in the medicine pavilion. I'm definitely going to go listen to his lectures on plants and vegetation. Meanwhile, an enormous, ancient bell appeared in the air above the Feng clan's ancestral mansion. From the look of it, the bell appeared to have seen the passage of ages. It was engraved with mountains and rivers, and as soon as it appeared, it rang loud and sharp. The sound echoed out through planet East Victory, to the ears of anyone with Feng blood in their veins. Outsiders could not hear, but the Feng clan members could. The Feng clan was shaken. Everyone in the Tao of Alchemy division who was not already at the medicine pavilion was aroused. Sensing the light shining up from the medicine pavilion, many of them immediately flew in that direction. Everyone in the ancestral mansion was equally shaken. First, there was the light shining up from the Tao of Alchemy division, and then there was the bell. All Feng clan members were shocked, and many flew toward the Tao of Alchemy division to see what exactly was going on. The Grand Elder stood silently in the main temple, his expression complex, and even somewhat confused. "Did I make a mistake?" he murmured. "No, I didn't. Everything is for the clan. Everything I have done is according to the rules of the clan." The Grand Elder took a deep breath, but he still seemed to be at a loss. He looked over at the Tao of Alchemy division, and a fierce glint could be seen in his eyes. Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the 6th level of the medicine pavilion. After meditating for a period of time, he opened his eyes, which were still slightly bloodshot. "From the difficulty of the 5th and 6th levels, I can see the boundlessness of the Feng clan's Tao of Alchemy," he murmured. "I made a lot of mistakes on the 5th level, and the 6th level was actually even harder. It's only because I absorbed the resurrection lily that I can have such instincts with plants and vegetation. Therefore, my ability with aroma scrying is actually a bit of a cheap trick. This 7th level will definitely be even harder than all the others." With that, he stood up, and his eyes flashed with a glimmer of obsession. When he had started in the medicine pavilion, his goal had been to amaze the world and become an overnight celebrity. It had all been for the merit points. Now, however, he was doing it to improve his skill with plants and vegetation. He wasn't just concerned with passing the level. He wanted to pass every level at the pinnacle. That was the only way for him to increase his skill with plants and vegetation. He took a deep breath and began to walk up the stairs. At the same time that he set foot on the 7th level, all of the hundreds of thousands of spectators outside were looking on. Compared to the 6th level, the 7th level didn't seem very extraordinary. The only things that were visible were 2 enormous books. One of them was, of course, the first volume of the Classic of Plants and Vegetation, with its 1 billion medicinal plants. The second was empty. It apparently had no content whatsoever. Even as Meng Hao laid eyes on the 2 books, the archaic voice rang out through the 7th level. Using grafting techniques and your knowledge of the mutual augmentation and suppression between different types of plants and vegetation, you must create 10,000 unique medicinal plants. That is the threshold to pass this level. If you wish to pass the level with perfect marks, you must create 100,000. Meng Hao's heart trembled. He took a deep breath, and his eyes began to shine with bright light. Finally, a level like this. He knew that having accumulated so much knowledge regarding plants and vegetation, the time had eventually come to step into a new realm. It was a realm which used the principles of mutual augmentation and suppression, along with grafting techniques, to create medicinal plants that belonged to him and him alone. Using medicinal plants like that to concoct pills would make it very difficult for others to identify the pill formula. Even if they could, it would still be very difficult to create the necessary medicinal plant ingredients. This was also a higher realm of pill concocting. Back when Meng Hao was in the Violet Fate sect, he had encountered such things, but not very often. The ancient demon Immortal sect's Tao of Alchemy also touched on such matters, but he had never had a chance to systematically study it. Now, he settled his qi and calmed his mind, then stepped forward toward the tome and closed his eyes to think. All of the people in the outside world who had never heard of what the 7th level was like now gasped. Actually, according to the requirements of the Fong clan's Tao of Alchemy, alchemists began to explore grafting techniques beginning in Tier 5. In order to become a Tier 7 alchemist, it was necessary to create 10,000 personally grafted medicinal plants. Among the hundreds of thousands of spectators, the Tier 6 and 7 alchemists all began to whisper among themselves. I wonder if Meng Hao will be able to pass the 7th level. How many kinds of grafted medicinal plants will he create? It's going to be difficult for him to pass. No one has ever done so on the first try. Not even His Excellency Pill Elder was able to. It took him 4 tries. Only with a profound knowledge base and significant experience with grafting plants and vegetation can someone even attempt the 7th level, let alone pass it. On the 7th level of the Medicine Pavilion, Meng Hao stood in front of the tomes for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, thinking. Then, his eyes opened, and he waved his hand, causing the Classic of Plants and Vegetation to rapidly flip open to a certain page. Instantly, a medicinal plant appeared and floated up into the air. More pages flipped in quick succession, 9 of them, and 9 more medicinal plants appeared. Meng Hao made a grasping motion, causing all 9 plants to appear on the blank tome's first empty page. Next, the plants followed his line of thought. Some were stripped of their bark, others had flowers removed. In the end, they formed together within Meng Hao's divine sense, where he used the techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression to graft them together. The medicinal plant on the first page glittered brightly, whereupon the book seemed to analyze and judge it. After the blink of an eye, the page slowly turned, indicating that Meng Hao had successfully created his first medicinal plant. He once again waved his left hand over the Classic of Plants and Vegetation, pulling out more medicinal plants and using his divine sense to transform and graft them together, continuing to create different medicinal plants according to his desires. Time passed. To cultivators who didn't understand the Tao of Alchemy, this examination seemed somewhat boring. However, to the cultivators of the Tao of Alchemy division, It was an unprecedented opportunity for good fortune. Even the Tier 7 alchemists looked on with strange lights glowing in their eyes. As Meng Hao created his medicinal plants, they gained more enlightenment and were continuously shocked. In fact, their own skill with plants and vegetation was slowly creeping upward. I can't believe that you can make cold-type plants that way. After adding 9 hot elements, the original formula was to add 1 cold element. But instead, he added 9 cold elements. According to the law of mutual augmentation and suppression, you would think that the result would be neutral. And yet, the result is like that. That moon spirit flower can actually turn into sun splendor leaf through grafting. What an outrageous line of thinking. And yet, it works. Even the old woman stared with wide eyes. Subconsciously, she began to imitate Meng Hao, and her own skill with plants and vegetation gradually began to increase. The Tier 5 and 6 alchemists were incredibly excited. When it came to plant and vegetation grafting, they were just in the initial stages of learning. As they watched Meng Hao at work, they committed everything they saw to memory. To them, this was an extremely rare opportunity. As for the lower-level alchemists, this was a realm far removed from them. However, they all understood that if they wanted to travel far along the path of the Tao of alchemy, then they would eventually have to learn how to graft plants and vegetation. Therefore, they also did as much as they could to take advantage of the situation. The apprentice alchemists were even less clear about what was happening. However, seeing the intent expressions on the faces of the higher-level alchemists, they also realized that what Meng Hao was currently doing with grafting techniques was astonishing. Therefore, they kept their eyes glued on Meng Hao and did their best to try to remember what sort of grafting techniques he used. The world outside the medicine pavilion was completely quiet. Even the 2 old men who stood guard outside had opened their eyes and were looking at the screen up in midair. The Tier 8 alchemists stood there silently, watching Meng Hao and observing his grafting techniques. All of them were filled with anticipation. Meng Hao once again lost track of time as he absorbed himself in the grafting of plants and vegetation. His left hand sped over the first volume of the Classic of Plants and Vegetation, seemingly flipping pages non-stop. Time passed. Meng Hao created more and more medicinal plants. 10. 100. 1000. 7 days later, Meng Hao finally created 10,000 medicinal plants. He took a deep breath, but he wasn't finished. Instead, he focused inwardly for a moment, experiencing a similar feeling regarding plants and vegetation to that which he felt when practicing cultivation. He could clearly tell that as he created more medicinal plants, his understanding of plants and vegetation grew more refined. Although it had been a long time since he had concocted medicinal pills, he could also sense that his pill concocting skill was becoming stronger. My hand is the pill furnace, and I will blend all heaven and earth together in my palm to create an almighty medicinal pill. His eyes shone with a light that originated from his Tao, with his Tao of alchemy. With this Tao, he could corroborate his heart, and then use that heart to concoct pills. 7 more days passed. By now, Meng Hao had created more than 15,000 medicinal plants. Everyone outside was shaken, and their admiration for Meng Hao had reached the pinnacle. Even the old woman had to ask herself whether her own skill with plants and vegetation was equal to Meng Hao's. In the end, she had to sigh and admit that people like Meng Hao were exactly what the Tao of Alchemy division lacked, and in fact desperately needed. As for her, if she continued to comply with the wishes of those in the main clan who wanted her to target Meng Hao, perhaps she would fall out of harmony with the Tao of alchemy itself. Forget it, she thought, her eyes shining with determination. After all, I am a member of the Tao of alchemy division. She took a deep breath and dispelled all thoughts of targeting Meng Hao. All of a sudden, it felt as if a great weight had been lifted off of her. She focused on the screen and on contemplating plants and vegetation. 15,000. 20,000. 30,000. A month passed by, during which time Meng Hao created 30,000 medicinal plants. More people gathered outside. By now, there were over 500,000, spread out in all directions. Everyone was watching Meng Hao create medicinal plants. Occasionally, people seemed to go wild with joy at what they were seeing, and at other times they looked confused. However, in the end, everyone watching was able to gain something. Unfortunately, Meng Hao was completely absorbed in what he was doing, and had no idea what was going on outside. If he did know, he might well have gone nuts. After all, this was a prime opportunity to charge merit points. If at this moment he stepped out of the medicine pavilion and bellowed out that he demanded payment, virtually everyone in the audience would instantly pay what he asked. From the moment he had entered the first level until now, a full 4 months had passed. Although cultivators had a long lifespan, and often a single meditation session might last years, to them, 4 months would still seem to pass by slowly if they weren't meditating. Despite that, no one grew impatient. Instead, they continued to make gains by watching. Meng Hao immersed himself in grafting, and he was happy. There was no other place like this medicine pavilion, with 1 billion medicinal plants inside that he could choose from. Although they were all illusory, that didn't matter to Meng Hao. They could still help him advance to a higher level in his skill with plants and vegetation. Another month passed, and Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He had now created 50,000 medicinal plants. In the beginning, it had been relatively simple. However, the further along he progressed, the more difficult it became. Were he content to do a perfunctory job, this level would have been simple. However, he placed high requirements on himself. The medicinal plants he was creating now all were composed of at least 100 other medicinal plants. In fact, the past 10,000 he had created were grafted from at least 500 other medicinal plants. Exhaustion swelled up within him. The 5th, 6th, and 7th levels had all been quite a mental strain on him. In fact, as a result, he had even unwittingly grown a great deal in terms of divine sense. Even more amazing to Meng Hao was that over the past months, his cultivation base was nearing 90% of the power of a true immortal. As the 6th month arrived, Meng Hao trembled. His mental energy was almost completely depleted, and his head felt as if it were swollen. Piercing pain occasionally stabbed through his temples, and even his thinking had slowed. However, he had now created nearly 70,000 medicinal plants. Not a single one was a repeat, and any of them that appeared in the outside world would certainly cause a huge stir. That was especially true of the last 5000. Each one of those contained more than 1,000 different grafting elements. Medicinal plants like that could be refined into a pill just by adding a few minor ingredients. The spectators outside were entranced and deeply moved by Meng Hao's skill with plants and vegetation. Another half a month passed. Finally, Meng Hao's energy was spent. His face was ashen, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Even his eternal stratum couldn't keep up with the mental strain. He let out a long sigh and finally ceased working. He had created over 75,000 plants. My mind isn't up to the task, he thought. If I keep going, I might injure my foundation. Most important of all, my mastery of plants and vegetation isn't good enough, at least not in terms of grafting. I think perhaps 10,000 more would be my absolute limit. Furthermore, considering my current skill with plants and vegetation, creating an almighty medicinal plant composed of 10,000 grafts would be too difficult. He took a deep breath and then slowly rose to his feet, his eyes shining with a gleam of obsession. I must deeply study the Fang clan's way with plants and vegetation. With that, he turned and vanished. When he reappeared, he was outside the medicine pavilion. When he saw the packed crowd of 500,000 cultivators, he gaped in shock. Although he had assumed some people would come to observe, he had never imagined that so many people would show up. He even saw that all sorts of full alchemists were present, many of them still not fully awakened from the reveries of enlightenment they had fallen into while watching Meng Hao. He was too tired to say anything. The only thing he wanted to do was return to his immortal's cave and rest for a few days. He immediately flew into the air, transforming into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. As soon as he flew into the air, the crowds began to come to their senses. They looked at Meng Hao making his way off into the distance, and then went completely crazy. That was Fang Hao, someone shouted. He came out. More people came to their senses, and when they realized that the screen was gone, they understood that Meng Hao had already emerged from the medicine pavilion. 75,000 medicinal plants, huh? He's a grandmaster of plants and vegetation. He fully deserves to be called an apothecary. With Grandmaster Feng Hao's skill in plants and vegetation, if he wanted to simply pass through the medicine pavilion, I wouldn't dare to say he could pass the 9th level, but the 8th level would definitely be no problem. Everyone was in a tumult as they watched Meng Hao leave. Their eyes shone with fanaticism and reverence. In the world of cultivation, the strong are respected, and it was no different in the Tao of Alchemy division. He stopped on purpose this time, but in a few months, he'll definitely keep going. The surrounding alchemists watched Meng Hao leave, and they all sighed emotionally. This was especially true of the Tier 8 elders, whose faces were filled with hope and excitement. Deep in the inner mountains, Pill Elder Fong Yundan had been watching Meng Hao the entire time. Finally he sighed, and a smile appeared on his face. There is finally a successor for the Tao of Alchemy division. He waved his right hand, within which appeared an ancient book, upon which were written the words Classic of Plants and Vegetation. "Give this to Feng Hao," he said softly, waving his hand again. A mysterious light appeared, covering over the book and taking it away. Meng Hao flew out of the Tao of Alchemy division, not even fully aware of his surroundings. However, a moment later he suddenly stopped in place, and his eyes went wide. His mind felt as if it had just been struck by lightning. Damn it! How could I have forgotten to charge merit points? There were more than 500,000 people there just now. How many months was I in the medicine pavilion? This. Meng Hao trembled, his face pale white. At first, he tried not to calculate how much he had lost. But in the end, he couldn't stop himself. His mind filled with a terrifyingly huge number of merit points, and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Screwed. Royally screwed. He felt like weeping, but no tears would come. All he could do was curse his horrible luck at having completely wasted such a good opportunity to earn merit points. At this thought, he threw his head back and roared, which caused quite a few nearby birds to scatter in flight. Trembling, heart bleeding, face ashen, Meng Hao felt completely drained of energy, listless and depressed. It was at this point that he suddenly noticed that someone was flying through the air behind him. He turned feebly and saw a young woman. His lifeless countenance caused her to stare in shock. She was graceful and beautiful, with an entrancing face. She wore a long pink garment, and her fragrance was delicate and pleasing. She looked at Meng Hao in shock for a moment, before tentatively asking, "Are you elder cousin Feng Hao?" Meng Hao listlessly nodded his head. He was still inwardly tied up in knots over the huge sum of merit points he had lost. In his mind, even the sky had turned completely black. The young woman's face grew serious as she looked at Meng Hao. She thought to herself that this person was willing to drive himself crazy before giving up, all for the sake of skill with plants and vegetation. She could see a level of unswerving determination in Meng Hao that she did not possess. "Elder cousin Feng Hao, I saw you in the medicine pavilion just now, and I, Wanner, couldn't help but admire you." She clasped hands and bowed, then held out a tome toward Meng Hao. "This is a tome that His Excellency Pill Elder wanted me to give you." Meng Hao was still in a daze. Face blank, he muttered. "I just had an unimaginable amount of merit points placed in front of me, but I didn't cherish them as I should have. What a waste!" The young woman gaped for a moment, unsure about the meaning of what she had just heard. "Elder cousin, what did you just say?" Meng Hao shook his head and dejectedly accepted the tome. Then he turned and, looking incredibly depressed, headed off into the distance. The young woman watched him make his way off, and couldn't help but feel even more admiration for him. He is definitely worthy of being the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline. Elder cousin Feng Hao is crazy about the Tao of Alchemy. He created more than 70,000 medicinal plants on the 7th level of the medicine pavilion, but he still feels disappointed. It's almost like he's lost his faith and ideals. A person like that is really rare. No wonder His Excellency Pill Elder wanted me to give him that tome. "Wanner," she said to herself encouragingly. "You have to work hard and study more, like elder cousin." She looked at Meng Hao leaving, and was filled with reverence. Meng Hao had no idea how much encouragement his expression had given to that fragile young woman. He continued along his way toward the ancestral mansion, drowsy and out of sorts. As soon as he entered the ancestral mansion, his mood worsened. Even as he transformed into a beam of light and shot forward, a group of 7 or 8 people strolled out ahead of him, chatting and laughing. Among that group of people was a young woman who Meng Hao recognized from when he had first arrived at East Heaven Gate. She was a female cultivator named Fang Hong. She was clearly a natural-born beauty, and she currently wore a long, pale garment. She held her hand in front of her mouth and laughed as she walked along. Among those walking with her, 3 had cultivation bases at the peak of Tao seeking, similar to false immortals. There were a few others who were in the spirit-severing realm. All of them were people Meng Hao had seen following Fang Wei back in the temple. Behind them trailed an old man with salt and pepper hair and an apathetic expression. He held his hands in front of him, tucked into the opposite sleeves, and followed the group with a slight bow, almost as if he were a servant. He was not a member of the Fang clan, but had a different surname, and had taken shelter with the Fang clan in exchange for acting as a Tao protector to members of the younger generation. The young cultivators around Fang Hong chatted and laughed. "Honger, I heard that when you went out for training this time you ended up taking Reverend Shui Yun as your master. Senior Shui Yun might be just a rogue cultivator, but his cultivation base is incredible. Congratulations. Oh, and now that you're back, don't be in a hurry to leave again. It won't be long now before the centennial rising of the East Ascension Sunday. Prince Wei will be in charge of the East Ascension Pavilion, and he's already invited chosen from quite a few other sects to come enjoy the spectacle. When the time comes, you can meet all of them." "Yeah, that's right. Princess Hong, of all the chosen in the Fang clan, there are few whose cultivation bases exceed yours. You'll definitely be a blazing sun in the East Ascension Pavilion." In response to what everyone was saying, the young woman smiled slightly and shook her head, although her expression revealed traces of pride. "Prince Wei and Prince Han both have cultivation bases higher than me," she said. "And as for you, Prince Tao and Prince Hai, with your cultivation bases, as long as you make the proper preparations, you should be able to use an immortality illumination vine at almost any time." "Not necessarily," said one of her companions. "The clan has immortality illumination vines, but they're rare. There are only a few available in this generation. Unless you're one of the top 3 in the current generation, then the only way to get one is to pay a ton of merit points. It's really difficult. That's not the case with you, though, Honger. With the help of Reverend Shui Yun, you have a much better chance than all of us." Sighs could be heard. It was at this exact moment that Meng Hao flew overhead in a beam of light. The people down below looked up, and the 3 youths with cultivation bases similar to false immortals all frowned. Even the young woman Fang Hong was frowning. In the Fang clan ancestral mansion, there were only 2 people who were qualified to fly. One was Fang Wei and the other was none other than Meng Hao. "Sir Chun, I don't like people flying over my head," said Fang Hong, her voice calm. In response, the old man who had been following the group looked up, and his previously calm eyes began to glow brightly. He looked up at Meng Hao flying through the air. "Get down here," he bellowed. He didn't attack, he just spoke. His words didn't echo out very far. They were directed solely at Meng Hao, and appeared to contain natural law that required his orders to be followed. They transformed into something like explosive, muffled thunder that only Meng Hao could hear. Boom! Meng Hao suddenly screeched to a halt in midair as an enormous force built up around him. It was as if the air around him had been restricted, and he was suddenly forced downward. Something like a huge hand pushed down, forcing him out of the sky. His body trembled, and he felt incredible pressure like that of the peak of the immortal stage, that of a stage 7 immortal. "Ha!" thought the old man, frowning. Seeing that he hadn't instantly suppressed Meng Hao, he gave a cold snort and caused his cultivation base to explode out with power. Massive pressure swelled out, and Meng Hao lost control of his body completely and fell out of the sky. It wasn't until he landed on the ground that the pressure faded away. The old man's face was calm as he lowered his head, almost as if nothing had happened. Fang Hong and her followers all looked over at Meng Hao. Immediately, Fang Hong's followers spoke up. So, you're Fang Hao, the one who caused all the ruckus in the Tao of Alchemy division? Don't forget, it doesn't matter if the Grand Elder gave you the qualifications to fly in the ancestral mansion. If you don't have enough power, don't randomly fly over people's heads. You may go now. These people didn't know much about Meng Hao. After all, the first thing he had done after returning to the clan was spend most of his time in the Tao of Alchemy division. All they knew was that his bloodline gate beam was 30,000 meters. This made them feel a bit self-conscious. When it came to the Tao of Alchemy, however, they viewed it as a lesser type of Tao that wasn't worthy to share the stage with Cultivation. Having spoken their words, they resumed chatting and laughing, completely ignoring Meng Hao as they brushed past him. Meng Hao had already been in an abominable mood. He had just been flying along, minding his own business, when suddenly he was forced down to the ground. Considering his personality, how could he possibly accept such a thing? His eyes grew cold, and a smile slowly spread out across his face. It was a smile, but it was a very cold smile. So, he said indifferently, you people see me but don't offer formal greetings. It seems you've forgotten all about the clan rules. The 8 people frowned and stopped in place, slowly turning back to look at Meng Hao. Sir Chen, said Fang Hong. Get him out of here, why don't you? Sir Chen's expression was as calm as ever as he nodded, then stepped toward Meng Hao. He pushed out with his right hand, causing an incredible force explode out toward Meng Hao. His goal was to physically push Meng Hao completely away. As he advanced, the force rumbled out ahead of him. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, causing a black beam of light to fly out, which transformed into the crocodile. It swished its tail, causing an incredible energy to surge out. The old man's face flickered as the tail slammed into him, causing a huge boom to fill the air. You, a foreign servant, dare to raise your hand against me? Meng Hao said coolly. Then he stepped toward the group of 8. The 8 young cultivators' faces fell as they first saw the old man fighting the crocodile, and then saw Meng Hao walking toward them. And then, you people. I can't believe you see me but refuse to offer greetings. He advanced toward them, his energy surging and a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. The 3 young men with cultivation bases equivalent to false immortals immediately stepped forward. Why the hell do you think we would offer greetings to you? Said one of them. Why the hell do I think you would offer greetings to me? Because I'm the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline. It doesn't matter which bloodline you people are from, or which branch. All members of this generation call me cousin. Even as Meng Hao's voice echoed out, he slapped out with his right hand. The 3 young men snorted, and were just about to attempt to fight back, when all of a sudden, their faces fell. They were completely incapable of doing anything. Meng Hao's shocking wave of power completely destroyed all of their divine abilities and magical techniques. Booms rang out as Meng Hao's hand slapped into all 3 of their faces in succession. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they were sent tumbling backward. In that same moment, Meng Hao stepped forward, and his leg blurred into a whirlwind as he kicked the 3 young men over and over again. Booms mixed with blood-curdling screams as they were sent hurtling backward, where they slammed into the ground. Cracking sounds could be heard as more than half of their bones were broken. What do you think you're doing? Said one of them, his face falling. We're inside the clan, you. Oh, so it turns out you do know that we're in the Fang clan, said Meng Hao coldly. Don't tell me you've forgotten that I'm also surnamed Fang? He stepped forward again, then waved his right hand, causing Fang Hong's spirit severing acquaintances to cough up blood as many of the bones in their bodies were crushed. Miserable shrieks rang out. You see me and actually don't extend greetings? I'm the eldest grandson, so I guess all I can do is teach you a lesson about the clan rules. And then there's you. He turned to face Fang Hong. As soon as he stepped forward, a voice called out from the distance. Stay your hand. Fang Hong's face flickered, and she quickly lifted her right hand into the air, causing a huge, illusory cauldron to appear, upon which the character Fang could be seen. It immediately crushed down toward Meng Hao. 10% of the power of a true immortal? Puny. Completely ignoring whoever it was behind him, Meng Hao smiled coldly and clenched his hand into a fist. He punched out, causing a boom to echo out as the cauldron shattered. His fist continued on toward Fang Hong. Another boom could be heard. Blood sprayed from Fang Hong's lips as she doubled over in pain. Meng Hao's punch was too fierce, and her chi passageways were shattered as she hurtled backward. It didn't matter that she was a woman. Meng Hao was as cold as ever. After punching her, he turned icily to deface the group that was speeding toward him in the distance. Meng Hao, you twerp! How dare you! 6 people were flying through the air. 3 of them were white-haired old men with cultivation bases in the Immortal realm. The one in the middle was clearly more powerful than the others, and was at the peak of the Immortal realm. That was the one who had spoken just now. Behind the 3 old men were 2 masked cultivators, one whose cultivation base was hidden, making it impossible to see how deep it was. However, he emanated a desolate, murderous aura that was especially strong, as if his only job in the Fang clan was to kill people. The last of the group was none other than Fang Yuni. He was the one who had yelled out to Meng Hao to stay his hand. As for the old man who had just spoken, he appeared next to Fang Hong even as his words echoed out. He immediately picked her up in his arms and gave her some medicinal pills. Fang Hong's face was pale, and she was quivering. Blood oozed out of her mouth, and it was with difficulty that she swallowed the medicinal pills. "Grandpa," she said with a bitter smile. My chi passageways." The old man had already noticed that Fang Hong's chi passageways had been shattered, and he responded, "Don't worry. Grandpa will fix this for you." With that, he turned to glare at Meng Hao, his eyes flickering with killing intent. "What gall you have? How dare you slaughter people within the clan? There's no need to send you to the clan dungeon. I'll execute you here and now." With that, the other 2 old men who had accompanied him began to close in on Meng Hao. "That crocodile too. Kill it." The 2 masked cultivators immediately headed toward the crocodile. Sir Chun instantly fell back to Fang Hong's side, his face anxious. A cold smile appeared on Fang Yuni's face, and inwardly, he was going wild with joy at finally being able to catch Meng Hao off guard. This time, he knew that Meng Hao was going to be killed without a doubt. 6th Grandpa, correct? Meng Hao stood his ground, completely ignoring the 2 old men who were closing in on him. "Let me ask you, did you see me slaughter anyone?" He slapped his bag of holding to produce his identity medallion. "I'm the eldest grandson of the direct bloodline. My dad is Fang Xiufeng, and the Grand Elder is my 3rd grandpa. If you people dare to kill me, you'll be violating clan rules. Anyone who violates clan rules will be put to death." As his voice echoed out, the 2 old men who were moving toward him suddenly stopped in place, their faces flickering as they hesitated. "I was flying happily through the air," Meng Hao continued calmly, "when these clan members asked this foreign servant to suppress me, and after seeing who I was, they refused to greet me respectfully. Apparently, they aren't familiar with the clan rules, so I set about to teach them a lesson." 6th Grandpa, have you suddenly developed a vision problem? He stood there, his expression stony. "Kill him!" cried Fang Hong's grandfather a second time with a cold snort. Hearing his words, the 2 old men clenched their jaws and continued on toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face flickered, and he fell back. Even before the 2 old men could get close to him, he slapped his own chest with his palm, coughing up a huge mouthful of blood, and then letting out a miserable shriek. At the same time, he ripped open his bag of holding, causing the jade box that contained the nirvana fruits to fly out. Next, he yelled out at the top of his lungs, "You want to steal my nirvana fruits? Grand Elder, 3rd Grandpa, someone's trying to steal my nirvana fruits." Using all the power his cultivation base could muster, he sent his voice echoing out in all directions. When the Grand Elder gave Meng Hao the nirvana fruits, he had sworn an oath that anyone in the clan who dared to steal them from Meng Hao would be exterminated. As Meng Hao's voice spread throughout the clan, many people heard it. The 2 old men who had been closing in on Meng Hao to kill him suddenly stopped in place, and their faces fell. Even Fang Hong's grandfather's face fell, and he gritted his teeth. I get it, continued Meng Hao, backing up, and at the same time crying out loudly. You clan members of my generation pulled me out of the sky because you're in collusion with that foreign servant to steal my nirvana fruits. You heaven-damned clan delinquents. How could you be so ruthless? How could you try to steal my nirvana fruits? Grand Elder, save me. Third Grandpa. If you don't show up quickly, my nirvana fruits are going to be taken away. Third Grandpa. Grand Elder, save me. His bellowing caused the enraged three youths with the near-false immortal cultivation bases to once again cough up blood. Stop talking nonsense, cried Fong Hong, blood oozing from her mouth. She was also getting nervous. We saw you flying toward us and just wanted you to go around us. We never brought up anything about your nirvana fruits. You sharp-tongued troublemaker, howled Fong Hong's grandfather. You're not from the Fong clan. Die! As he closed in on Meng Hao, it became apparent that the Grand Elder was nowhere to be seen. Meng Hao's eyes flickered coldly, and he suddenly lifted his right hand. The lightning cauldron appeared. In that critical moment, he looked over at Fong Yuni, whose face instantly fell. Rumble! They instantly switched places, and Meng Hao watched from off in the distance as the old man's palm descended onto Fong Yuni, who let out a piercing scream. The old man pulled his palm back at the very last moment, then turned to look at Meng Hao. He was just about to charge toward him once again, when suddenly several dozen beams of light shot through the air toward them from various directions. Sixth older uncle, my older cousin entrusted Howard to me for safekeeping. If you dare to touch him, I'll wipe out your entire bloodline. Worst case scenario. Afterward, I'll take my entire family to stay with my older cousin on planet South Heaven. The speaker was none other than Meng Hao's 19th uncle, who came to a stop directly in front of Meng Hao. He looked over coldly at Fong Hong's grandfather. More beams of light descended. Two were middle-aged men, who intercepted the attacks of the masked cultivators against the crocodile, saving it from certain annihilation. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation had changed. Meng Hao was surrounded by more than a dozen cultivators. However, the man who 19th uncle had called 6th older uncle was also joined by quite a few newcomers. As they faced off with proverbial daggers drawn, the archaic voice of Grand Elder Fong Tong Tian suddenly echoed out from deep within the ancestral mansion. That's enough. Fong Hong, Fong Tao, Fong Hai, and the rest of your companions, you disrespected the rules of seniority. You will be punished in the fire-smelting pit for 10 days. Fong Hao, although clan members treated you disrespectfully, there was no need to attack so viciously. You will also be punished in the fire-smelting pit for 10 days. The sentence will be carried out immediately. As soon as the Grand Elder's voice rang out, Fong Hong and the others' faces went pale. The fire-smelting pit was also called Hell, and to spend 10 days there would be like being skinned alive. The clan members in the area, both those of Meng Hao's bloodline and 6th older uncles, didn't dare to say another word. 6th Patriarch's eyes flickered and he held his tongue. However, Meng Hao opened his mouth immediately. 3rd Grandpa, Grand Elder, my spirit elixir is almost finished. I'm almost ready to absorb the nirvana fruits, so I really don't have time to go to the fire-smelting pit. Look, if you make an exception, I'll make up the punishment later. What do you think? Meng Hao's words were met with utter silence. No one would ever dare to contradict the Grand Elder's orders. Fong Hong and the others looked on with wide eyes. In their opinion, Meng Hao was really far too brazen. Even the other elders in the area were gaping at him. Fong Yuni was elated, and inwardly, started laughing uproariously. In his hatred for Meng Hao, he rejoiced at Meng Hao's words to the Grand Elder, and couldn't wait for Meng Hao to experience even more misery. Be quiet, hissed 19th uncle. All of the other clan members surrounding Meng Hao also felt that his words were far too crude and rash. What? Said the Grand Elder. He had never imagined that Meng Hao would dare to speak up, and when his voice echoed out, it seemed to send a chill through the entire area. However, after the space of a few breaths went by, he spoke further, and the words he uttered caused everyone to gasp. Very well. Absorbing the nirvana fruits is a very important matter. As soon as you finish, go to the fire-smelting pit. Many thanks, third grandpa, said Meng Hao, looking very grateful. Everyone else looked on with shock and other strange expressions. In their memory, the Grand Elder had always been unswervingly just, which was how he had earned the clan's respect over the years. But now he was clearly being partial toward Meng Hao. The Grand Elder actually just. He called the Grand Elder by the address Third Grandpa. Now that I think about it, the Grand Elder used to be part of the direct bloodline. All of a sudden, thoughtful expressions could be seen on the onlookers' faces. The sixth patriarch's face flickered, and he gritted his teeth. Finally, he let out a cold snort. His face extremely grim, he flicked his sleeve and carried Fang Hong away. As Fang Hong was taken away, she looked back at Meng Hao, and she couldn't help but muse about how terrifying he was. The Grand Elder actually showed partiality toward him. The youths with the near-false Immortal cultivation bases were trembling as they clasped hands and bowed toward Meng Hao. Cousin. Meng Hao grunted in response, then looked over at Fang Yuni, who was gingerly attempting to sneak away, and gave an obviously fake smile. Fang Yuni's scalp went numb, and the images of what had happened on planet South Heaven flitted through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he bowed his head. Cousin. Meng Hao smiled, then turned to clasp hands and express his gratitude to 19th Uncle and the other members of his bloodline. All of them looked at him encouragingly as he transformed into a beam of light and shot away. When the Grand Elder looks at Meng Hao, he must be thinking of Meng Hao's own grandfather. The two of them were brothers, and were very close. Yeah, that's right. The Grand Elder is always unswervingly just. In the past several hundred years, he's never shown partiality toward anyone. He hasn't made a single exception. Hauer is really a blazing son of the Fang clan. The fact that the Grand Elder is willing to make an exception for him illustrates that point. Even as they discussed the matter, Meng Hao disappeared off into the distance. Eventually, he reached his Immortal's cave. As soon as he set foot inside, his eyes turned cold, and a grim expression covered his face. Grand Elder. Third Grandpa. Why do you want so badly for me to die?